When you think about what's going on in the New Testament and what we get when Jesus Christ comes on the scene, the story of the political and religious history of Israel starts obviously with the presentation in the book of Genesis and the idea of promise and covenant that reaches back to Abraham, in which we have promise, covenant, and election, and we also have certain practices that are going to make the people of Israel unique and which are going to also show up with importance when we get to the New Testament. So we have, on the one hand, if you will, promises that God is going to make a special people out of the seed of Abraham, and that through that seed the world's going to be blessed. That's the Abrahamic covenant, of course. We have the promises coming out of the Abrahamic covenant. We have promises coming out of the Davidic covenant that there is going to be an everlasting dynasty through which God is going to work. And we have promises later on in the history of Israel, in the New Covenant, that God is going to write the law on the hearts of the people and forgive their sins. So this promise background helps to define the spiritual hope of the people of Israel. And we go all the way back to Genesis for it. We also have, however, not just promises, but we have the creation of a people. These people have a land and they have a law. Moses gives the law, which introduces the Mosaic covenant. That produces a holy people whose lifestyle is distinct and comes with distinct practices. They have a distinct temple that they worship at. There's only supposed to be one temple where they're supposed to worship. Very much in contrast with much of the rest of the religious environment in which Israel functioned. Most religious institutions of the time had multiple locations for worship. So there was to be one temple. There was to be a special diet related to clean and unclean foods. This also was distinctive. There was to be a special rite of, I'll say this, incorporation, circumcision. Which was to indicate one's association with the covenant people. And then there was a special calendar. The most distinctive feature of which was the Sabbath. That on the seventh day they were to rest and gather together and worship. And this combination of features made the life of Israel distinct. And if one engaged in these practices, they could easily be identified by the time we get to the New Testament as a Jewish person, as a member of Israel, etc. So we've got promises, we've got people, and we've got practices. That mark out the people of God. And this is going to become important to the New Testament. Because when the New Testament moves beyond Israel, begins to reach out to the Gentiles, questions are going to arise about these practices that are rooted in the law that came from Moses. Because of 2,000 years of pretty good public relations on the part of the Christian church, we think about this backwards. We're used to thinking about the fact that the law has been done away with, or at least its fulfillment has been reached in Jesus Christ, and so we don't think about this as a practical and social problem. But when you're coming out of it, when you're moving through a religious tradition that for centuries has practiced certain things, and then you get adjustments, whatever causes them, that raises all kinds of questions. In the New Testament, we will find ourselves in the midst of one of these periods of adjustment. And it's difficult for people. People like their religious traditions. Okay? I don't have to make that point to you. Just look at how people choose music in church, and you will understand it. So people like their religious roots. And so what we get emerging in this period is a tension, if I can say it that way, between law and promise. The law being given, but by the time we get to the new covenant, we know we've been told that there are going to be things done in order to make the law more effective than it's been since Moses gave it. And then we've got these promises that extend blessing not just to Israel, but into all the world. And how's that going to work? In the midst of all this, we have a developing sense of kingship, hope that eventually emerges focused on the Davidic line in one form. Actually, when we come to the New Testament, we've got about 3 or 4 different forms of messianic hope, but the dominant messianic hope was the idea that the Messiah would come through a dynastic line connected to David, which reflects both national ideals. We want David to deliver the nation from the nations. At least in its Jewish expression, that's the way it was often expressed. As well as universalistic ideals, that one day this figure would bring peace to the entire world. And those are also in tension. So we have a tension between law and promise. We have a tension between national and universal hopes tied to the figure to come. Add into all that, by the time we get to the end of the Old Testament, the division that has emerged within the people of God between Israel and Judah, between the 10 tribes and the 2, between the north and the south, and in this case, the south are the good boys. You see an alternate cult, an alternate form of worship established at Bethel and Dan. You've got the captivity of the north as the nations begin to overrun the people in 722 and 721. And you've got prophetic warnings that come from the end of the law that says that if you are unfaithful to this law, going back to the time of Moses, what's going to happen? You tell me. If you're unfaithful to the law, what's going to happen? You're going to be judged. How?
Driven out.
Well, it's not so much that you're driven out of your land as you'll be taken over. Okay? Now, that's important. That's important to the New Testament. Because you've been theologically told in your revelation that if you are no longer working as an independent theocracy and there are nations in your midst, what's wrong? You've been unfaithful. So how are you going to try and fix that problem? Okay? What's the solution to the unfaithfulness?
Repentance.
What? Repentance. Okay, and what's the repentance going to do?
The king back on the throne.
Well, you might put a king back on the throne, but the problem is you got nations in your backyard. See, you guys are thinking way too practically. Okay? What are the first 5 books of the Old Testament about? The law. How are you going to be faithful? You're going to keep the law. Okay, this is not rocket science. Right? You don't need a degree in 3rd level calculus to figure out what's going on here. So if there are nations in your backyard and you've theologically been told that if you lose your theocracy it is because you have been unfaithful to the law, then the way to fix the problem is to become faithful to the law. To repent and become faithful to the law, or wait for God's deliverance. one or the other, and in many minds, those two things will go together. We're going to wait for God's deliverance, and we will become faithful to the law again. So one of the things that I'm saying to you is that in the backdrop, we have the issue of a God-established theocracy, which is what Moses brought with the law. But when that gets overrun by the nations, that's a reflection of unfaithfulness that needs to be dealt with by the people and by its leadership. This will help to explain to you why the nations or the Gentiles are viewed with such ambivalence, if not hostility, by the Jews. Their presence and associations with them are a sign of judgment. Not to mention the cultural pressure of having these nations in your backyard, what it's doing to your distinctive practices, and the pressure on your distinctive practices. Towards the end of this period, we get the new covenant in part, because one of the solutions in the promise of dealing with this is that God is going to have to work to change His people. And He's going to have to do it from within. That it's not merely going to be an external restructuring that's required, but an internal restructuring as well. So when Israel is completely overrun, both north and south, first by the Assyrians and then by the Babylonians, there is a way of reading that theologically that says to the people, you've been unfaithful. That's why this judgment has come upon you. And then, as my wife likes to say, deal with it. Okay, let me stop there. Questions?
Do you think that is Israel's view still today?
Depends. You've got all kinds of different kinds of Jewish people today taking different views. You've got everything from very secular Jews all the way over to very, very, very Orthodox Jews. This is how the very, very, very Orthodox Jews live. Okay, this is why they take the law so literally. This is why if you fly to Israel from the United States and you happen to have a few Orthodox Jews on the plane, okay, and you can't sleep on the plane, and you're up early in the morning and you'll see a group of Orthodox Jews huddled over the corner of the plane, looking out the window, facing towards Jerusalem, offering prayers. Okay? They're being very Orthodox in their faithful execution of the law. There was a saying in one strand of Rabbinic Judaism that said, if we will keep the Sabbath faithfully just twice, Messiah will come. Okay, that's how literally, if you will, they viewed the need to follow the law. But that's a very thin strand of Judaism today. But it's still there among some groups. Yes?
The idea of all these kind of foreign nations, heathen nations, kind of, I guess, influencing Israel, this is probably why in the New Testament there's such a kind of a frustration and concern about Samaritans and all these other...
Exactly right. Exactly right. That's the main point I'm trying to make.
But from a missiological standpoint, nothing's changed on God's end for His love for all people, but it's changed on how the community engages the nation.
What's happened is that there are a peculiar set of practices that are associated with being a member of Israel.
Right.
That the cultural encroachment of the nations is challenging, just its mere presence. By the way, this is not unusual, okay? This is a general religious phenomenon that we're talking about, okay? Think about all the discussions that happen in churches today, at least churches that are sensitive to these kinds of things, about the encroachment of our own generalized secular culture on our own religious practices, and you'll have an analogy. This is a universal kind of problem. How do you live out your religious distinctives on the one hand, and the things that you feel you are called to do that mark you out as distinct? After all, what is a holy people but a separated people? They are distinct from everybody else and still operate in the midst of the world and engage in the midst of the world. It's always been a biblical tension. Israel was supposed to be a light to the nations. Okay, and one of the things that God gives Israel a hard time for is failing to be that. But what happened is she turned to some degree inward and became concerned about the pressure that was rotating around their ability to keep the law, in part because of the influence of the nations around them. You're going to see this is a constant problem. And we're actually going to look at texts that express this. That's why you can begin to sense, sometimes this is hard to appreciate in the New Testament. You know, the New Testament spends a lot of time talking about how the new community, which is basically a Reformed Jewish community, is interacting with the nations. In its earliest days, it's basically a Reformed Jewish community. How are we interacting with the nations? And you can see the nervousness about an institution that's trying to combine Jews and Gentiles together. Okay? And this is why.
In light of the law and how it's structured, what do you think was maybe God's more desired response for the Jews rather than this kind of insulary approach? I mean, to be a light to the nations. What was called for them to do?
That is the point of the New Testament, is to work that out. Okay, so I'm not going to answer that now. That's part of what the semester story and the walking through this history is about. But I want you to sense the problem, because, like I say, we tend to come at it backwards. We come at it having seen how the Christian church historically has articulated and solved this problem, and we're the products of that. Okay, what I kind of want to get you to begin to feel and sense is, what is it like to have been in the middle of that transition, and how, in some ways, difficult that would be, given the set of circumstances that you're dealing with. I want you to appreciate the setting of Second Temple Judaism and the pressures that it's under because of what's going on. Yeah, Rob?
Is it appropriate to speak of a Judaism in the Second Temple?
No, and that's one of the things we're going to make clear. Is that we aren't speaking, there isn't just one mindset then as there was now. There are going to be various responses to this cultural reality. You're going to have some people whose solution is, these are the cards we've been dealt, we've got to make the best of the situation and do the best we can to get along with the nations. And if that includes some cultural compromise, no problem. Okay? That group is going to end up expressing itself as the Sadducees. Then you're going to have different kinds of separatism that are going to argue, no, we're called to be distinct. And one group is going to say, yeah, we're going to be so distinct, we're going to move out to the desert and live in our own world. Okay? That's the Qumran community and the Essenes. Another group says we're going to be distinct, but we're not going to withdraw. That's going to be your Pharisees. You're going to have another group that says the solution to this is strictly political. We need to throw the bums out. Okay? We need to get the nations out of here. That's going to be your zealots. Other people will say, no, Rome's pretty powerful. We can't beat them with our pop guns, so we're going to have to figure out a different way to do this. We're going to try and cooperate with the leadership that they give us and just plead with them to do the best they can, to be kind to us as much as possible. And so they agree to be comfortable with the political setup. That'll become your Herodians. Okay, they'll be comfortable with the leadership Rome has set up. And the Sadducees will ally with them to a certain degree. So no, there's no single Judaism. There's no single solution to this. This pressure is going to produce parties and sects that represent subgroupings within Judaism. Yes, all the way back.
So as far as the ambivalence and hostility toward the Gentiles because of this overtaking on account of the disobedience, is this, it seems to kind of perpetuate the problem to continue to be, so to respond that way. Is this what Jesus reacts so strongly against in terms of the...
In part, yes. That's why I said the New Testament is one answer to this problem. Okay? And the coming of the Messiah is God's answer to the problem. Okay? That's why Jesus drops in the middle of this boiling stew and melting pot situation and tries to help people deal with it. And he does it by bringing a reform movement to Judaism. He sees himself as not detached from Judaism. He sees himself as the completion of what Jews were hoping for. Okay? Again, because we're on the other side of it, and Christianity emerged out of Judaism, we tend to think of these two religions as almost completely distinct. But that's not how they were functioning when Jesus came. And that's important to appreciate about the part of the story. That's why the Jewish background of this story is so critically important. And the Jewish perspective on this story is so critically important. Yes?
How much were those different sects at conflict with each other?
They were in all kinds of conflict with each other. They shared the same territory. They contended for the attitudes of the same people. It's a little bit like asking how much are Democrats and Republicans in contact with one another. Okay, it's the same kind of cultural tension and contention going on for which way is the best way to negotiate this problem we find ourselves in. So they were very much in interaction with one another. The Sadducees and the Pharisees had to share, to some degree, the oversight of Judaism. Now, the Essenes withdrew. The Herodians are those who are supportive of the government. Okay, so there's all kinds of interaction going on here, which, when they band together to deal with Jesus, tells you something else about what they think about him. All right, let's press on here. This is a picture of Jerusalem from the sky today. Let me just point out a couple of areas for you. I don't know if I'm supposed to do this since we're trying to take this, but I want to get the lights down a little bit so you can see this a little better. Hopefully that doesn't affect the recording. Obviously, this is the Temple Mount. This is now the Dome of the Rock. Of course, that's the location traditionally of the Second Temple. This upper area on the mount was expanded under Herod in significant kinds of ways. But basically, in the period that we're talking about, from Babylon, from the Babylonian period into Jesus' time, the Second Temple period, the bulk of the city was located in, I don't have a clicker, in a region that runs this way. This area right here was known as the Old City of David. And then if you come up to this side, to the other side of the Dome of the Rock, a lot of the key locations in ancient Israel are in this section right next to the temple located on that opposite side of the Dome of the Rock. So in the city that you're seeing towards the outside, you see this kind of highway that's going up the top, etc., and all that out there. That's less important to the period we're talking about. Okay?
Which direction is north?
No, I was trying to sort that out in my mind. I think north is this way. Okay? Okay, this is a look in Jerusalem. There's a model of the ancient city of Jerusalem in the Second Temple period, particularly in the time of the 1st century. And this is a picture of that model. That model is located by they're redoing the Israel Museum right now. Been in Israel 3 times in the last 2 years. I haven't been able to get into the museum yet because they're still wrapping up the complete redo of the museum. But they moved this model, which was located somewhere else, to buy this collection. The Dead Sea Scroll Museum is in the same location. And this is a look at the city of David looking towards, and let's go back because I've determined my directions now. This is south, this is north, east, west. And the city of David runs down the southern portion of the temple. So this next picture is a picture looking from the south to the north towards the southern, what's called the southern steps of the temple, which is the way most people approached the temple in the 1st century, was from the south. So this area right here is the traditional city of David location. And then the area that was to the other side of the last slide, across from the Dome of the Rock, that's what you're seeing up in the top left-hand corner of the slide. Now let's talk a little bit about political history. We've got the first period of the Babylonian captivity, where Babylon is in charge of the nation, running from 605 to 539. This is disappointing for the South, and it leads to diaspora, to scattering. Thousands and thousands of Jews left the Holy Land during this period, and they either went to Egypt to flee the Babylonians, or they went to Babylon to assimilate or to live under Babylonian rule. The Babylonians defeat Assyria in 612. They defeat Egypt in 605 at Carchemish. And they finally defeat Israel in 586 through Nebuchadnezzar. There are 3 periods of deportation that lead to this diaspora situation that we're talking about. Daniel in 605, Ezekiel about 597, and the attempt to react to the overtaking by the Babylonians that failed in 586. When that revolt of Zedekiah is crushed, that leads to another deportation, with some people going to Egypt rather than Babylon. So you've got, if you think of the Holy Land, and of course, you know the map, you've got the Mediterranean, here's Israel. Some people are going this way into Egypt, other people are going this way into Babylon. Gedaliah is assassinated. This is what Jeremiah 42 to 44 is about. The result is that many flee to Egypt. This is when Jeremiah leaves the Holy Land. Jehoiachin becomes a vassal king or governor under Babylonian authority. In the books that are written in this period and that relate to this period include the books of Daniel, Ezekiel, Lamentations, and Jeremiah. Ezekiel talks about a deportation with about 10,000 people, and that journey is anywhere from 800 to 1,000 miles. And remember, okay, there's no railroad, there's no buses, no cars, no airplanes. Okay, this is by foot. And maybe a few mules or horses. Maybe something like a wagon if you're really lucky. The result of this was the emergence of a forced enculturation. The Babylonians wanted you to assimilate to their culture. And, in effect, a political emasculation. You lost your political sovereignty and your political identity. And in fact, the early chapters of Daniel are about the pressure and the choices that Daniel and others face to live distinctively Jewishly in a culture that's telling them they can't live that way. You remember what puts Daniel and his buddies in trouble and in jail? It's because they are trying to faithfully be Jews in the midst of an enculturation coming from the nations. And that's going to be and remain the perpetual problem. What we see in these books is a conscious effort to hold on to Jewish identity. Something that stands a little bit in contrast to Israel to the north, which tended to assimilate. And this is why people in the south of Israel disliked the Samaritans. Because they felt like the Samaritans were assimilators and were unfaithful to the law, including their multiple cult locations, etc., before we even get to the other nations coming into the north. What happens in other portions of this period is a reorganization around the law. You've lost, to some degree, your theocracy, You've lost your political structure, but you can still be socially structured around the law. And so that's where the Jewish identity went. The central feature of national identity became your ethnic and religious practices that marked you out as distinct. And remember that during some of this period, after the Babylonian captivity, there is no temple. There is no central sacrifice area for these religious practices. So these other practices are going to be what makes you distinct. Now, this is a picture from a location in Israel called the Citadel. It's a museum of the history of Jerusalem. If you ever go to Jerusalem, it's not on the normal, often on the normal tour cycle if you're only there for a few days. But if you can make an effort to get there, it's worth it. It's a terrific museum of the history of Israel, seen through the history of the city of Jerusalem. Anyway, one of these displays, when you're going to see these pictures, you're going to see Arabic and Hebrew as well as English. Anyway, this is a slide that depicts the movement towards Babylon and then the return back under Ezra and Nehemiah, just so you have a sense of kind of where we're located on a map. Of course, Israel's right here, Jerusalem's right here.
Why did they go up and over like that? Why not just straight across?
Had to do with the topography. It says the Babylonian destruction of Jerusalem in 586 BCE decimated the population of the city, and it remained desolate for nearly 50 years. When Babylon fell in 538, King Cyrus of Persia became overlord of Judah and allowed the Jews to return to Zion. One of their first acts was to rebuild the temple. One of the differences between the Babylonian approach to these issues of occupation and the Persian approach to the issues of occupation is the Babylonians tried to culturally assimilate their enemies. The Persians tended to allow people to keep their own practices. Okay, they didn't impose or didn't do as much imposition of their culture onto the people that they conquered. And that produced some changes for Israel, including the right to return. Only in 445 BCE, when Nehemiah was appointed governor of Judah, was Jerusalem rebuilt and its walls repaired. Under the leadership of Ezra the scribe, the authority of the law of Moses was restored, and Jerusalem resumed the role as the religious center of Judaism. And by what I've described to you, you can understand why it is that the religious leadership would be attracted to the law. Because it marks out the distinctives of the people, and the fact that they've been overrun by the nations, they've been told by the law, is a reflection of unfaithfulness, so you're going to ratchet up the faithfulness in hopes that that'll do the trick. It's not illogical. Okay? It makes sense from an internal Jewish point of view. Cyrus in 539 represents the arrival of Persian authority. The first return happens in 538 and 537. Here we're dealing with the biblical books of Ezra 1 to 6. Key figures are people like Zerubbabel, Joshua, Haggai, and Zechariah. The reason you have so much messianic-like hope in this period is because these are bright days compared to the dark days of the Babylonian captivity. There is hope. Jerusalem is being restored. Its societal structure is being reorganized. It's a potential period to think positively about what God may be doing. They start to rebuild the temple. That's completed in 516, 70 years after the defeat. But things aren't always good. Sometimes you get a ruler who changes policies. And Haman, under Xerxes I, tries to annihilate the Jews, but fails. And the book of Esther is about the preservation of God, of his people, even though the book of Esther nowhere names God. A later return comes in 457 under Ezra and Zadok, who's basically seen to be the, how do I say this, the dynastic head of what becomes the new line of high priests. The law becomes more central. It's read in public. You get your first emergence of targums to put the law in Aramaic as well as Hebrew, because Aramaic is becoming a dominant language in the culture. The law returns to a central place. The move is to be faithful and distinct. Yet the prophets alongside later declare the fact that there is continued unfaithfulness even in the midst of this effort. There's a third return under Nehemiah, 445 and 44, where the walls are rebuilt in 52 days. This is what the early part of Nehemiah is about, and Malachi deals with the same period. The effects of the Persian period are, whereas the Babylonian period put cultural tension and called for restructuring on Judaism with the temple no longer present, etc., the effect of the Persian period was it was a more benevolent policy which allowed for reform in some local Jewish autonomy. It wasn't as oppressive or restrictive as the Babylonian structure. Aramaic becomes the key language, and only a few actually undertake the arduous task of marching back to Israel, either from Egypt or from Babylon. Once you've walked 800 to 1,000 miles and moved your house, okay, to think about doing that again within a generation or two is something a lot of people chose not to do. And so you ended up, as a result, with Jews permanently scattered throughout the region. That's going to be the case past the New Testament time. And in fact, if you know anything about Jewish sacred literature, you know that there's such a thing called the Talmud, which is the rabbinic commentary on the Mishnah being the written codification of the oral law tradition. And this Talmud is known not just as the Talmud, at least the rabbinic one, it's called the Babylonian Talmud. And the reason it's called the Babylonian Talmud is because the centers of rabbinic thought that generated it are still in the region that was Babylon. So some Jews moved out and never moved back, and they become diaspora or scattered Jews. And we're going to see scattered Jews in the New Testament who sometimes come back to Jerusalem, form their own groups, become part of the Hellenistic Jewish presence in Jerusalem, and out of that background emerges a figure like Stephen, the first Christian martyr. Judea, with the rebuilding of the temple, becomes a temple state again. And we're going to talk about the development of the Second Commonwealth, the theocracy around the temple, the priest with the appointed ruler, etc., and the tensions that that introduces into the nation as we work through this Second Temple history. The temple, the law, and the high priest are the center of faith. The temple in terms of location, the law in terms of orientation, and the high priest in terms of political status and political influence. Now there still is a split with Samaria. The Samaritans are doing their own thing on a singular temple location on a different mountain, Mount Gerizim, to the north. And scribes begin to arise to keep track of how this reform movement under the law is going to manage itself, as people seek to be faithful in what has become a new and multicultural context. We're not in a pure theocracy anymore. Even though the people have been allowed back in the land, okay, there are other people, foreign people, who still hold key political power. They are not independent. Now, this is a close-up picture of the model of the temple. The southern steps are over here. The city of David is over here. I just want to get you familiar with this. The Mount of Olives is basically where I'm standing. Okay, as you come this way, moving from east to west. The holy place, the Holy of Holies, where the Shekinah was said to dwell. This becomes, this fortress thing looking off the one end becomes the Antonia fortress that the Romans occupy that looks over the temple area. It's a way of them keeping an eye on what's going on without being in the sacred precincts because they're sensitive to the religious attitudes of the Jewish people. That's the geography, if you will, and topography of the city of Jerusalem. Now, we get the rise of Hellenism after the Persians. The little picture in the corner here is part of a famous mosaic that sits in a museum in Naples, Italy. It is the picture of Alexander the Great defeating Darius, the Persian, Darius the Mede. And there's actually a bigger version of this. That's only a portion of the mosaic. It's one of the most stunning pieces of ancient art that we have today. Anyway, Athens defeats Persia. So first the Hellenists come on the scene. This happens in Salamis and Plataea in 480 and 479. Pericles becomes the key figure in a city-state structure for Athens. The Peloponnesian Wars involve Sparta and Corinth. That's in the area of what is now Greece. Philip of Macedon arises in the northern areas of that territory, and he becomes the ruler in 338 to 336, and he is followed by Alexander the Great. Alexander, in 336, at age 20, launches out into a string of victories. At Issus, he conquers Syria and Palestine in 333, Egypt in 331, and he's over in Persia in 331. Okay, he's covering territory both right and left, all in one fell swoop, and basically becomes ruler of the world all the way over to the edge of India. You think about this in terms of what the resources are in the ancient world and the way travel works, etc., it's amazing. With this will be done. This is the first of several texts I'm going to introduce you to throughout the semester. This comes from the book of Antiquities written by a Jewish historian named Josephus, who wrote at the end of the 1st century AD, writing in the 90s of the 1st century. This scene, which is where we'll begin next Tuesday, this scene is a description, probably exaggerated, but giving a feel for how Alexander is viewed, about what happened when Alexander showed up and met the high priest of Israel for the first time. It's in a book called Antiquities that reviews the history of Israel from Genesis all the way through to the time of Josephus. Right, I want to begin with a clip, and I'm going to be showing various portions of this. This is the PBS home video on empires called Kingdom of David. And there are certain extracts of this that are extremely well done and that pose questions for us or that make points, I think, particularly powerfully. And I want to begin with one of those clips this morning. And hopefully the sound is up enough that you can hear this and that you can see it.
In the 4th century BC, a remarkable people invaded the Middle East. They were the Greeks. Led by one of the greatest generals in history, Alexander the Great, the Greeks would conquer the world from Greece to India. But there was far more to the Greeks than military prowess. The Greeks had created the most sophisticated civilization the world had ever seen. Their magnificent art was inspired by a reverence for the human body. which also found its expression in the athletic feats on display in their Olympic Games. But the Greeks also revered the mind. And their greatest thinkers were responsible for the flowering of philosophy, science, and mathematics. As a result, Hellenic architecture, politics, and economics were centuries ahead of the other peoples of the world. For the Jews, the takeover of most of the known world by the Greeks was a threat more dire than any a mere army could pose.
When the Greek world expanded ever eastward, ultimately the Jews of the land of Israel found themselves almost literally smack in the middle of the Hellenistic Empire. We were surrounded by Hellenistic culture, and willy-nilly we found ourselves becoming Hellenists. This triggered both a great advance and a great struggle within the Jewish people for how we would identify. Would we simply succumb to Hellenism, or would we somehow maintain our unique identity as a people?
Now, that is precisely the question we posed in the first class, that the arrival of Hellenism produced a challenge for Judaism in terms of its identity. And that's exactly what we're going to be looking at in what we do today. We're going to be considering the period that extends from the early part of the 4th century, and particularly from the period of Alexander the Great in 323, we're basically to 323 BC, all the way up to as close to Pompey and Rome's entry into Jerusalem in 63 BC. This is not the destruction of the temple. This is the taking over of Jerusalem by the Romans. And so our hope is to take a look at this and to examine kind of where we are. And we start today with Alexander the Great. In Judaism, for this period, there is probably no greater source for information than the historian Josephus. Josephus was originally a political leader of the Jewish people. In fact, he was a general. He fought against the Romans starting in the 60s, before the destruction of Jerusalem, AD 60, and lost a battle at Gamla to the Romans in 67, 3 years before the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. Gamla is in northern Galilee, and we will actually see pictures later on in the semester of that site. It happens to preserve one of the few remains that we have of a first century synagogue. Anyway, Josephus was captured by the Romans, came into the Roman court, and began writing about Judaism to the Romans so that they can understand Jewish people better. And he wrote 4 works. One of them was called Antiquities. It covers the history of Israel starting from Genesis and going all the way up to Josephus' time. Second one was called Jewish War, which basically looks at the war in 66 to 70, but starting with the Maccabean struggle that we're going to talk about today. The third one was Against Apion, which is a book in defense of Judaism by someone who is attacking Judaism, Apion. And then the fourth work was called The Life. It was a biography, the theme of which is, what a great guy I am. So that's Josephus, a very significant character, and we would know very much less about this period of history if we did not have Josephus. And during the semester, I'm going to be citing for you portions of Josephus, because part of where we get the information of what you hear about this period comes directly from what he has to tell us. And there's a very famous incident of Alexander coming into Jerusalem that Josephus recounts for us in Antiquities, Book 11. And then the way the way the material in Josephus is sectioned out is that it's sectioned out by book, chapter, section, and then almost sentence number. It's not quite sentence number, but almost sentence number. And so you see 1185, 329 to 31, in case you want to look that up in your Gideon's Josephus later. And this is what he had to say about Alexander's visit to Jerusalem. And when he understood that he was not far from the city, he went out in procession with the priests and multitudes of the citizens. The procession was venerable, and the matter of it different from that of other nations. It reached to a place called Sapha, which name translated into Greek signifies a prospect, for you have thence a prospect of both Jerusalem and of the temple. And when the Phoenicians and the Chaldeans that followed him thought they should have liberty to plunder the city and torment the high priest to death, which the king's displeasure fairly promised them, the very reverse of it happened. For Alexander, when he saw the multitude at a distance in white garments, while the priest stood clothed with fine linen, and the high priest in purple and scarlet clothing, with his mitre on his head, having the gold plate on which the name of God was engraved, he approached by himself, adored that name, and first saluted the high priest. So this is a story of respect that Alexander shows to the high priest upon his approach to Jerusalem, and indicating a little bit of the character of the Greeks, and that they, on the one hand, conquered, but on the other hand, showed some deference to all religious practice, in that they were very much like the Persians. Now, we talked a little bit about the effects of Hellenism. This is the beginning of Western civilization as we know it, and the goal of the Hellenists was to try and create one culture that extended from the east, what we call the Far East today, because Alexander's conquering went as far as India, all the way over to the west. His soldiers marched 11,000 miles in 8 years. Okay? And that may not sound like a lot, but remember, you're doing all that by foot or on horse and carrying supplies. There is the flowering of intellect, and there is a focus on the individual. The film talked about the worship of the human body. That was a part of this impact. And the idea of thinking about the individual and his rights and his role in the state is something that goes back into Hellenism for us. Most thinking was done very corporately up to this time. It was the group that you belonged to that was by far more important than the individual. This is a full culture that was exported everywhere and it expanded trade. One of the innovations of the Hellenists was the invention of money as opposed to bartering. So instead of trading goods for goods, they established a monetary system which then allowed the opening up of trade. Religiously, Hellenism was chaos in the sense that there were gods everywhere, but, and this is extremely important, everybody believed in some form of what I'm describing as an animated creation. Everyone had a belief that there were gods and spirits out there, something beyond what you could see, touch, feel, or taste. And so this plethora of options spiritually opened up a very polytheistic, multi-religious, pluralistic cultural option for Judaism. But it's not like today. Today, in many parts of the world, there is this pluralism, but many people don't have any belief in anything beyond the material world. And so in that sense, the ancient world is very, very different. If you walk into Pompeii, which is just in the region of Naples in Italy, and is across, of course, from the famous eruption of Mount Vesuvius, where that culture was basically snapshotted in soot for all time. If you walk into Pompeii and you look at the houses, in the living rooms, you will see little niches, little carved out areas where the family gods would be placed and where offerings would be offered daily in the homes. So this is a very religious culture, even though the variety of gods are there, because the idea was you barter with the gods, and the more gods you barter with, the better off you will be long term in terms of your well-being. All of this, both culturally and religiously, put pressure on Jewish tradition and lifestyle, and every Jew was forced with a choice. Do they acclimate and assimilate to the culture and to the religion that Hellenism was introducing, or do they resist it, or do they do something in between? And all those options were taken. So now we come to the Maccabean period, and the entire situation that is associated with it, the lead up into what certainly is one of the more significant events of Jewish history. After Alexander died, he died at 33, there really were no successors in place that were a part of his family. So what happened is that there was a group of generals who were to share power. These are known as the Diadochi, or the successors. And we're dealing here with the period from 336 to 301. Alexander had conquered much of the known world, extending as far as I noted as India. When he got to India, his soldiers basically told him they had had enough. And so they returned back home. The relationship to Jews was a relationship of respect but cultural encroachment. And the passage that we read for you from Antiquities reflects the idea of respect. But also during this time, the fact that Alexander's empire covered Egypt on the one hand, and we're going to find out about the Ptolemies who ruled there, and Syria on the other. We're going to find out about the Seleucids who ruled there, with Israel caught in the middle on the border between two parts of Alexander's former kingdom. This led to cultural chaos because Israel basically became a pawn and a battleground between Egypt and Syria over the next 150 years. Greek culture spread into Palestine. The religion of the Greeks is highly syncretistic. They simply absorb gods. So if Egypt has a god or Syria has a god, they just add it to the pantheon. Divine veneration of the ruler begins to emerge. Rulers begin to be called sons of God during this time. And Alexander's generals share rule in 20 satrapies, these are kind of governmental districts, under 3 successive regents. And there's all kinds of power grabbing that takes place between 323 and 301. And Palestine, or Israel, in the next 150 years will change hands 6 times between Syria and Egypt. That's how buffered it is in this battle. There is a 4-fold alliance that emerges in the power struggle in the 20-so-odd years after Alexander's death. And this 4-fold alliance emerges in 301 as a result of a battle in a corner of Alexander's empire called Ipsus. Ptolemy I has control of Egypt. Seleucus I has control of Syria. Those are going to be the 2 most important regions for the history of Israel. Lysimachus is in control of Thrace, which is in the region of Greece. And Antipater and his son Cassander have the power over Macedonia. So those are the 4 divisions that come out of the struggle for power in the 20-some-odd years, 22 years after Alexander's death. Here's how First Maccabees describes. First Maccabees is a work of what is often called the Apocrypha, but really is a Second Temple Jewish historical work from between the period of the Testaments. And First Maccabees is another key source for the events that we are going to describe. And it starts off with Alexander. This is the very beginning of the book. After Alexander, son of Philip the Macedonian, who came from the land of Kittim, had defeated King Darius of the Persians and the Medes, he succeeded him as king. He had previously become king of Greece. He fought many battles, conquered strongholds, and put to death the kings of the earth. He advanced to the ends of the earth. Notice that expression, which is going to be an idiom in some of the stuff that we're going to be reading over the next few weeks. And plundered many nations. And when the earth became quiet before him, he was exalted and his heart was lifted up. He gathered a very strong army, ruled over countries, nations, and princes, and they became tributary to him. After this, he fell sick and perceived that he was dying. So he summoned his most honored officers who had been brought up with him from youth and divided his kingdom among them while he was still alive. That's the initial transition of power to the Diadochi. Now, in this period, running from 300 to the Maccabean War starts in 167. There is this back and forth that Israel goes through with Egypt and Syria. Egypt starts off in control. Basically, Israel was under the rule of the Ptolemy family. And there were 6 wars between Syria and the Seleucids, which is the kingdom of the north in the book of Daniel, Daniel 11. And Egypt, the Ptolemies, who represented the south, 6 wars in a period of just slightly over 100 years. Starting in 274 and running down to 168. So that's a lot of conflict back and forth. And unfortunately, Israel is right smack in the middle of these 2 kingdoms. Palestine becomes a pawn or a buffer between Egypt and Syria for almost 2 centuries, and the high priest really ran the country alongside the Ptolemies in Egypt, at least as long as Egypt was running things. And we're going to see that the political role of the high priest is going to become crucial as we move into the Maccabean period, and then also as we move into the rule of the Maccabees, also known as the Hasmoneans, in the period after the Maccabean War. The high priest then is not merely a religious leader, but he has political power and political overtones. There are political overtones to his rule. In Alexandria, in Egypt, the beginnings of a new translation of the Hebrew Scriptures is started in a work that becomes known as the LXX, or the Septuagint. The number 70 or 72 being associated with the traditions of how this was translated originally, and another intertestamental work known as the Letter of Aristeas, presents the story of the initial translation of the Torah. And we're going to take a look at that in just a second. Josephus also relates basically the same story that the letter of Aristeas has. The synagogue and the Sanhedrin, or elders' council, also develops during this period, as Jews have to develop a form of local rule. Remember, Jews have been dispersed. They aren't simply in Judea. We have some in Babylon. We have some in Egypt. They're scattered across the Middle East. And so there are these local councils, or Sanhedrin, that develop to help oversee the affairs of Jewish people. And the synagogue becomes the center of Jewish community in many of these locations. Again, the temple is rebuilt and is functioning, but if you are a diaspora Jew a long way away from Jerusalem, there's no central location around which to gather to have sacrifices. So what becomes the alternative? Well, what happens is that there becomes a house of prayer and a house of instruction and a community center, all of which together form the basis for establishing synagogues. There is some effort on the part of some to promote good relations between the Jews and the Gentiles. And in fact, part of the theme of the letter of Aristeas that I told you about is that the Jews and the Gentiles are able to get along, that there doesn't have to be hostility between them. There is peaceful Hellenization as long as taxes are paid and there is no rebellion, and the Ptolemies, the Egyptian kings, are happy. Okay, so as long as there's peace, everything is rocking along nicely in this situation. Now here's the letter of Aristeas telling the story of how the translation from Hebrew into Greek of the Torah took place. 3 days later, Demetrius took the men passing along the seawall, 7 stadia long, to the island and crossed the bridge and made for the northern districts of Pharos. There he assembled them in a house which had been built upon the seashore of great beauty in a secluded situation. See, the Septuagint was translated during a religious retreat. And invited them to carry out the work of translation, since everything that they needed for the purpose was placed at their disposal. So they set to work comparing their several results and making them agree, and whenever they agreed upon was suitably copied out under the direction of Demetrius, and the session lasted until the 9th hour. After this they were set free to minister to their physical needs. So they worked hard and translated all day. Everything they wanted was furnished for them on a lavish scale. This translation had been ordered, according to the letter, by the king of the Ptolemies, who was in the process of building a huge library in Alexandria to collect all the great books of the world. And so that's why they're undertaking this process. Alexandria was one of the key locations where dispersed Jews ended up. In the time of the New Testament, the city is divided into 5 districts. One district in Alexandria is completely Jewish, and a second district in Alexandria is mostly Jewish. So the Jewish population of the city was somewhere around 33 to 40% of the total. Now, just to give you an idea of scale, the estimates are that Jews comprised about 7% of the population of the Roman Empire. So that tells you how Jewish Alexandria was. Anyway, everything they wanted was furnished for them on a lavish scale. In addition to this, Dorotheus made the same preparations for them daily as were made for the king himself, for thus he had been commanded by the king. In the early morning they appeared daily at the court, and after saluting the king went back to their own place. And as is the custom of all Jews, they washed their hands in the sea, prayed to God, and then devoted themselves to reading and translating the particular passage on which they were engaged. Sounds like seminary, doesn't it? And I put the question to them, why is it that they washed their hands before they prayed? And they explained it was a token that they had done no evil, for every form of activity is wrought by means of the hands. Since in their noble and holy way they regard everything as a symbol of righteousness and truth. You begin to see the flavor of what religious purity is all about in the thinking of the Jewish people. The text goes on. As I have already said, they met together daily in the place which was delightful for its quiet and its brightness, and applied themselves to their task. And so it chanced that the work of translation was completed in 72 days, just as if this had been arranged of set purpose. When the work was completed, Demetrius collected together the Jewish population in the place where the translation had been made and read it over to all in the presence of the translators, who met with great reception also from the people because of the great benefits which they had conferred on them. So you can see that the feel of this is that this is a significant event, a wonderful translation. They bestowed warm praise upon Demetrius too, and urged him to have the whole law transcribed and to present a copy to their leaders. After the books had been read, the priests and the elders of the translators and the Jewish community and the leaders of the people stood up and said that since so excellent and sacred and accurate a translation had been made, it was only right that it should remain as it was, and no alteration should be made in it. And when the whole company expressed their approval, they bade them pronounce a curse in accordance with their custom upon any who should make any alteration, either by adding anything or changing in any way whatever any of the words which had been written, or by making any omission. This was a very wise precaution to ensure that the book might be preserved for all future time unchanged. Now, the reason this text is so important is you can get a feel for how the Septuagint is viewed within Judaism before we ever get to the time of Jesus. And the reason this becomes important is because by the time we get to the New Testament, the Septuagint is a widely used translation, and in fact, many of the translations that we have in our New Testament of the Hebrew Scriptures reflect Septuagintal readings vis-a-vis the Masoretic text. So it's important to understand the translation background and translation history of this text as we think about it. And let me stop and see if there are any questions. Yeah?
Was it like even a divine action that they translated the Septuagint?
Yeah, there's a part of this that I didn't cite for you that basically says there's a part of this legend associated with this that the translators separately went into their rooms, translated the text, and when they came out and compared the translations, they all matched. Okay? Now, anyone who's done Greek 101 or 102 class would know how amazing that is. All right? So, yeah.
So in 72 days, each person translated, was it a major piece of the Old Testament, or was it the entire?
We don't have a schedule of how fast they proceeded, but just think about how long the Pentateuch is and ask yourself how fast you're moving to do that in 72 days. So it's you're covering several chapters a day. Yeah, Rob.
Seeing kind of the multifaceted makeup of Judaism in the period, based on one thing that was said, the salute of the king, would these translators have been completely acceptable to Orthodox Jews at the time, in terms of what they're doing with the Hebrew Scripture?
Well, the issue of translating the Hebrew Scripture becomes a necessity, okay, because some people only know Greek. That's why you do it. So they're no longer learning Hebrew. In some cases, in other parts of the world, they're only learning Aramaic. That's why you have the Targums developing slightly after this time as we move from Hebrew to Aramaic as well. What was important to Jewish people was that people knew the contents of the book. And so to do it in translation is not necessarily seen as a problem. And the fact that so many translators are put into the process, into the mix, is a way of trying to guarantee the quality of the translation. Okay?
Is Aristeas, is he a Jew or is he a Hellenized Jew or is he Greek?
This is an explanation of Jewish practice in a Greek context, basically. So the letter to Aristeas is written to explain to him, because he wouldn't be familiar with the customs, what is going on and why this is seen as such a positive thing. And the thrust of this letter as a whole is the idea that Jews and Greeks are able to get along. We're going to see other works that don't have this generous spirit attached to them. Okay? Yes?
Did you say exactly how many people helped with the Septuagint?
Well, the tradition is that it was 70 or 72. It's debated. 72 days, 70 translators is the way it's normally put together.
Going back to the conflict between the Ptolemies and the Seleucids, what was so desirable about the southern Palestine area?
Well, it basically gave you access to everything to the east. Think about the Mediterranean Sea. Okay, and think about your way into the Middle East if you're coming from Europe. Okay, or you're coming from northwest Asia. Okay, it's a way in to key parts of the Middle East and then across over into India. So it's topographically, politically, and strategically significant. Okay, let's transition now and talk about Antiochus Epiphanes. And I have two things I want to do here. I want to overview the period of Antiochus Epiphanes, and then I want to take a little bit of time and show you another rather long clip that does a beautiful job of explaining some of the key characters and some of the key events associated with this. In 167, actually slightly earlier than this, the fourth Seleucid ruler, Antiochus IV, appeared. He wasn't exactly the most humble of guys. Epiphanes means Antiochus the manifestation. by which he means the manifestation of a divine presence. There was a word play that was done off his name that translated into Antiochus the Madman. Now, what's happened in the interim is this, is that we have come through these 6 battles, and what eventually happens is that the Seleucids lose to Rome, who is emerging from the north. In losing to Rome, they have to sign a huge reparations agreement for peace. And they have to pay a huge amount of taxes to Rome as tribute. So Antiochus has got a practical problem. He needs a monetary stimulus bill. Okay? All right? He needs to be able to raise large amounts of money to pay this tax that he owes the Romans, and he has no choice. So when we see Antiochus moving around and land grabbing and trying to get control of Egypt and other places, he's doing this as an attempt to raise the funds that he needs to pay off the Romans. It's important to appreciate about him because most people don't realize that that's part of what's motivating him. The other half of the equation is he's committed to Hellenization. In being committed to Hellenization, he wants to be sure that everybody assimilates to the dominant culture. By the way, this is an instinct that's still with us today. Think about the debates that we get into about how people should assimilate to the American culture if they come to the United States. Okay, only in this case, you export it as well. So in 167, Antiochus Epiphanes IV gave an edict forcing Hellenization. All the reasons for this edict are not clear. However, what is happening as we move into this period is that we've had a series of efforts to purchase the high priesthood and negotiate with the high priesthood, and we've moved outside the genealogical lines. In other words, there is corruption all over the place. And so Menelaus bids to buy the priesthood, and of course, what does Antiochus need? He needs money. So someone comes and says, I'll pay you X amount for the high priesthood, and another guy comes along and says, I'll pay you X plus that amount for the priesthood. What are you going to do if you're the ruler? You're going to get as much money as you can. The leading families are continuing to fight for control of the situation, and Menelaus, as he bought the priesthood, allowed further reforms and plundered the temple to try and pay off his bid. He also got one of the old priests, one of the old respected priests at the beginning of this sequence, Onias III, assassinated. Now these stories are told in another book that's in the Apocrypha, 2 Maccabees. Let me talk a second about these works. These books that we're talking about that are in the Apocrypha were not viewed as scripture by Jewish people, but they were respected as writings about Jewish heritage. Most of you go to Christian bookstores and you buy Christian books, and you read Christian books, and when you buy them, you don't go, well, I'm reading this because it's scripture. You buy it because you think to read it is helpful. It will instruct you in some way, or it's telling you something about an area that you need to know. Well, that's how these apocryphal works functioned in Judaism. There was this recognition that knowing about your heritage was helpful. So after these events took place, and after they took place and these events were recorded in the books of 1st and 2nd Maccabees, these books became an important part of the Jewish heritage because they recorded these events that were so key to the history of Judaism. We have Jason fighting Menelaus. Jason was Menelaus's opponent in trying to bargain for the priesthood. And Antiochus, having just lost to Rome, Antiochus IV goes to Jerusalem, supports Menelaus, and Jewish practice becomes outlawed. Copies of the Torah are destroyed, and the temple becomes a place of worship for Zeus, Athena, and Dionysius. Now you can just imagine how the Jews felt about their temple being converted into a pagan temple. He required the eating of pork. He required that pork be offered at a temple altar, and at an altar both at the temple and at other locales. Okay, so not just in the central temple, but also at other worship places. All of this is recorded in 1st and 2nd Maccabees. The righteous end up being persecuted, and the edict operated for 3 years while the Jews tried to reverse this through violent engagement, through what became the Maccabean War. The edict and its practices spawned the Maccabean Revolt, and the rise of the Hasmonean family under Mattathias and then Judas Mattathias shows the zeal for the law. With the support of the Hasidim, who are the ancestors to the Pharisees, the holy ones, these were the pious or righteous ones, they eventually recaptured Jerusalem and restored the temple worship in Kislev 164. And this story is told in 1 Maccabees 4, 36 to 61. And the celebration known as Hanukkah, or the Feast of Lights, that takes place in the Jewish calendar right about Christmas time every year, is the celebration of this victory. Shows you how important it is. Here is a map of the Hasmonean kingdom at its zenith, as well as a description of Antiochus Epiphanes that you would read if you went to this museum on the history of Jerusalem that I told you about that's in the Citadel in Jerusalem. The Seleucid king Antiochus IV Epiphanes, 175 to 163 are the dates of his rule, introduced radical changes into Jerusalem's culture and social life. The Hellenization of the city and religious persecutions provoked the Hasmonean or Maccabean revolt, which culminated in the Jewish recapture of the temple in 164 BCE. Full independence was regained by Simon the Maccabee in 161. So they fought and regained control in 164, but they continued to battle on and off over the next 23 years until Simon the Maccabee finally regained control in 141. Jerusalem became the capital of the Hasmonean kingdom, and however the city's cultural and social life continued to be profoundly influenced by Hellenism. The Hasmonean kingdom enjoyed political independence for about 80 years until its conquest by the Roman general Pompey in 63 BCE. So we're entering into this key period in which there is a short, about 80-year period of independence, and then again back into Roman hands. Okay, now, just to review, let's see what 1 Maccabees has to say about this period. And what you will see in this passage is the feelings that come through about the encroachment of Hellenism. From them came forth a sinful root, talking about the kings of Alexander's descendants. That is, the general's descendants. Antiochus Epiphanes, son of King Antiochus. That's Antiochus IV and Antiochus III. He had been a hostage in Rome, and he began to reign in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. That number is tallied from Alexander's rule. In those days, certain renegades came out from Israel and misled many, saying, "Let us go and make a covenant with the Gentiles around us, for since we separated from them, many disasters have come upon us." So here's a group wanting to have peace with the Hellenists and reflect their culture. This proposal pleased them, and some of the people eagerly went to the king, who authorized them to observe the ordinances of the Gentiles. So they built a gymnasium in Jerusalem. A gymnasium in ancient culture wasn't just a workplace, it was like a school place, an education place. athletic activity, which all took place in the nude because of this elevation of the human body. All of that that aspect was particularly offensive to the Jews. So they built a gymnasium in Jerusalem according to Gentile custom and removed the marks of circumcision and abandoned the Holy Covenant. They joined with the Gentiles and sold themselves to do evil. The writer doesn't like that this is happening. Now on the 15th day of Kislev, in the 145th year, they erected a desolating sacrilege on the altar of burnt offering. They also built altars in the surrounding towns of Judah and offered incense at the doors of the houses and in the streets. The books of the law that they found, they tore to pieces and burned with fire. Anyone found possessing the book of the covenant or anyone who adhered to the law was condemned to death by the decree of the king. They kept using violence against Israel, against those who were found month after month in the towns. On the 25th day of the month, they offered sacrifice on the altar that was on top of the altar of burnt offering. According to the decree, they put to death women who had their children circumcised and their families and those who circumcised them, and they hung the infants from their mothers' necks. But many in Israel stood firm and were resolved in their heart not to eat unclean food. They chose to die rather than to be defiled by food or profane the Holy Covenant, and they did die. Very great wrath came upon Israel. Now we turn to the Maccabees. What did this cause? Well, this caused the rising up of a certain group of people who were zealous for the law. In those days, Mattathias, son of John, son of Simeon, priest of the family of Jorib, moved from Jerusalem and settled in Modin. Modin is located between Jerusalem, which is kind of in the middle of Israel, and Tel Aviv, which is located on the coast where if you fly into Israel, that's where you fly in. It's right between those two locations. Still a functioning city today. He had 5 sons. John, surnamed Gaddi, Simon, called Thassi, Judas, called Maccabeus. Now you see where the name Maccabees comes from. Eleazar, called Avaron, and Jonathan, called Aphus. He saw the blasphemies being committed in Judah and Jerusalem and said, "Alas, why was I born to see this, the ruin of my people, the ruin of the holy city, and to live where it was given over to the enemy, the sanctuary given over to aliens?" Again, you can see, even sense the emotion. And actually, the entirety of 1 Maccabees chapters 1 and the beginning of chapter 2 has this feel to it, this sense of regret and lamentation over what happened to the city as a reflection of the way people felt about what was going on with the Hellenization. The king's officers who were enforcing the apostasy came to the town of Modin to make them offer sacrifice. Now remember, they're going to sacrifice a pig. They're going to sacrifice a pig outside the temple. So there are multiple violations of the law involved here. Many of it from Israel came to them, and Mattathias and his sons were assembled. Then the king's officers spoke to Mattathias as follows: "You are a leader, honored and great in this town, and supported by sons and brothers. Now be the first to come and do what the king commands, as all the Gentiles and the people of Judah and those that are left in Jerusalem have done. Then you and your sons will be numbered among the friends of the king, and you and your sons will be honored with silver and gold and many gifts. So come and sacrifice, support the Hellenization, and the state will reward you as a leader." But Mattathias answered and said in a loud voice, "Even if all the nations that live under the rule of the king obey him, and have chosen to obey his commandments, every one of them abandoning the religion of their ancestors, I and my sons and my brothers will continue to live by the covenant of our ancestors. Far be it from us to desert the law and the ordinances. We will not obey the king's words by turning aside from our religion to the right hand or to the left." And when he had finished speaking these words, a Jew came forward in the sight of all to offer sacrifice on the altar in Modin, according to the king's command. When Mattathias saw it, he burned with zeal. And there's a traditional Jewish phrase that talks about people burning with zeal for the law. This is where it comes from. He burned with zeal and his heart was stirred. He gave vent to righteous anger. He ran and killed him on the altar. At the same time, he killed the king's officer who was forcing them to sacrifice. He tore down the altar. Thus he burned with zeal for the law, just as Phinehas did against Zimri, son of Zalud. So this is the beginning, according to the book of Maccabees, of the struggle to regain the observance of the law in Israel. And the Maccabean family is the family that stood up for the law. And Judas Maccabeus becomes the key figure in this situation. Okay, I'm gonna exit the slides here, and we've got another clip that I want to show you.
The first of the Seleucid kings were content to let Greek culture gradually transform their subjects into Greeks. But in 185 BC, a very unusual man ascended to the Seleucid throne. He was Antiochus IV, but he was known to his subjects as Antiochus the Madman. One of Antiochus' first decrees, recorded in the book of Maccabees, demanded that all his subjects replace their ancestral traditions with Greek ones.
The king issued a proclamation to his whole kingdom that all were to become a single people, each renouncing his particular customs.
Many peoples of the region had already adopted the Greek way of life, but not devout Jews. Now they would be faced with a choice: give up their faith or fight to defend it. Antiochus relied at first on a faction of Jews who had embraced all things Greek. To increase their influence, he sold one such Jew the most important job in Jerusalem, high priest of the temple.
Jason usurped the high priesthood by giving Antiochus a promise of 360 talents of silver. As soon as he was in power, Jason set about converting his fellow countrymen to the Greek way of life.
Now, Jason was the first to bid for the priesthood outside of an official line of succession. And then Menelaus, I mentioned earlier, outbid him. So once you start this process, it's a difficult process to stop.
For a high priest in Jerusalem in the 2nd century, the question was quite simple. Do I jump on the Greek bandwagon or not? Do I remain separate, or do I throw my lot in with a social process that had taken over all of the Middle East at this time? We find high priests that were willing to take that extra step and to throw their lot in with the lot of Antiochus IV Epiphanes. This would create a reaction, a violent reaction, because there were Jews who considered this to be nothing less than heresy.
Circumcision was the ultimate symbol marking a man as a Jew. But under the new high priest, many temple priests began having cosmetic surgery to disguise their circumcisions, so they could take part naked in the Greek games.
The Hellenizing process reached such a pitch that the priests ceased to show any interest in the services of the altar. They would hurry to take part as soon as the signal was given for the games.
There were certain things about Greek culture and civilization that were totally unacceptable to the Jews. Among these, of course, was the religious concept of a multiplicity of gods. You cannot possibly imagine such a thing as being acceptable to Jews. Also, there were certain kinds of behavior. For example, the gymnasium with naked athletics. But really behind that isn't so much the nakedness as the virtual worship of the human body. These types of concepts, theological and we might say behavioral, were just totally unacceptable to most Jews.
According to the book of Maccabees, the ultimate insult to the Jews came when Antiochus ordered that the heart and soul of Judaism, the temple in Jerusalem, be transformed into a Greek temple.
The king sent a man to compel the Jews to profane the temple in Jerusalem and dedicate it to the Olympian Zeus. The temple was filled with reveling and debauchery by the pagans, who took their pleasure with prostitutes and had intercourse with women in the sacred precincts.
The uprising against Antiochus began in the countryside, for the king had ordered his men to travel from village to village with an idol of Zeus.
The king's commissioners came to the town of Modein to make them sacrifice. Many Israelites gathered around them, but Mattathias and his sons drew apart. The king's commissioners then addressed Mattathias. "You are a respected leader, a great man in this town. Be the first to step forward and obey the king's decree. You and your sons shall be honored with gold and silver and many presents." Raising his voice, Mattathias retorted, "Even if every nation living in the king's dominion obeys him, I, my sons, and my brothers will still follow the covenant of our ancestors." As he finished speaking, a Jew came forward in the sight of all to offer sacrifice on the altar. When Mattathias saw this, he was fired with zeal. He killed the king's commissioners and tore down the altar. Then he fled with his sons into the hills.
Mattathias and his sons would soon become known as the Maccabees. Their uprising was proof that the Jews' commitment to the religion of the divine book had become so strong they would die to defend it.
The Maccabees went to war to put an end to the religious persecution, to reclaim the temple, to purify it. In the history of the world, this is the very first war that we know of that people went to war over religious freedom or freedom of conscience. This is the first time a state tampered with a religious tradition, which resulted in the people saying, "No, we will go to fight. We cannot tolerate this." That is the War of the Maccabees.
Many of the Maccabean rebels hid in caves in the countryside to avoid Antiochus' army. Not only were they greatly outnumbered, they faced the serious handicap of having to fight according to biblical law. The Bible said it was illegal to fight on the Sabbath day. So when the Greeks tried to smoke out a large group of rebels during Sabbath, the rebels decided they would rather die and seek their reward in the next life than break God's law.
They offered no opposition. Not a stone was thrown. There was no barricading of the hiding places. They only said, "Let us all die innocent. Let heaven and earth bear witness that you are massacring us with no pretense of justice." The attack was pressed home on the Sabbath itself, and they were slaughtered with their wives and children to the number of 1,000 persons.
This introduces the issue of martyrdom for the first time in something of a systematic way. We hear of Jews, for instance, refusing to fight on the Sabbath, and they are martyred. The Maccabean uprising then not only became the classic example of Jews fighting for their religion, but it became the first classic example of Jews willing to die for their religion.
But after the massacres, the surviving rebels decided to reconsider the matter of Sabbath observance. And the uncertainty that existed over the Bible's meaning gave them the freedom they needed.
They said to one another, "If we all do as our brothers have done and refuse to fight, they will only destroy us the sooner from the earth." So then and there they came to this decision. If anyone attacks us on the Sabbath day, we will resist them. We must not all be killed as our brothers were in the hiding places.
The Maccabees ruled, and it seems to have been followed by Jewish tradition forever after, that in a defensive war, one not only was permitted to set aside Sabbath restrictions, but one was obligated to do so.
After the death of Mattathias, his son Judah took over the leadership of the rebels. Judah was both a brilliant military strategist and a charismatic leader who used the stories of the Bible to inspire his followers.
First light found Judah preparing for battle in the plain. Though his men lacked the armor and swords they could have wished, Judah said to his men, "Do not be afraid of their numbers, and do not flinch at their attack. Remember how our ancestors were delivered at the Red Sea when Pharaoh was pursuing them in force. The foreigners looked up, and seeing the Jews advancing against them, came out of the camp to join battle. Judah's men sounded the trumpet and engaged them. The pagans were routed and fled toward the plain, and all the stragglers fell by the sword.
After a string of victories over the Greeks, Judah's men began to call him Judah the Maccabee, Judah the Hammer.
Judah Maccabee is some kind of amazing giant figure in our historical tradition. Here you've got this man who rises up against the unbelievable power of the Seleucid Empire, who fights battles with massive armies, and who stands on the one hand for Torah and tradition, but on the other hand knows how to make deals with the Romans and how to fight against the Seleucids. So we are speaking here about someone who must have been literally a giant in his own time.
In 164 BC, 3 years after the revolt began, the Maccabees finally conquered Jerusalem. Their first official act was to remove all Greek influence from the temple and rededicate it to their one true God.
Maccabeus and his companions restored the temple and the city. They purified the sanctuary and built a new altar. Then, striking fire from flints, they offered the first sacrifice for 2 years, and burned incense and lit the lamps.
Judah Maccabee will enter the city. He will have to purify the temple, because the temple had gone through a process of Hellenization. Pagan rites had been introduced into the temple, and Judah Maccabee would purify, rededicate the temple, this of course leading to the renowned festival of Hanukkah, the dedication of the Jewish temple anew.
Okay, that's the Maccabean War. I think told very effectively in that special highlighting, highlighting the features that are associated with its execution and the role of the Maccabean family. The Maccabees were so successful in this that there were introduced all kinds of innovations as a result of their efforts, and these innovations will bring another shock to Israel. The Maccabean revolt and its effects are as follows. In the first stage, they regain their religious freedom, as we just saw. There are letters from Antiochus the fifth that acknowledge that Israel has the right to worship. You can see Antiochus the fifth. Antiochus the fourth has moved off the scene. And this intensifies the nationalist identity of the Hasidim parties. Those who believed in purity of the law had now successfully fought for the preservation of the law and customs of the nation. And these parties will begin to split for reasons that I'm about to tell you. This intensifies divisions in the nation between the secularist compromisers who had committed themselves to Hellenization on the one hand, and the faithful. So we've got pro and anti-Hellenists in the society. In the second stage, which ran from 164 to all the way down to the rule of Simon extending to 134, after bouncing back and forth again with the Seleucids over this 20-year period, in 142, Demetrius II acknowledges that Israel no longer needs to pay taxes to Syria, and they have their economic freedom. Part of the way in which this was done was in some careful negotiating that was done between two parties fighting for the crown in Syria. And Israel lent its support to the weaker ruler to put him over the top, if you will, and defeat his rival. And this was the gratitude that was expressed back to them for helping this ruler to come to power in Syria, was that no taxes were to be paid. So some pretty clever political negotiations are a part of this. Again, the issue that we're dealing with is the preservation of Jewish values and the preservation of their homeland versus foreign rule. And when the Maccabees come to power and a Jewish rule is reestablished within the land, what this does is to nurture the high hopes that perhaps now we're back on track as a nation. The nation is back in control, and there's a potential for a new theocracy under the law. At least that's what the pious had hoped. Is that this new rule of Jewish rulers at the top of the hierarchy politically in the land would redirect the people back towards the law. But there was an innovation that was instituted, and that is going to become a cause of great friction. The controversial innovation was this, that in gratitude for the victory, the political victory, the office of king and high priest was now combined into one figure. No longer did we have an Aaronic priest and a king. Now we have a priest king. Not only did this not have the correct genealogy for the Davidic or high priestly office, but this was seen as a violation of the law in combining two offices that had been designed to be separate. The question becomes, how could they justify doing this? And the answer is, they will claim it is a temporary arrangement. Independent home rule becomes established under Simon as the Syrians are defeated at Gezer and at the citadel of Acra in 142 and in 141 respectively. And what's really important is that the Romans recognize the Maccabean government. So the Romans basically say to the Syrians, keep your hands off of Israel. Now, this combining of offices, high priest and king, angers the Essenes, the group that became the separatists who move out to Qumran. And we're going to detail that for you in just a second. They withdraw to the desert and some of them withdraw to the desert and form a community at Qumran that becomes the location of the now famous Dead Sea Scrolls. For them, Jonathan the Hasmonean, or Jonathan Hyrcanus' priesthood, which extended from 160 to 143, he's the ruler before Simon comes onto the scene, is wicked. Political intrigue emerges as Simon is slain by his son-in-law named Ptolemy in 134, and John Hyrcanus follows, who is Simon's son and the high priest, and he becomes a militaristic ruler who is as ruthless in the exercise of his power as any pagan king who had been in the land beforehand. Israel, as a result, is psychologically shaken, and she is badly divided. Here are the texts that indicate to us this move of combining priest and king. In 1 Maccabees 14, 25 and 26, it says, when the people heard these things, they said, "How shall we thank Simon and his sons? For he and his brothers and the house of his father have stood firm. They have fought and repulsed Israel's enemies and established its freedom." And then later on in the same chapter, the people saw Simon's faithfulness and the glory that he had resolved to win for his nation, and they made him their leader and high priest. Because he had done all these things, because of the justice and loyalty that he had maintained toward his nation, he sought in every way to exalt his people. How can they justify this? The Jews and their priests have resolved that Simon should be their leader and high priest forever until a trustworthy prophet should arise, and that he should be governor over them, and that he should take charge of the sanctuary and appoint officials over its tasks and over the country and the weapons and the strongholds, and that he should take charge of the sanctuary, and that he should be obeyed by all, and that all contracts in the country should be written in his name, and that he should be clothed in purple and wear gold. So this is a temporary arrangement until a prophet shall arise, probably an allusion to a prophet like Moses. In other words, until the time of God's deliverance might come. There is a sense in some of this writing that with the reestablishment of kingship in the land, that we are moving towards the last days, the end times. And of course, the Hasmoneans think it belongs with them in the victory that God has given them and given the nation. And the Essenes, who move out to the desert, believe that it belongs with them because they have not compromised the law. So this introduces a split within Judaism, and Judaism is fracturing into a variety of expressions. This is what the Essenes thought of what was taking place with the Hasmoneans. Remember, the Essenes don't like what's taking place. Look, all of them take up a taunt against him and invent sayings about him, saying, "Ho, one who grows large on what is not his. How long will he burden himself down with debts?" Now that's a citation of Habakkuk 2, 5-6. And this text that I'm reading from is called the Pesher on Habakkuk. It's the interpretation of Habakkuk according to the Qumran community. The text continues. This refers to the wicked priest who had a reputation for reliability at the beginning of his term of service, but when he became ruler over Israel, he became proud and forsook God and betrayed the commandments for the sake of riches. He amassed by force the riches of the lawless who had rebelled against God, seizing the riches of the peoples, thus adding to the guilt of his crimes, and he committed abhorrent deeds in every defiling impurity. Not exactly an endorsement of his rule. Okay, so you can see the tension that's emerging here as a result of the choices that are being made. This is a picture of the Qumran caves out in the desert by the Dead Sea, where the Essene community withdrew to live and await the deliverance of God on their behalf. That's what they were expecting, because they thought they were in the end times. Now, what we have as we move towards Pompeii is a short return by the Seleucids one more time in 133 to 128 under Antiochus VII. But this effort was defeated by John Hyrcanus. John Hyrcanus extended the Hasmonean rule by conquering Samaria and Idumea. This was the home of Antipater and the Herods to come later. He used mercenaries. He was an expansionist king who fought with what was considered to be pagan, impure armies by hiring these mercenaries. And of course, he collected taxes so he could pay for it. This is the amassing of the riches that the Pasher Habakkuk was talking about. So there was a golden age hope that began at the beginning of this rule, but it is crumbling. Okay? Even as Hyrcanus is expanding the power of the kingship and is conquering more land, there's a sense that something's amiss. Something is not quite right with this rule of Israeli kings over the land of Israel. Hyrcanus fuses an alliance with Rome, which is important to his long-term well-being. And opponents begin to arise, namely the Pharisees, this pious group that operates in honor of the law. They have not withdrawn to the desert. They have not become separatists. They have hung in and are fighting and engaging in the culture for the law. The reason they have opposed John Hyrcanus is that they feel like his rule is not based on the Torah. They will fall out of favor under Hyrcanus. They will fall back into favor with later rulers. The supporters of Hyrcanus are the Sadducees, the nobility and aristocracy who opt for the status quo and cooperation both with the Hasmonean rulers and ultimately as well with the Hellenists who are in the country. So you can see how opposed the Sadducees and the Pharisees are to one another. They're on opposite ends of the ideological spectrum. And Judaism is fragmenting. This shows you how much a threat Jesus is when he comes on the scene and he is able to make allies out of ideological enemies. Right, I want to engage in a review, and then I also noticed that in going through the class last time, I actually noticed this while it was happening, but I wasn't sure what had caused it. I missed 2 slides that I want to go back and recover. But first, when we left, we had moved past the Maccabean War, but you remember that our story begins with Alexander the Great and the Diadochi, and I just wanted to give you a visual picture of their territories and kind of what we're dealing with. In the period that led into the Hasmoneans, we had the Ptolemies on one side operating in Egypt, and we had the Seleucids operating in Syria. In Antioch of Syria, one of the major cities that runs through this entire period, you can see where that's located on the map. You can see how far Syria and Seleucia flows over into the Middle East, and that's part of what I wanted you to see. You've got other groupings related to Cassander and Lysander up in the Asia Minor area, and what also was the remainders of Greece in the period before we get to Rome. So that's an important map in terms of just getting a sense of how much territory Alexander first conquered and then where his influence ended up. So that's note number 1. Let me go to the second thing that I want to try and cover before we get caught up to where we are. In the midst of the tensions that existed in the period of before the Maccabees, there was a series of actions. I alluded to this last time but didn't develop it. Where the priesthood was basically for sale. And we talked about the last one of these exchanges, but not the first one. And the key period here is the period between Seleucid rule in 200, around 200 BC, and in 198, where Egypt was defeated at Panias, which is actually the same place as Caesarea Philippi. It's going to be important when we get to the New Testament later, in the northern part of Israel. By Antiochus III in what is called Syrian War number 5. Remember, I told you there were 6 wars between Syria and Egypt in the period from the end of Alexander the Great until we get to the Maccabean War. So Palestine's a political football. Around this time of Syrian War number 5, the Jewish priest Onias II is in place. And there are pro-Seleucid gains. He is pro-Seleucid, so he's with Syria. And remember that Israel is in control of Egypt right now, the Ptolemies. But Onias II was pro-Seleucid, and he gains favor, even though, as a Jewish priest, with Antiochus III. He stops paying taxes to Egypt. Joseph Tobiah, who's a member of another leading family in Israel, and is the financier for Hellenism, and Onias II's nephew, all these people are related to one another. It's kind of like West Virginia. No, just kidding. Does pay it, keeping the peace. And in the Antiquities, Book 12, Josephus even notes the Syrian support for the temple during this period. So the Jewish leadership is split in terms of who they're supporting, Egypt or Syria. They're divided with regard to whom they're going to support. And most key Jews switched support to Antiochus III as he appeared to gain power and were ready to embrace him when he defeated Egypt. It was an easy move for Israel to just switch and be comfortable with the leadership. Now, the Seleucids were stopped by Rome at Thermopylae in Magnesia in 190. They signed this treaty at Apamea in 188 BC, which requires serious payment of vast taxes to Rome. We did talk about that last class period. And so what we're getting in the period around the 200 to 190 area is Rome is beginning to emerge as the world power. And it sets the stage for this major shock to Israel's history as Antiochus IV, who succeeded Antiochus III, begins to try and collect money to pay these taxes to Rome that he owes. During this period, there are religious developments. There is the rise of attention to apocalyptic literature. There's much more apocalyptic kinds of materials being produced within Judaism, most of which you don't see in your in the Old Testament, but that appear in what is a collection known as the Old Testament pseudepigrapha. There's an emphasis on the soul and the afterlife that is developing during this period. There's a lot of speculation about the relationship between God and evil. Theodicy is emerging during this period. Discussion of angels and wisdom literature is developing. There are two key pieces of wisdom literature that appear in the Apocrypha that are written during this time, Sirach and Wisdom. So the question is becoming, how does God's treatment fit in with justice, law, and promise in the midst of the chaos that is emerging around Israel before we even get to the Maccabean War, much less in the Maccabean War? Now, the backdrop that feeds Antiochus Epiphanes that led into the Maccabean War, and this is the last slide I want to go back and kind of catch up on, is also the product of this intrigue. The Jewish high priest Onias III, so we've moved down the ladder one priest here, is pro-Egypt and pro-law and protected Hyrcanus Tobiah's monies at the temple. This is discussed in 2 Maccabees 3. While Simon Tobiah, okay, a relative, all right, was pro-Seleucid. So I wonder what their dinners were like, okay, when the family got together to discuss politics. Okay, they are disagreeing with one another about how things are falling out. Seleucid rule goes to Seleucid IV in 187 to 75. He precedes Antiochus IV. And then to his brother Antiochus, who rules from 175 to 164, and not to his sons. Now, Onias III was opposed, the priest, and politically outmaneuvered by his brother Joshua, also known as Jason, who was pro-Syrian. When Antiochus IV comes to the throne in 175, Jason agitates against Onias III and purchased the priesthood from Antiochus Epiphanes IV and seeks to Hellenize Israel in 175 and 174. The point here is that the priesthood is becoming secularized and is now going to the highest bidder. It's becoming an issue of raw politics. Negative reaction by Torah loyalists creates the Hasidim. The Hasidim are the ancestors to both the Pharisees and the Essenes, and they are anti-Hellenist. So as the priests get closer and more closely tied to the politics, as they begin to buy and sell the priesthood, there is a reaction among the religious faithful against what's going on. And this actually serves as part of the backdrop beyond the sacrificial and edict issues of Antiochus Epiphanes IV that feeds into the movement towards the Maccabean War. And I didn't think I made that clear last time, and so I wanted to be sure that I clarified that. Antiochus IV conquers Egypt except for Alexandria. He plunders Jerusalem on his return. In return to Egypt, he is checked and weakened by Rome, a key to understanding his later actions. He's stopped in Egypt by Gaius Popilius Lanus, who gives a famous circle ultimatum. He corners Antiochus. He basically captures him. He draws a circle around him with his sword and basically says, you can have your life as soon as, you can spare your life as soon as you agree to submit to Rome. And don't step out of that circle until you make that decision. Okay, it's kind of what is known as rhetorical persuasion. Okay? And so he eventually agrees to this, and this only furthers and deepens Antiochus Epiphanes' need to be able to satisfy Rome. This happens in 168 BC. This is the year before the start of the Maccabean War. So all of that is important background to the Maccabean War, and I just didn't think I made it clear enough last time, so I wanted to be sure that that was made clear. Now, we're going to jump ahead. This is terrible pedagogy, but we're going to do it. Just jump ahead with me now, and we're going to come to the period in which we are approaching Rome's arrival in Jerusalem. So we've gone through the Maccabean War. We've gone through the shock that Antiochus Epiphanes has created. The Maccabees are established in the land. They are beginning to rule. The hope that initially came with them is slowly waning as the Maccabean exercise of power is little different from the way in which Gentile kings had ruled over Israel. And that ends up being a huge disappointment to the hopes that perhaps now things were going to be put together. Remember that what made the Hasmonean rule controversial was the combining of the priesthood with the kingship into one office, something that was very much against the alignment of the Torah and the early history of Israel, in which you had a king who had political responsibility and the priesthood who had religious responsibility for the health of the country. This was done on arrangement temporarily as thanks to the Hasmoneans for the victory of the Maccabean War. And the Essenes didn't like this situation, and so they decided to take their home in the desert at Qumran and the Dead Sea Scroll finds that were discovered just slightly over 60 years ago. So famous and so reorienting to the study of the New Testament. We'll talk about that story later. But really, the discovery of these texts really put Jesus in his first century context more clearly for us and made us see kind of what the landscape was in the first century and helped us to understand a lot of what's going on in the New Testament a lot better in terms of customs and that kind of thing, because we found texts in caves like the one over here off to the left, well, to the left on the slide. Okay, this is where we pick up the story last time. John Hyrcanus, the first of the rulers who came in after Israel's position as an independent nation had been solidly established, finally established, permanently established after 128 during the time of Antiochus VII. Hyrcanus comes on the scene and he conquers Samaria, Idumea, which is the home of Antipater and Herods, and he used mercenaries as an expansionist king, impure armies, which left the religious faithful unhappy, and continues to tax the people. And this golden age hope, on the one hand, it begins with its expansion and the desire to create a land of a scope like in the period of Solomon, but it also begins to collapse. as the factions within Israel just kind of divide out naturally in reaction to what's going on. Hyrcanus establishes an alliance with Rome. One of the things that the Hasmoneans did is they were politically savvy. They knew that if they really wanted to have power, Rome had to have their back. And that's what they undertook to arrange. At this point, opponents arise, including the Pharisees. There is a feast incident involving Hyrcanus in which he basically, very generously as a ruler, says, tell me what you want or tell me what I need to do. And one of the priests gets up and says, you know, you need to go back to the old arrangement of the priest being one thing and the king being another, and let someone else be the priest, just be the king, because we hear that your mother, that basically you came from a Roman soldier, okay, which he didn't want to hear. And tact was not exactly Eleazar's top trait. And this helped to produce a split between the Pharisees and the Hasmoneans. The complaint was that the rule was not based on Torah. Now, this relationship with the Pharisees will be renewed later when the Hasmonean ruler turns to his wife and says, you really need to reestablish a good relationship with the Pharisees, simply for political reasons. The supporters of the Hasmoneans are the Sadducees, the nobility, the aristocracy, who support the status quo and are comfortable with this kind of shared arrangement. There's imposed Jewish rule on others in Palestine. It's the Seleucids in reverse. And the kingship, as we said, is like that of the pagan rulers. Now here's what Josephus has to say about Hyrcanus. But when Hyrcanus had put an end to this sedition, after that lived happily, he administered the government in the best manner for 31 years and then died, leaving behind him 5 sons. He was esteemed by God worthy of the three privileges: the government of his nation, the dignity of the high priesthood, and prophecy, for God was with him. By the way, that phrase, God being with someone, which you also see in the Old Testament, you see in the New Testament, you also see in this intermittent literature, this intertestamental literature, and enabled him to know futurities, and to foretell this in particular, that as to his 2 eldest sons, he foretold they would not long continue in government of public affairs, whose unhappy catastrophe will be worth our description, that we may thence learn how very much they were inferior to their father's happiness. Now here's the story of the Pharisees and Hasmoneans' break, which I alluded to with regard to Eleazar. Here it is. However, this prosperous state of affairs moved the Jews to envy Hyrcanus, but they that were the worst opposed to him were the Pharisees, who are already one of the sects of the Jews, as we have informed you already. These have so great a power over the multitude that when they say anything against the king or against the high priest, they are presently believed. That shows you the respect that the Pharisees had decades before we get to Jesus. We're more than a century before the time of Jesus. Now, Hyrcanus was a disciple of theirs and greatly beloved by them. And when he once invited them to a feast and entertained them very kindly, when he saw them in good humor, he began to say to them that they knew he was desirous to be a righteous man and to do all things whereby he might please God, which was the profession of the Pharisees also. You can see where this is going. Okay, I want to be righteous. Tell me what I need to do. However, he desired that if they observed him offending at any point and going out of the right way, they would call him back and correct him. On which occasion they attested to his being entirely virtuous, with which commendation he was well pleased. But still there was one of their guests there, whose name was Eleazar, a man of an ill temper, Josephus doesn't like him, and delighting in seditious practices. This man said, since you desire to know the truth, if you will be righteous and earnest, lay down the high priesthood and content yourself with the civil government of the people. And when he desired to know for what cause he ought to lay down the high priesthood, the others replied, we have heard it from old men that your mother had been captive under the reign of Antiochus Epiphanes. He doesn't say it right straight out. It's more indirect. But the point here is implied that you're of mixed lineage, including pagan lineage. The story was false, and Hyrcanus was provoked against him, and all the Pharisees had a very great indignation against him. Now there was one Jonathan, a very great friend of Hyrcanus, but of the sect of the Sadducees, whose notions are quite contrary to those of the Pharisees. He told Hyrcanus that Eleazar had cast such a reproach on him, according to the common sentiments of all the Pharisees, and that this would be made manifest if he would but ask the question, what punishment they thought this man deserved. For that he might depend on it that the reproach was now laid on him with their approbation, if they were for punishing him as the crime deserved. So the Pharisees made answer that he deserved stripes and bonds, but that it did not seem right to punish the reproaches with death. And indeed the Pharisees, even upon other occasions, are not apt to be severe in punishments. Interesting thought in light of what comes later with the Sadducees and the Pharisees in relationship to Jesus. At the gentle sentence, Hyrcanus was very angry and thought that this man reproached him by their approbation. It was this Jonathan who chiefly irritated him and influenced him so far that he made him leave the party of the Pharisees, abolish the decrees they had imposed on the people, and punish those who observed them. From the source arose that hatred which he and his sons met afterward from the multitude. But of these matters we shall speak hereafter. What I would now explain is this, that the Pharisees have delivered to the people a great many observances by succession from their fathers, which are not written in the law of Moses. And for that reason it is that the Sadducees reject them, and say that we are to esteem those observances to be obligatory, which are in the written word, but are not to observe what are derived from the tradition of our forefathers. And you begin to see the explanation of the difference between the Sadducees and the Pharisees, both politically and religiously. And concerning these things, it is that great disputes and differences have arisen among them, while the Sadducees are able to persuade none but the rich, and if not the populace, obsequious to them. There's a word I don't use every day. But the Pharisees have the multitude of their side. But about these two sects and that of the Essenes, I have treated accurately in the second book of Jewish Affairs, which we call the War. So that's the description of the break that took place between Hyrcanus and the Pharisees. Hyrcanus dies. Aristobulus the first rules only for 1 year because he dies suddenly after he takes Galilee. Of course, Galilee is the key region in which Jesus ministers. And Alexander Jannaeus comes to power. He's the third son. He's a thorough imperialist. The Hasmonean golden era begins to arrive. The kingdom is equal in size to Solomon's upon Jannaeus' accession to the throne. He's strictly secularist. He has no religious sensitivities whatsoever. He's ruthless in power. He is a raw power king, period. There's civil war during this period. In the year 94, you can see how long Jannaeus ruled, from 103 to 76. There's an incident involving 6,000 dying in the midst of this civil war that makes it's significant enough that Josephus writes about it. There are 800 rebel leaders who are killed during this period. Perhaps they are Pharisees. We don't know that for sure, but that's what we think. And there are 50,000 who die over 6 years during this period. And remember that the population in this area is about probably around 2 million total, if that. So it's a large portion of the entire population. Now, towards the end of his life, with the Pharisees as fierce opponents to the Hasmoneans, Alexander Jannaeus gives his wife, Alexandra, advice as he's dying. And this is Alexander Jannaeus' deathbed wish, communicated to his wife, who is going to become queen. But when his queen saw that he was ready to die and had no longer any hopes of surviving, she came to him weeping and lamenting and bewailing herself and her sons on the desolate condition they should be left in, and said to him, "To whom do you thus leave me and my children, who are destitute of all other supports? And this when you know how much ill will your nation bears you?" But he gave her the following advice, that she need but follow what he would suggest to her in order to retain the kingdom securely with her children, that she should conceal his death from the soldiers till she should have taken that place. After this, she should go in triumph as upon a victory to Jerusalem. That's with a procession. By the way, that procession, that triumphal entry, is part of the background of what happens when leaders claim cities. And it's a foil for the background of Jesus' triumphal entry over a century later. And put some of her authority into the hands of the Pharisees. For that they would commend her for the honor she had done them, and would reconcile the nation to her, for he told her that they had great authority among the Jews, both to do hurt to such they hated, and to bring advantages to whom they were friendly disposed. For that they then believed, best of all by the multitude, when they speak any severe things against others, though it be only out of envy at them. And he said that it was by their means that he had incurred the displeasure of the nation, whom indeed he had injured. So he's basically saying, you have a chance to turn a fresh leaf when you come into rule. And when you turn that fresh leaf, be sure you turn to the Pharisees, because they can make life either easy or difficult for you. Do this, therefore, said he, when you come to Jerusalem, sending for the leading men among them, and show them my body. And with great appearance of sincerity, give them leave to use it as they themselves please, whether they will dishonor the dead body by refusing it burial, as having severely suffered by my means, or whether in their anger they will offer any other injury to that body. Promise them also that you will do nothing without them in the affairs of the kingdom. If you do but say this to them, I shall have the honor of a more glorious funeral from them than you could have made for me. And when it is in their power to abuse my dead body, they will do it no injury at all, and you will rule in safety. So when he had given his wife this advice, he died after he had reigned 27 years and lived 50 years within one. And that's the end of Alexander Jannaeus, who passes on to his wife Alexandra the advice of cooperate with the Pharisees, and you'll have their help along with the Sadducees, and you'll be in good shape. So Alexandra, Salome, it does rule for a period of about 9 years. She is Aristobulus' widow. She is Jannaeus' Aristobulus' half-brother's wife by levirate marriage. She is Israel's only queen in the intertestamental period. Her eldest son, Hyrcanus II, becomes high priest because there's one thing she can't be, that's a high priest. And she does work out this agreement with the Pharisees, who gain a political voice, and it works. There's peace with the Pharisees, and she is able to reestablish the Hasmonean rule and authority. Their place in the Sanhedrin leads to rivalry when she dies. And this sets up the arrival of Rome. In fact, what it sets up is a battle between two brothers, Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II, in the period between 67 and 63 BC, the culmination of which is the, listen to this, invitation to the Romans to come into Jerusalem. They're invited in. Help us. Things are too chaotic. Aristobulus II, who is the more ruthless of the two brothers, drives Hyrcanus out, the second out, who is the rightful heir, but the weaker character, from Jerusalem. Hyrcanus II gets Nabatean and Idumean help from Antipater. We're now into the family of Herod the Great with Antipater, to help besiege Jerusalem. Both sides appeal to Rome and to Pompey for help. Pompey had just defeated the Seleucids in Syria. Okay, so you can see how this dance works. Rome is over Syria. When Syria departs from the scene, Rome is now over the entire area directly as opposed to indirectly before with their influence over the Syrians. Here is a picture, a rendition, and I think I can lower these lights a little bit, so I'm going to do that. Here is a rendition of what Second Temple Jerusalem looked like. You can see the temple area here in the middle. You can see that the city is surrounded by multiple walls. At least, if you're going to get to the temple, you've got to get over at least 2 walls, plus the Temple Mount, plus ascend the Temple Mount. So defensively, the temple is in a pretty well-defended position for the most part. Now, Pompey is invited into Jerusalem. He engages in a siege. He works out an agreement initially to come into the city, but then some of the soldiers in the city react to the agreement and don't let him in, and so he just sits there until he finally decides to come in. And this is portrayed for us in Josephus' Antiquities, book 14. Now, when Pompey had pitched his camp at Jericho, Jericho is down the road just about 20 miles away from Jerusalem, where the palm trees grow. It's right on the edge of the northern edge of just across from the northern edge of the Dead Sea, where the palm trees grow, and the balsam, which is an ointment from all the most precious, which upon any incision made in the wood with a sharp stone distills out from there like juice. He marched in the morning to Jerusalem. Then Aristobulus repented of what he was doing and came to Pompey and promised to give him money. There's always money and dealings involved in this. And receive him into Jerusalem, and desired that he would leave off the war and do what he pleased peaceably. So Pompey, upon his entreaty, forgave him and sent Gabinius and the soldiers with him to receive the money and the city. I mean, you're a general and someone says, hey, I'll hand you the city. Here's some money. You don't even have to fight to take it. As they say, what a deal. Yet was no part of this performed. But Gabinius came back, being both excluded out of the city and receiving none of the money promised. Now imagine, you're told you can take the city. We're going to give you money. You get there to take the city and to get the money. You're told, get out of the city. You're getting no money. You're not happy. Okay? This is not rocket science. Because Aristobulus' soldiers would not permit the agreements to be executed. At this, Pompey was, to use a German phrase, nicht froh, which means not happy. He was very angry, and put Aristobulus into prison, and came himself to the city, which was strong on every side, excepting the north, which was not so well fortified. For there was a broad and deep ditch that encompassed the city, and included within it the temple, which itself was encompassed about with a very strong stone wall. Showed you that picture earlier. Now, when there was sedition of the men that were within the city, who did not agree what was to be done in their present circumstances, while some thought it best to deliver up the city to Pompey, what this is communicating to you is there's chaos in Jerusalem. Some people want to invite the Romans in, and some people don't want them in at all. But Aristobulus' party exhorted them to shut the gates because he was kept in prison. Now these prevented the others and seized upon the temple and cut off the bridge which reached from it to the city, and prepared themselves to abide or to sit or to remain in a siege. But the others admitted Pompey's army in and delivered up both the city and the king's palace to him. So Pompey sent his lieutenant Piso with an army and placed garrisons both in the city and in the palace to secure them, and fortified the houses that joined to the temple and all those which were more distant and without it. And so Pompey literally is escorted into Jerusalem by certain Jews who are tired of the Hasmonean rule. Now, Pompey has heard about the temple, and so he wants to go see it. Of the Jews there fell 12,000, but of the Romans very few. Absalom, who is at once both uncle and father-in-law to Aristobulus, was taken captive, and no small enormities were committed about the temple itself, which in former ages had been inaccessible and seen by none. For Pompey went into it, and not a few of those that were with him also, and saw all that which is unlawful for any other men to see, but only for the high priest. Now imagine you're Jewish, and this happens. Not only are you overtaken by foreign rulers, not only does that indicate evidence of unfaithfulness, but the very holy place itself is defiled by the presence of a pagan ruler, and nothing happens. There's no judgment or anything. Nothing happens. Not a few of those who were with him also saw all which was unlawful for any other men to see, but only for the high priest. There were in that temple the golden table, the holy candlestick, the pouring vessels, a great quantity of spices, and besides these were among the treasures 2,000 talents of sacred money. Cha-ching. Okay? There is money everywhere in this story. Yet did Pompey touch nothing of all this on account of his regard to religion, and in this point also he acted in a manner that was worthy of his virtue. Now that's interesting. He went in, he looked, he didn't do anything, he didn't ransack it, he left it alone, and even though his act was viewed as an act of sacrilege, there was a recognition that he didn't do everything he could have done and what a normal ruler would do. Now we move to the Roman rule proper. Aristobulus II's resistance in refusing tribute, and after 3 months, the city fell. Hyrcanus II invites the Romans and Pompey in 63. The Romans take control over Judea, Galilee, Perea, Idumea. Pompey goes in and defiles the temple. But he doesn't defile it as badly as he could. He asks for heavy tribute. Hyrcanus II is appointed high priest. He will remain high priest until the year 40 BC, until Herod the Great is made the ruler by Rome, and then Herod goes about the business of securing that rule. That takes him to 37 BC. Now the effects of all this are that Jewish cultural identity is struggling to maintain itself in its interaction with Hellenism. The Gentiles are consistently putting pressure on the Jews to be different. Political pressure, social pressure, etc. There is an aristocracy that involves the Sadducees and the Hasmoneans, and they largely are against the Pharisees, although they do allow the Pharisees in to try and create some stability before finally things collapse. There is foreign presence. With it, there is the presence of tribute and taxes, and that leads to resentment. And there is the longing for a true deliverance. The book written after Pompey takes Rome, that is among the more famous of the intertestamental pieces of literature, is a book called the Psalms of Solomon. In the Psalms of Solomon, there is expressed an unrestrained hope for a military deliverer to bring Israel out of this chaos. This figure you and I know as the Messiah. Here's a portion of the Psalms of Solomon, chapters 17 and 18, which, this is a section from chapter 17, which depicts this hope. Behold, O Lord, raise up unto them their king, the son of David, at the time in which you see, O God, that he may reign over Israel your servant, and gird him with strength, that he may shatter unrighteous rulers, and that he may purge Jerusalem from nations that trample her down to destruction. Wisely, righteously, he shall thrust out the sinners from the inheritance. He shall destroy the pride of the sinner as a potter's vessel. With a rod of iron he shall break in pieces all their substance. He shall destroy the godless nations with the word of his mouth. At his rebuke nations shall flee before him. He shall reprove sinners for the thoughts of their heart. And with that declaration from the Psalms of Solomon, Pompey and Rome established their footprint in Israel. But Israel, the pious in Israel, never give up the hope that one day God will deliver them and give them a righteous ruler, because the Hasmoneans have failed in this regard. Okay, what brings the family of Herod into the scene? That's what we're going to look at now. How did Herod the Great come onto the scene? There is tension in Israel until 37, from 63, which is where we are, to 37. Hyrcanus II and Antipater II, who's an Idumean, share rule in Judea. One of the ways that the Romans kind of kept control is they could split the rule among local rulers, not giving anyone too much power, and that way they kept control. Hyrcanus II is called an ethnarch. Antipater II is called a procurator and has responsibility for collecting the taxes. Rome controls through this division of authority, and in 43, Antipater is poisoned. His son Herod that's Herod the Great, and Phasael become tetrarchs. Both families support Caesar and gain the above appointments. The Hasmoneans have been limited in their authority and have been divided in terms of the kind of rule they are permitted to exercise. Antigonus, a Hasmonean and Aristobulus II's son, defeats Hyrcanus in 40, cuts off his ear. Why do you do that? That disqualifies him for the priesthood. And Phasael, Herod's brother, is killed. Antipater, or Herod, Antipater's son, flees to Rome, gets family protection at Masada, is appointed king of Judea by Rome, but doesn't take control until 37. Because of the chaos, it takes 3 years for the Roman appointment to establish itself. That tells you how chaotic things are. There's political chaos, but religious freedom. The high priest and the Sanhedrin are controlling the religious issues in Israel. Now, during this time, Rome also is under chaos to a certain degree. Octavius and Mark Antony are sharing rule until Octavius, and Octavius is Augustus. Augustus is the figure of the first century in history. He is the most powerful emperor since Alexander. He will almost equal Alexander in the land that he has authority over, and he is a ruthless, shrewd, and brilliant administrator who actually pulls the Roman Empire together and lays the foundation for the solidity of the Roman Empire by his rule. From a political standpoint, in terms of savvy, you cannot say too much about Augustus. Octavius equals the name Augustus Caesar. He rules from 27 to AD 14, which makes him the emperor in power when Jesus is born. Rome consolidates its power first under Antony and Augustus, and then ultimately Augustus defeats Mark Antony as Mark Antony becomes an ally with another figure whose name I'm sure you've heard, the Egyptian queen Cleopatra. This is where Cleopatra fits in. Mark Antony and Cleopatra are defeated at Actium in 31 BC. In a naval battle, they survive, but their army is decimated. And they flee to Egypt, where they are run down, and once cornered, they commit suicide. This ends what's called the Second Triumvirate. The First Triumvirate was the shared rule between Pompey, Julius Caesar, and Crassus earlier. It ends the period of Roman civil war and the Republic dating back to 133 BC, and now the emperors rule directly. So rule was shared in Rome up to this point. Octavian, Julius Caesar's nephew, is the one who is victorious, and he becomes a monarch, Augustus Caesar, in 27 BC. I'm going to show you a clip in a second that's going to talk about what led people to acclaim that Augustus should be the singular ruler of Rome. He rules until AD 14. He establishes the Pax Romana, or the Roman peace, which allows aqueducts and road systems and everything else to be built, censuses to be taken, the empire to be organized, so it becomes a social and political behemoth in political terms. There's a new international stability, and it's at this point that Jesus is born and Christianity emerges. Now, here is probably one of the most famous pieces of sculpture involving Augustus. This is in Rome today. You can go see it at one of the museums in Rome, and this is Augustus dressed basically as a religious priest, a Roman priest. Pontificus Maximus. He is the chief pontiff. If that terminology sounds familiar. Okay? It is because when Rome fell and the church became the power in Italy, all those titles went to the Pope. Here's the mausoleum of Augustus, located in the heart of Rome. Across the street from that mausoleum is a shrine to the Pax Romana, including a written out copy of the Res Geste of Augustus. Augustus, before he died, wrote a chronicle of all that he accomplished for Rome. It was like a short autobiographical summary of his achievements. Okay, and that summary is etched onto a wall in Italy, in Rome, along with a shrine that was erected in honor of the Pax Romana. It's called the Peace Pavilion of Augustus. Now, it's been built around today to protect it, so the ceiling part of this is new, but the old part of it is old. That makes sense, doesn't it? The old part of it is old. Okay? The part of it on the ground. So Herod the Great comes to Palestine, to Israel. He recaptures Jerusalem in 37 BC. He beheads the last opposing Hasmonean, Antigonus, in 37. And he becomes a client king who is indebted to Rome for his power. Now, Herod had a problem at one point. When Mark Antony was fighting Augustus, Herod had made the judgment to support Mark Antony, which, when Mark Antony lost, produced a problem for Herod. Because it's not a good thing to support the loser in a two-way Roman battle. Because if you support the one who loses, you become a loser. Okay? And you can lose more than losing. Okay? You can lose bodily parts. Okay? Like heads. Okay? So it's not recommended to support a loser in a Roman battle. So after Octavian has defeated Mark Antony at Actium in 31, Josephus recounts a meeting that took place between Herod and Octavius, in which Herod has got a major problem because he's meeting with the guy he opposed who now has the power. He spoke so to Caesar that he had the greatest friendship for Antony and did everything he could that he might attain the government, and that he was not indeed in the army with him because the Arabians had diverted him, but that he had sent him both money and corn, which was but too little in comparison to what he ought to have done for him. For if a man owes himself to be another's friend and knows him to be a benefactor — benefactor is a key term in the culture. Patrons are called benefactors by those who serve them. Knows him to be a benefactor, he's obliged to hazard everything and to use every faculty of his soul, every member of his body, all the wealth he has for him in which I confess I have been too deficient. So he's sitting here and he begins by saying, I wasn't a good enough friend to Mark Antony to help defeat you. However, I am conscious to myself that so far I have done right, and I have not deserted him upon his defeat at Actium. I am a loyal friend. Nor upon the evident change of his fortune have I transferred my hopes from him to another, but have preserved myself, though not as a valuable fellow soldier, but certainly as a fellow counselor to Antony, when I demonstrated to him that the only way he had to save himself and not lose all his authority was to slay Cleopatra. And now he's turning. And he's saying, I gave him advice. And the advice was that he should get rid of Cleopatra. Now you need to understand that Cleopatra, as an Egyptian queen, was incredibly unpopular in Rome. One of the ways that Augustus got negative opinion on Mark Antony was to portray him as a defector to Egypt because of his relationship with the Egyptian queen. For when she was once dead, there would be room for him to retain his authority rather than to bring you to make a composition with him than to continue at enmity any longer. You could work out an agreement. None of which advices would he attend to, but he preferred his own rash resolutions before them, which have happened unprofitably for him, but profitably for you. Now, therefore, in case you determine about me and my alacrity in serving Antony, according to your anger at him, I know there is no room for me to deny what I have done. Nor will I be ashamed to acknowledge, and that publicly too, that I had a great kindness for him. But if you will put him out of the case, and only examine how I behave myself to my benefactors in general, and what sort of friend I am, you will find by experience we shall do and be the same to you. For it is but changing the names, and the firmness of the friendship that we shall bear to you will not be disapproved by you. Brilliant. Nothing short of brilliant. He walks in and he says, I supported Mark Antony. There's no way I can deny it. I was the best friend I could be. I even gave him advice that he didn't take that was in his best interests. And I promise you, I will be as much a friend to you as I was to him. And Herod the Great's power is preserved through that action. It's a pretty interesting period of political intrigue in terms of what's going on. Under Herod the Great, he had 10 wives and 7 sons. Succession becomes a problem as he alters his will 6 times. There is heavy taxation and there is honoring of Rome, including the raising of eagle standards in certain parts of the country, which becomes close to being the rising up of an image. Very controversial whenever it happened during the Roman Empire in Israel. There are 3 key sons. This is the modern version of my 3 sons. There is Archelaus, who rules in Judea, Samaria, and Idumea. There is Herod Antipas, who becomes Tetrarch of Galilee and Perea, and is the one who hears the case of Jesus down the road when Pilate sends him to Herod to get local expertise on what's going on. And then Philip, who is Tetrarch, who has the area north and east of the Sea of Galilee. The effects of Augustus's presence is there is some peace and prosperity aside from some of the chaos that's going on at the top. Augustus has established peace in the Roman Empire, and Israel is a beneficiary for the most part of that peace, except for some political intrigue among the upper echelons. The country is fortified, and there is more Hellenization. There is loyalty to temple worship, but little else in terms of religious development. And the foreign associations have left the nation untrusting and uneasy and looking for a deliverer, as the Psalms of Solomon attests. It is here that Christ's birth fits in to our equation. And it is here that we are introduced again to the key figure of Augustus. I have a clip I want to play for you. This comes from another PBS series, not the same one I showed last time. That PBS series is on the Roman Empire, not the Empire of Israel. And this is the portrait of what Augustus did for Rome and the way he was thanked by the people for having done so.
Augustus not only changed the empire, he expanded it. Egypt had been added early in his career. Soon, northern Spain was joined. Augustus drove across Europe into Germany, and he united East and West by adding modern Hungary, Austria, the Balkans, and central Turkey. These victories employed Roman soldiers and senators and offered welcome distractions to the city's poor. When Augustus wasn't staging chariot races or gladiator shows, he displayed exotic animals, the quarry of Rome's far-flung empire. A rhinoceros appeared in the arena, Asian tigers in the theater, a giant serpent in the forum.
One key constituency for Augustus was the plebeian population of Rome, and that is basically the city mob. You have several 100,000 folks here who have no jobs, and to put it very simply, who need to be kept off the streets and be kept from making trouble, because it's a very volatile and combustible mix there.
The volatile mix that made up Rome stayed quiet for the first 4 years of Augustus's rule. Then, in 23 BC, events took a critical turn. Cassius Dio writes that a series of disasters convinced the people that Augustus needed not less power, but more.
The city was flooded by the overflowing river, and many things were struck by lightning. Then a plague passed through Italy, and no one could work the land. The Romans thought these misfortunes were caused because Augustus had relinquished his office. They wished to appoint him dictator. A mob barricaded the Senate inside its building and, threatening to burn them alive, forced the Senate to vote Augustus absolute ruler.
The demands threatened to unsettle the emperor's precarious political balance. Augustus fell to his knees before the rioters. He tore his toga and beat his chest. He promised the mob that he would personally take control of the grain supply, but Augustus refused to be called a dictator. The crowd disbanded, but the lesson was clear. Augustus was riding a tiger. To keep order on the frontiers, the streets, and the Senate was a superhuman task, and superhuman skills were needed. Luckily for Rome, Augustus had them.
Then something very fortuitous happens. Halley's Comet shows up. And the word is given out by Augustus. This is the soul of Julius Caesar ascending into heaven. So from this point on, he is called Julius Caesar the Divine. Politically, it became very potent, because what does Augustus do at this point? On all his coinage, on all his writings, and all his symbols, whatever, he puts out the words DF, Son of the Divine. And it's really quite an asset in politics to be the son of the divine. There are modern politicians, I think, would be very jealous of being able to do that.
Augustus enhanced his pious new identity with stories of his lean habits. It was said that he lived in a modest house and slept on a low bed, that he ate common foods, coarse bread, common cheese, and sometimes even less.
My dear Tiberius, not even a Jew observes a fast as diligently on the Sabbath as I have today. I ate nothing until the early hours of evening, when I nibbled 2 bites before my rub-down.
Moral change, Augustus began to argue, was the enemy of Rome. He believed that its future ran through its past, through the restoration of values he thought had first made Rome great.
I renewed many traditions which were fading in our age. I restored 82 temples of the gods, neglecting none that required repair at the time.
In public, Augustus led by example. He sacrificed animals in traditional rituals, and he re-established traditional social rules. New laws assigned theater seats by social rank. Women were confined to the back rows. Adultery was outlawed. Marriage and children encouraged. To many, Roman society had recovered its true course. The son of a god was building an empire for the ages.
Who
can find words to adequately describe the advancements of these years. Authority has been returned to the government, majesty to the Senate, and influence to the courts. Protests in the theater have been stopped. Integrity is honored. Depravity is punished.
But amid the applause, there were also cries of protest. The emperor's new traditionalism rankled friends and enemies alike. It even rankled his own daughter, Julia. Long a pawn of family politics, Julia assumed that she was exempt from her father's stringent views. She was wrong. And in the coming years, Augustus, the son of a god, would have to confront Augustus, the father.
That gives you a glimpse of Augustus and the shadow that he casts over the history of Rome. It also helps us to appreciate some of the backdrop of some of the claims associated with Jesus, in the sense that there is discussion about the kind of ruler that exists and the kind of power that he needs to have and have access to in order to be who he is. And what's interesting is the contrast that we get between Augustus, who has all this political power around him and who proclaims himself as the Son of God in Rome, in a capital city of great power, in contrast to Jesus, who is born of a peasant family in an outback location of the Roman Empire, with cosmic signs associated with his birth as well. But his use, rise, and reflection of power will be a very different use of that concept than what's going on in the ancient world. And so all this helps to set the context for what's going on. We have this rising Hellenism. We have this almost unprecedented political power in place as Jesus comes on the scene of the New Testament period. And so we've taken our story of Rome up to the point of Jesus' arrival, and now we're going to start the journey into the New Testament period proper. And I'm going to start that today, and we'll finish it on Thursday. And then next week, we'll be going through the cultural background of all this, how people lived and that kind of thing. So here's where we are, just to review. Herod has had a problem of succession, and there is the establishment of a Roman, Idumean, Jewish patronage, client kingship in the land. Herod the Great is seen by the Romans as the Jewish local ruler because his family is partially Jewish, not completely Jewish. He was never completely accepted by the complete Jews in the area, however, although he did try to live somewhat Jewishly in his rule. Now, here's one of the things that Herod did that was controversial. And again, we're back to Josephus' Antiquities. One of the things that he did was to establish these eagle symbols to indicate the alliance to Rome in the land. There was one Judas, the son of Seraphius, and Matthias, the son of Margalothus. I love these names. I'm glad they didn't win these wars and they became the names that went with us into eternity. Anyway, two of the most eloquent men among the Jews and the most celebrated interpreters of the Jewish laws, and men well beloved by the people because of their education and their youth, for all those that were studious of virtue frequented their lectures every day. These men, when they found that the king's distemper was incurable, excited young men that they would pull down all those works which the king had erected contrary to the law of the fathers, and thereby obtain the rewards which the law will confer on them of such actions of piety, for such actions of piety. For that it was truly on account of Herod's rashness in making such things as the law, had forbidden, the making of these eagle idols, which these pious ones are tearing down, that his other misfortunes and this distemper also, which was so unusual among mankind, and with which he was now afflicted, came upon him. In other words, God had judged him with this illness for doing this. For Herod had caused such things to be made, which were contrary to the law, of which he was accused by Judas and Matthias. For the king had erected over the great gate of the temple a large golden eagle of great value, and had dedicated it to the temple. Now the law forbids those that propose to live according to it to erect images or representations of any living creature. And so here you see this tension, even with the ruler that is associated with Rome and who's supposed to represent Judaism. We get actions that are out of line with the law, and which cause the reaction of some of the pious in Israel. Now, when we come to Herod the Great, we've got to understand that he did several things. He, like Augustus, he tried to be a little Augustus. He tried to rebuild and reestablish the authority of Rome, and he did so through a huge building program and through the collection of taxes necessary to engage in this program. Here's a model of his palace located on the wall's edge in Jerusalem. You can see it's a huge area. Here is a picture of the Herodium. This is actually where Herod is buried. They've just recently found the remains of this on this burial site. This is just outside of Bethlehem. It's also just outside of Tekoa, if you know your Old Testament, in Amos. And this is one of the palaces that he built that he would stay at outside the city. This is a picture of Herod's tomb. As I said, it's just been found. Here's a picture of another palace that Herod built, the famous palace at Masada, on the edge of the Dead Sea, which is in the background. Now, I'm a long way away when I take this picture, and you can see that it's up a huge cliff, basically. There's a whole community on the top. There was a three-tiered palace down the one side. You can just see the edges of it on this side of the picture. And it tears down into three parts. There are huge cisterns for catching the rainwater and storing the rainwater to help sustain the community that is there. At the end of the war in which Rome conquers Jerusalem in AD 70, the last vestiges of Jewish presence run to Masada for refuge, and it isn't until 73, 3 years later, that the Jews are defeated at Masada. But this is one of the palace buildings of Herod's building program. Another place that he built was Caesarea Maritima. This was a port city that he built. This became the home of Pilate. Located on the Mediterranean Sea, he was an architectural genius. He built ports in which concrete was laid in the water, and he figured out a way to lay concrete and have it harden in the water. The reason I show you some of this is that sometimes you get the impression that the ancients are kind of dumb and gullible and stupid. You go walk around and you ask how they're able to build some of these things and put these things together, and you realize that there's more to the ancients than meets the eye. Rulers in the period. We've already talked about Augustus. Augustus is succeeded by Tiberius. Tiberius is the emperor during the time when Jesus is executed. The years of his rule are 14 to 37 AD. He's largely a disengaged ruler over Rome during the period of Jesus' ministry. He allowed Sejanus, a prefect of the Praetorian Guard, and someone with a reputation as an anti-Semite, although that's debated, to have much control in foreign matters. Sejanus is procurator of Judea from 26 to 36, and he aggravates Jews with his own insensitive policies, much like the rising up of the eagle standard that we just saw Herod perform. He mints coins that make it very, very clear that Rome is in control of the land. And we'll talk more specifics about Pilate on Thursday. Caligula follows Tiberius. He demanded to be worshipped as a god during his lifetime, which was a little bit unprecedented. But he was assassinated before the statues that were supposed to help set up that cult could be distributed. In fact, when that command goes out, the general who's in charge of the Syria region, which includes Israel, holds back setting up these statues because he knows the moment he does it, he's got political chaos on his hands in Israel. And fortunately for him, other people decide to take care of the god Caligula and remove him from the scene. And so he is assassinated. This is what Josephus has to say about Pontius Pilate. But now Pilate, the procurator of Judea, removed the army from Caesarea to Jerusalem to take their winter quarters there in order to abolish the Jewish laws. So he introduced Caesar's effigies. These are images of Caesar and symbols that reflect his power and presence, which were upon the ensigns, and brought them into the city, whereas our law forbids us the very making of images, on which account the former procurators were wont to make their entry into the city with such ensigns as had not these ornaments. But Pilate was the first who brought those images to Jerusalem and set them up there, which was done without knowledge of the people, because it was done at night. But as soon as they knew it, they came in multitudes to Caesarea and interceded with Pilate many days that he would remove the images, and when he would not grant their request because it would tend to the injury of Caesar, while yet they persevered in their request, on the 6th day he ordered his soldiers to have their weapons privately, while he came and sat upon his judgment seat, which seat was so prepared in the open place of the city. This is the Bema seat, the famous Bema seat of the New Testament. That it was concealed, that the army lay ready to oppress them. And when the Jews petitioned him again, he gave the signal to the soldiers to encompass them around, and threatened that their punishment would be no less than immediate death, unless they would leave off disturbing him and go their ways home. So this is a confrontation. The ensigns are in the city. The Jews are protesting. Pilate wants to stop the protests. He surrounds them. He threatens to kill them. Things are escalating. But they threw themselves on the ground and laid their necks bare, and said they would take their death very willingly, rather than the wisdom of their laws should be transgressed. Upon which Pilate was deeply affected with their firm resolution to keep their laws inviolable, and presently commanded the images to be carried back from Jerusalem to Caesarea. Now that was an incident early on in Pilate's rule that set the tone for his rule as prefect. What is in front of you now is a copy of an inscription which was dug up at Caesarea Philippi that actually refers to Pilate. On the second line, you'll see Pilatus, that refers to Pilate as prefect during the time of Tiberius. Tiberius is in the line above. We go on to Claudius and to Nero, and when we hit Claudius and Nero, we're in the period in which Paul is operating, and Nero is the emperor who Paul sees when he comes to Rome in the book of Acts. And we'll pick up the story here next time. All right, when we left off last time, we had entered into the period in which Tiberius had rotated off the throne, and we had come to Caligula as well, and now we're hitting the point where Claudius is ruling, and we're really in the period of the development of the early church, as well as the beginning of, heading into the period of the beginning of the missionary work of Paul. During that time, one of the emperors present was Claudius. And Claudius ruled for 13 years. He was a capable ruler and administrator, and expanded the rights of the people during his rule. He was probably the most, the most educationally sensitive or absorbing of the rulers, and really was a pretty good emperor, probably the best emperor that Rome had had after Augustus. There was tension between, we think it was between Jews and Christians at this time, And in AD 49, Claudius issued an edict that expelled the Jews from Rome in 49. Jews meaning Jews and Christians, both. Because in the mind of Rome, there was not yet the distinction between Jews and Christians that was in the process of emerging in reality. It's important to remember that in these early decades, the early church saw itself very much as Jewish. They preached Jesus as the Messiah, as the completion of promise, and they went into the synagogues and they proclaimed this message. And in proclaiming this message, the message basically was, if you are a good and faithful Jew who's going to respond in covenant faithfulness to what God has been doing, then you will embrace Jesus as the Messiah of Israel. And in light of that message, then, pressure emerged from within the church, from within the synagogues rather, to exclude those who had a Christian message. And that eventually, institutionally, creates the completely separate structure and organization that we come to know on reflection as the church. Well, this tension had risen to a significant degree in Rome, and Claudius finally decided enough and sent the Jews and Christians in Rome scattering out into the rest of the empire. And Priscilla and Aquila, who we meet in Acts, are traveling on the road, if you will, in part because of this edict that was issued by Claudius. There's political intrigue still in the house of Caesar. Two things dominate Roman politics. One is political intrigue, and the other is raw military and political power. And Claudius ends up being poisoned by his fourth wife, who wanted her son Nero to rule. And she's eventually successful in removing him as an impediment, and Nero comes to rule. Now, Nero is the ruler who we think is ultimately responsible for the death and martyrdom of Peter and Paul. Nero is a very sinister ruler who is constantly having to deal with the pressure that's coming from his mother, who also is trying to exercise a lot of political influence, as her removal of Claudius already indicates. Early in his rule, he was pretty reasonable, but as his rule went on, it got more and more erratic. This is the Caesar of Paul's appeals. Interestingly enough, this Caesar, who's certainly among the more, notorious of the emperors, is the emperor who is in place when Paul writes Romans 13, where he urges Christians to be submissive to government because they are the servant of God and they hold the sword, etc. It's important to recognize that that statement is being made not when Augustus or Claudius is ruling and you have a kind of moral element and capable rule going on, but rather when a more notorious emperor is in power, namely Nero. Nero's responsible for the first extended persecution of Christians, which shows up in our extra biblical materials in a report that Tacitus makes about the Great Fire of Rome. This fire swept through much of the city. Much of the city lived in almost tenement kind of housing, very much in squalor. Writers of the period describe how difficult it is to be an everyday person in Rome living an everyday life. Well, a fire sweeps through Rome, and Nero ends up blaming the Christians. And the first real persecution of Christians by the Roman rule takes place in AD 64. And Tacitus notes that Nero blamed this great fire on the Christians and tells a little bit about what he calls the superstition of the Christians. When a Roman didn't like someone's religion, they called it a superstition. The aftermath of this persecution, probably for Paul in a second trip to Rome, led to their martyrdom. The tradition associated with Peter is that he was crucified, and that when he was sentenced to be crucified, that he asked to be crucified upside down, because he didn't feel worthy to die the exact same kind of death as his Lord had experienced. And if you go today to the Vatican and you walk through St. Peter's in Rome, at one point you will encounter a painting, a very famous painting, in which Peter is being lifted up onto the cross upside down. His head's on the bottom end of the cross as they're getting ready to push it up and crucify him. There also is a church in Rome called the Church of St. Paul, which is an interesting church for a whole lot of reasons. But in it is the traditional burial site of Paul, which you're allowed to gain access to view. So if you ever get to Rome, St. Peter's certainly, and St. Paul's in particular, are two spots worth visiting, not to mention the Sistine Chapel, although I will tell you, when you go to see the Sistine Chapel, you'll go through a catacombs of rooms before you ever get there. This is one of those deals where they make you wait in line for 3 or 4 hours. You get into the line, you walk in, and then they take you through 150 rooms that you didn't realize you were interested in seeing, okay, until you get to the Sistine Chapel. So it is a very interesting place to see. But some of those rooms are actually worth it. Some of the more famous paintings of different aspects of Greco-Roman and actually intertestamental history are painted in the various rooms that they take you through. Now, after this persecution, Nero's family squabbles, if you will, eventually led into a traumatic form of his rule and led to civil war in which the line coming from Augustus was extinguished. And the trouble is that when you lose your family line as a dynasty, then all the other families line up to see if they can be king. Eventually, the Flavians won out. This is Vespasian. Now, Vespasian's job before he became emperor was that he was leading the Roman troops through the Mediterranean area, including beginning the campaign in Judea to overcome a Jewish revolt that had broken out in 66. But in 68 and 69, he was recalled to Rome, eventually came to power, and his descendant Titus actually is the general responsible for the overtaking of Rome in AD 70. And you can see that Vespasian ruled for about 10 years, and then Titus had a short, little over a 2-year rule. Both were considered very effective rulers. And the Roman Colosseum, which you are very aware of from pictures of Rome and discussions of archaeology, the Colosseum, the beginning of its construction took place during this time of rule. Titus had taken Jerusalem in AD 70 for Vespasian, who went to rule when Nero died, winning out over a series of generals who contended for the role of emperor. After Titus came Domitian. Domitian was another one of these rulers who really craved power. He called himself Lord and God, even though the Senate opposed this in Rome. And this led to him being very paranoid. We've already suggested how, even though you're a ruler of Rome, you have to watch the political intrigue around you. And Domitian always thought that his life was at risk. And so he instituted a reign of terror to try and keep control and keep people at its distance and make sure enemies didn't get too close, that kind of thing. And this included the second period of severe persecution after the period of Nero. Now, these periods of persecution are important because they help to generate writings in the Christian church. The second round of persecution under Domitian is probably responsible for the emergence in part of the book of Revelation and the call to be faithful in the midst of the wicked beast that's in the world, which Rome, of course, helps to represent. In the context of the first set of persecutions, we get the emergence in all likelihood of the first of our Gospels. Mark, in which there's a lot of discussion about how to suffer and walk in the same path that Jesus walked. And we think that the persecution background of the era of Nero is in the background of the creation of that gospel. Okay, now I'm going to take you through a series of pictures to kind of summarize what we've been talking about. The picture in front of you now is the backside of a coin, which was minted to indicate the fact that the Romans had conquered Judea. And so you see the symbolism here of the tree and the two figures, one sad, the other dominating figure, picturing Rome's victory over Judea. This is a representation, it's not outstanding, but it's the best they could do, of the fall of Jerusalem in AD 70 that is in the Museum of the Citadel, which is the History of Jerusalem Museum in Jerusalem. And this is how they portray in kind of little figures the fall of Jerusalem and the fall of the temple. This is a commemorative arch. Notice Titus's arch, which commemorates the fall of Judea to Rome. And this is located in Rome. It's in the area of the Forum. It's actually between the Forum and the Colosseum. And this is certainly one of the more famous of the arches that still remains in the Forum area. And what's significant is it's almost completely intact. On that arch is the following image, and you can barely see it, unfortunately, but you will see in this image a menorah being carried out, which depicts Rome's entering into and sacking the temple and the submission of Judea as a result of Titus's campaign. Now, what were the effects of Roman rule? Well, one of the effects was that the large part of this period that we're talking about experienced what was called the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. It was largely a stable period. It was united politically. There was a legal administrative structure set up. Taxes were collected. There was a provincial structure of rule through prefects and governors. There was freedom, however, for local practice. All the Romans cared about was that there would be a peaceful coexistence with the people over whom they ruled. And as long as the people were peaceable and paying their taxes, the Romans were happy. The smaller imperial provinces were governed by prefects. That's what Pilate was. And they had the responsibility basically to keep the peace, to collect the taxes, to make sure that Caesar's interests were honored in the land in question. And in the case of Judea, the high priest was selected with the approval of the prefect. That's important because during the time when Pilate is prefect, every year he is prefect, Caiaphas is high priest. So Caiaphas and Pilate apparently have a decent working relationship with one another. He isn't going about the business of replacing the high priest. He is annually reappointing him. The Roman structure in Judea was helped by client kings like the Herodian family. The building of the aqueducts and trade routes, the road system, etc., helped to link the empire together and created more trade between the parts of the empire. This opened up the possibility for travel by Christian missionaries to take the gospel to various cities. Judaism had a place, and so often Christianity is viewed as a part of it in Rome. had a place as an acceptable religion for much of the period, by which is meant, it doesn't mean that the religion was necessarily particularly respected, but it was tolerated, it was permitted. The Romans, generally speaking, saw the Jews as kind of a strange religion. They had a strange diet. They kept a strange calendar. They had only one God. You know, a lot about it was different for the Romans, but it was tolerated. And Christianity was seen as being an expression initially of Judaism, as we mentioned, and so the toleration existed and Christianity coexisted under that umbrella. There is much moral degeneracy in the culture, even though Augustus, for example, tried very hard to establish a moral kind of tone to the society. There's much religious syncretism. The instinct of a Roman when he meets a new religion is simply to incorporate it. It isn't a matter of choosing between. You want to stay in good relationship with as many of the gods as possible, and so you embrace any or all of them. By the way, that instinct is still with us in many sections of the world. This explains the emphasis on morality. The standard of pagan culture, the moral standard of pagan culture, or the lack of a moral standard in pagan culture, helps us to explain the emphasis on morality, the emphasis on exclusive devotion to God, in light of all the choices that are out there, and to Christ that we see in the epistles. And in fact, the choice to become a Christian in the first century would produce a kind of double alienation. If you were Jewish, it was seen as being a move away from faithful Judaism by those in Judaism, and you were socially isolated. And if you were a Gentile, it was seen as a cultural move away from the culture because you were moving from many gods to one God. And you were moving from a kind of oftentimes moral indifference, except perhaps among the more elite, to caring morally about how you lived. So all of this feeds the story of what we see in the New Testament, particularly in the vice and virtue lists that you get in certain portions, or if you think about the descriptions that you get, say, at the end of Romans 1 about the nature of Gentile culture. That complaint, by the way, that Paul makes at the end of Romans 1 is a little different than the way a Jewish person would complain about Gentile culture as well, in its idolatry and the impact of its idolatry. So that's the history of Rome. Now what I want to do is to transition and come back and take a tighter look at what's going on in Judea. And for that, we're going to the next set of slides. Now, when Herod the Great, we've rotated back now to the period of Augustus. When Herod the Great died, yes, Rob?
It seems that in the Gospels, during the execution of Jesus, the Pharisees seem to be appealing to Caiaphas, to the high priest and that political structure. But then on the other hand, one of their main critiques of Jesus seems to be that he's associating with tax collectors who are complicit with the Romans, etc. So I'm confused as to why they would participate in that structure and how they would really look at the high priest if in fact the high priest is appointed.
You need to remember that the Pharisees are kind of along for the ride, that the Sadducees are in control. Sadducees have embraced what's going on with Rome. The Pharisees would prefer for the Romans not to be present in the land. But they have not opted, like the Essenes have, to go out into the desert and wait for something to happen. They have opted rather to stay engaged, and in staying engaged, to cooperate to the extent possible, but try and encourage the people to be faithful to God on the other hand. So the Pharisees are a little bit in political tension in terms of the way they're relating to the Roman government.
Would they be ambivalent about the high priest?
They would be somewhat ambivalent about the high priest in the sense that they would view the high priest as perhaps being a little too complicit and compromising with reference to Roman presence and Roman rule. Now, the reason they band together with respect to Jesus is because both groups sense that what Jesus is doing represents a challenge to either of their approaches to Judaism. Okay, so they come together on that basis. But the challenge that they take, what they do is they take a religious charge and a religious objection that they have to Jesus because of the nature of his ministry, the way he's challenging the law, the way he's challenging the traditions, that kind of thing. And they turn that into a political charge for Pilate. Pilate would not give one rip about the religious disputes that exist between Jesus, the Sadducees, and the Pharisees. If it's a religious dispute, he would say, as long as it isn't disruptive to the public peace, I don't care. You sort it out. But the moment it becomes cast in terms of this person is claiming to be a king, and a king whom you didn't appoint, that's Pilate's business. Okay? All right. Herod the Great has 3 sons. Archelaus is one of them. And Archelaus was given the role of ethnarch. He was not very popular. And in fact, the Jews attempted, before he was appointed ethnarch, according to the will that Herod the Great left, tried to keep him from being appointed as king. And this is one of the reasons he was simply called an ethnarch. It was kind of a demotion to kind of put him on alert. The impression was that he wasn't likely to be a very friendly ruler, and so they were nervous about him having the power. He was very unpopular, but he did have responsibility for Judea, Samaria, and Idumea. This is the king that Joseph fears. And so when Jesus and Mary come back from Egypt after Jesus is born, rather than going into Judea, they move north into Galilee, which puts them outside of Archelaus' rule. The instincts that the Jewish community had about Archelaus were basically correct. And by AD 6, Archelaus is replaced with the suggestion that he go on a permanent vacation in France. Okay? This is the Roman way of banishing someone and taking care of someone. They say, go and live in exile somewhere, and enjoy your bonbons and chocolate. I don't think it was quite that cool. But anyway, and so he's banished to France, and the area becomes a Roman imperial province ruled by a prefect with the capital in Caesarea Maritima. Well, we showed you pictures of that earlier on. But with a strong presence in Jerusalem and the beginning of the formal development of a census, this numbering had probably already begun to take place, but now it was being more seriously implemented. In AD 6, something that was very unpopular with the Jews because it was a reminder of the fact that Rome had power. Meanwhile, to the north and the east of the Sea of Galilee, Herod Philip is in charge. And you can see that his status as a ruler was much more stable. He went from 4 BC to AD 34, right smack into the period of Jesus' crucifixion. And this is a largely Gentile area that includes Caesarea Philippi, where Peter makes his famous confession of Jesus being the Christ. And his death leads to rule being given to Herod Agrippa I. Now, here's a map of ancient Israel. And just to show you kind of where we've been and some of the areas we've been talking about, remember we told you that the Herodian family came out of Idumea. Idumea is located in what is the southern part of Israel today, just to the west of the Dead Sea. Qumran, the Essene community that we've talked about, is right here, kind of 11 o'clock, if you want to think of the Dead Sea as a clock. Okay, about 11 o'clock on the Dead Sea, maybe 11:15. Jerusalem is right here in the middle. Caesarea Philippi is, it's not quite on the map. It's to the north of the Sea of Galilee. The Decapolis, the region of 10 Gentile cities, is just to the south of the Sea of Galilee. You can see that Tiberias, Capernaum, and Nazareth are all in the Sea of Galilee area. To the north of all this, on the coast, are Tyre and Sidon. Caesarea Maritima, Caesarea by the sea, is located in the middle of the plain of Sharon, or the valley of Sharon, on the coast. So those are some of the major sites that exist between in the first century. Perea, the Perea area is where traditionally John the Baptist is said to have performed his baptisms. Arimathea, you can see, is kind of north and slightly west of Jerusalem. Joseph of Arimathea is from. Modin, which is not on this map, if you drew a line from Jerusalem to Joppa, about right midway on that line would be where Modin is. That's where the Maccabean War started. Let's see. Masada, which is where the Jewish revolt was finally completely quelled as the last Jews were defeated in AD 73, is located at about 9 o'clock on our Dead Sea clock. And that's probably most of the key sites. Herodium, the other Herodian palace, is located right here, just slightly south and east of Bethlehem, which itself is only a few miles south of Jerusalem. There isn't a scale on here, but the size of the country, oh, there it is. The size of the country, Bethlehem is about 4 miles south of Jerusalem. The size of this country is not large. It's about 80 miles wide at its widest, and about 130 miles long. And so everything is very crammed in terms of size and space. This is a picture of Caesarea Philippi. And again, this is a little washed out because of the lighting. I can't mess with the lighting because they're filming this. But anyway, this is a huge cliff that just runs up the side. And here's a grotto area. Everything that you're seeing here became, some of it after the time of Jesus, in fact, a lot of it formally after the time of Jesus, became the location for a variety of pagan temples. The Temple of Augustus in Caesarea Philippi is located over here. It's not in the picture, in the corner. If you turn this corner around this grotto right here, there is a temple to Augustus. There was a temple erected to Augustus that would have been there in the time period, again, when Peter was confessing that Jesus was the Christ. And it's interesting that the confession of Peter takes place in a site that is literally loaded with pagan worship. This was the most, the most concentrated location for pagan worship in the area of the land of Israel. You can't tell this really closely, but that's Mike Buer. Now, we have one son left, Herod Antipas. Herod Antipas also ruled for quite a long period of time, from 4 BC to AD 39. He is the tetrarch of Galilee and Perea. So that is the region where Jesus ministered, along with the area of the Jordan Valley that was over here between the Sea of Galilee and the Dead Sea. This was Jesus' home territory, and Tiberias was the capital. So we come back to the map. Here's Perea right down here, the Decapolis to the north, the Sea of Galilee, and Tiberias, if you think of the Sea of Galilee as a clock, is located at about 9 o'clock on the clock. And again, you can see many of the locations that you're familiar with. Magdala, which is where the name Magdalene, Mary Magdalene, comes from, is located off the Sea of Galilee. Capernaum at about 11 o'clock on the Sea of Galilee. Bethsaida at about 12:30 on the Sea of Galilee. And Gennesaret off the Sea of Galilee slightly at about 3 o'clock. So You can see that Nain is further off to the south. That's still a real small community today. There's a church on the traditional site of the raising of the widow of Nain's son. And Cana is just to the north, slightly to the north and east of Nazareth, off some from the Sea of Galilee. And you're only, again, the Sea of Galilee is only about 30 or so miles from the coast if you come west. Herod Antipas is responsible for the death of John the Baptist, who complained about the immorality of his marriage to Herodias. Herodias left her first husband in order to marry Herod Antipas in a kind of political wedding. And when John the Baptist complained about this, eventually Herod Antipas slew John the Baptist. By the way, this is something we know not only from the New Testament, but it's also an event that is described by Josephus in Antiquities, Book 18. You get the sense that the book of Antiquities that Josephus wrote is important for our understanding of the history of Judea. You have gotten the right impression. If we did not have Josephus's Antiquities, Book 18, we would know far, far less about what's going on in this period than we do. This is the Herod who is responsible for interrogating Jesus according to Luke 23. Luke is the only one who mentions this part of the interrogation. Pilate initially sends Jesus to Herod because Herod is the Jewish expert in the Roman court, being half Jewish himself. And so Pilate wants to consult with Herod about what's going on here. The history is that Herod and Pilate had a little bit of a rough relationship for a time, and then it smoothed out. And some people think it was Pilate's willingness to consult Herod about this particular incident that may be part of the smoothing out, because that communicated a level of respect for Herod. Herod Antipas also is told to take a long vacation in a faraway place, France, in AD 39. Apparently, France is the, place du jour for failed rulers. And so he's banished to France in AD 39 when his brother-in-law, Herod Agrippa, accuses him of being an unfaithful ruler before Caligula, and Caligula's kind of a nervous sort. So Caligula says, go and take a vacation in a long, unreachable place where there is no internet. Here's what Josephus has to say about John the Baptist. Now, some of the Jews thought that the destruction of Herod's army came from God, and that very justly, as a punishment of what he did against John, that was called the Baptist, for Herod slew him, who was a good man, and commended the Jews to exercise virtue. Let me do some translating for you. Whenever someone was moral in Roman culture, philosophically, that was said to involve discussion of the virtues. Virtues being the good traits, vices being the evil ones. And so virtue was the way to talk about ethics in the Roman world. What we would consider to be walking with God, being moral in our walk with God, the Romans would call virtue. And so Josephus has translated that into language that the Romans would recognize. So he commanded the Jews to exercise virtue, both as to righteousness towards one another and piety towards God, a kind of expression of what we would recognize as kind of the great commandment. Love God with all your heart, mind, and soul. Love your neighbor as yourself. Very similar kind of thing laid out here as Josephus describes the ministry of John the Baptist. And so to come to baptism. For that washing with water would be acceptable to him if they made use of it, not in order to put away or the remission of some sins only, but for the purification of the body, supposing still that the soul was thoroughly purified beforehand by righteousness. Now, one thing that Josephus doesn't mention about John the Baptist is his eschatological call, his call to covenantal faithfulness. And the reason he doesn't do this is because Josephus doesn't like Jewish movements that invoke, how do I say this, God to remove or deal with the Gentile presence in the land. Why isn't he going to write about that to Romans? Okay, yeah, I get that.
Because he's catering the Roman.
Exactly.
He's catering their favor for his survival.
Exactly right. He's catering their favor for his survival. So he blames the zealots, those who sought to do this kind of thing, for the trouble in Rome, and he said not all Jews are like the zealots. So anyone who had a kind of eschatological touch to their ministry, that God was in the process of delivering his people from the pagan Gentiles, that part of what they represent is going to be played down by Josephus in what he writes. And that's the case with John the Baptist. Goes on to say, now when many others came in crowds about him, for they were greatly moved or pleased by hearing his words, Herod, who feared lest the great influence John had over the people might put it into his power and inclination to raise a rebellion, for they seemed ready to do anything he should advise, thought it best by putting him to death, to prevent any mischief he might cause, and to not bring himself into difficulties by sparing a man who might make him repent of it when it should be too late. You can see the moral element here and the issue of repentance associated with John. Accordingly, he was sent a prisoner out of Herod's suspicious temper to Machaerus. This is one of the palace areas where jails were located in Herod's area. The castle I before mentioned, and was there put to death. Now the Jews had an opinion that the destruction of this army was sent as punishment upon Herod and a mark of God's displeasure against him. So we come now to Judea and the Roman prefects. We've gone through Herod's sons. Let's talk some about the prefect rulers that Rome sent in this period beginning in 6 AD. Coponius is the first prefect that Rome sends, and he appoints Annas the high priest. Now, Annas is important because he is the patriarch of what will be the high priestly family, for the most part, through the entirety of the New Testament period. From the time of Jesus' ministry all the way through to the 60s, when Annas II, a descendant of this family, puts James, the half-brother of the Lord, to death in an incident we're going to read about later. Caiaphas, high priest during the time of Jesus' ministry. High priest presiding at the Jewish examination of Jesus. Caiaphas is Annas' son-in-law. 5 of the 6 high priests during the period when Caiaphas is high priest come out of the family of Annas. Annas is so powerful that even in the New Testament, he is described as a high priest alongside Caiaphas, almost as if the two were ruling together, in an honorific continuation of the title, much like the way we continue to call presidents after they have served president. So Annas is a towering figure whose position is established when the Roman prefect Coponius comes and appoints him as high priest. Annas himself was high priest for 9 years on his own, just like Caiaphas was high priest during the entire time that 9 years that Pilate was prefect in Judea. This family, as I mentioned, was still in priestly power during the time of the early church because Annas II is responsible for the death of James in AD 62. Pontius Pilate, as a prefect, is somewhat insensitive to the Jews. From his standpoint, it's not insensitivity. From his standpoint, he is making clear to the Jews from the moment that he shows up that Rome is in control of the land. And so he brings in symbols, images, at night in one act, in the first controversial act of his rule, an incident we're going to see described in a second. He also mints coins that make it clear that Rome is over Judea. So it's coins are kind of like, they're not only monetary value, they also can be means of propaganda for the government by what's stamped on them. And that's certainly the case with the coins that Pontius Pilate mints that makes it clear that Rome is in charge in Judea. Don't mess with us. As prefect, he has 4 responsibilities. He is to collect the taxes. He is to keep the peace. He is to exercise he's to be a judge and to look out for Caesar's interests in the land, and he is the appointer of the high priest. When the Jewish leadership brings Jesus in front of Pilate, in Luke chapter 23 and verses 2 and 3, they charge Jesus fundamentally with 3 things. He is perverting the customs of our people, which is an indirect way of saying he is introducing social instability into the land. He is saying that we should not pay the taxes. Now, actually, we know from the New Testament that's not true, but for Pilate to think that Jesus might be encouraging people to not pay taxes and to perhaps rebel is a significant charge. And then thirdly, he claims to be king. Now, Rome understood the category of kings, but they didn't particularly like people to appoint themselves kings outside of Roman appointment. This was not viewed positively by those in Rome. So these 3 charges that we see in Luke 23 run smack up against the responsibilities that Pilate exercises his rule with. In fact, in the Gospel of John, the Jewish leadership, in pleading for Pilate to do something with Jesus, says, if you release this man, you are no friend of Caesar's. Reflective of that kind of power. By the way, if you ask yourself, why are the Jews so insistent about Pilate doing something with Jesus when they take him in the first time? The reason is this. Had Pilate let Jesus go, what that would have looked like would have been a Roman acknowledgement that Jesus was not a political threat to Rome, and it would have been very difficult to take Jesus back to Pilate a second time. So this had to work the first time they took him in, and that's why they're so insistent.
Sir, can you repeat that?
Yeah. The reason the Jews are so insistent about getting a judgment on Jesus the first time is because had Pilate released Jesus, the early church could have said, look, you took Jesus before Pilate, and he judged him not to be a political threat to Rome. Okay? So that's why they were so insistent in that scene. Herod Agrippa comes to rule after Herod's 3 sons. Herod Agrippa the first. That's not Garippa, but Agrippa. AD 37 to 44. This is Herod the Great's grandson, Herodias' brother, Antipas's brother-in-law. Yes, the family line gets tight and confusing. By AD 41, he had regained all the territory that Herod the Great had had, which is basically equal to all of Palestine. He was liked by the religious leaders, the Pharisees, and he was sensitive to Jewish practice. He absolutely insisted that there be no images on coins, which was seen to be in line with the first commandment. He persecuted the church and slew James, the son of Zebedee, in an incident that is noted for us in Acts chapter 12. He imprisoned Peter in an incident that's also noted for us in Acts chapter 12. And he dies a very painful death for allowing himself to be portrayed somewhat like a god, also noted in Acts chapter 12. Annas II becomes high priest during this period, towards the end of this period, and slays James, the brother of the Lord, as we mentioned. In a period, this is interesting, this happens in a period in which prefects are changing. So one prefect is left, the other one hasn't shown up yet. Annas II takes the opportunity to slay James, the brother of the Lord, and in doing so, usurps his authority. Only Rome had the right to execute somebody and to determine that someone should be executed. When this happens, some of the Jews recognize that the Romans might be offended that Annas II has done this. And so they complain and report about Annas II's act to the Romans, and the Romans swiftly remove Annas II from authority during this period. So this scene is actually part of the proof that we know that the Romans guarded their authority to exercise capital punishment very zealously, which is why Jesus has to be taken to Pilate in order to get a crucifixion earlier on in his time, because only the Romans had this authority. Yeah.
You said that the provincial structure was through prefects and something else that I missed.
Governors.
Okay, thanks.
Governors ruled bigger areas. Pilate was responsible to reporting to the governor who was in Syria. Okay, and these were commanders who were constantly changing, just like the prefects were changing. Yes?
How would this work out, say, fast forward to the stoning of Stephen, Rome's still in power?
That's simply a mob act.
Okay.
That's simply a mob act.
It doesn't come back to Paul or Saul in any way as a Roman citizen?
No, it doesn't. I mean, that's basically seen, they lost it for a while. Okay? But this wasn't seen, and it also isn't seen as kind of an official government act, if I can say it that way. Okay? It's just a simple crowd reaction.
I'm kind of confused about how the Herodians, or the kings, Herod the kings, worked with the prefects.
Well, they shared, the prefect was responsible to be responsive, the Herodians were responsible to be responsive to the prefect. The prefect was Rome's official Roman representative in the land. The Herodians were client kings who served at the kindness of the emperor. So they want to continue to have the emperor's cooperation. If you want to continue to have the emperor's cooperation, you cooperate with the prefect that he sends. So there's this relationship in which Pilate has, in effect, the upper hand, although oftentimes he will defer to Herod because of the genealogical relationship that Herod has to the people. Okay, so it's kind of it's a negotiated sharing of authority in which the prefect ultimately has the most power.
So did Herod Agrippa, did he reunite the, you know how when Herod the Great died, he split his, whatever he was going into 3 parts. Did Herod Agrippa have all 3 of them?
Yes, he reunited all this. So he's a very powerful figure. Agrippa's gruesome death is described in Acts 12, came in AD 44. And the area is in Roman hands for 6 years until Herod Agrippa II is appointed. And Herod Agrippa II is a huge shadow of a Jewish leader whose life extends past the fall of Jerusalem and really extends well into the end of the 1st century. Before we get to Herod Agrippa, we have key procurators, Felix and Festus. Felix is married to a Jewess, Drusilla, who's the sister of Agrippa II. So you can see the kind of political alignments that are happening as families and powers intermarry. This is part of the politics of the period. Felix is tough with regard to law and order, but he's not viewed as very competent. Paul has appearances that are noted before Festus and Herod Agrippa II in Acts 23 to 25. Festus is viewed as tough on law and order, but he's viewed as competent in terms of the way he oversaw Roman responsibility in the area. Annas II kills James when Festus dies and no ruler is present. And the story I told you about his replacement is told to us in the book of Antiquities. Now we're into book 20 of that volume. He's immediately replaced for overstretching his authority. Herod Agrippa is trusted and is given the right to appoint the high priest and authority over the temple treasury. So the Romans came to really like and trust him. You can see that he's around for a long time, from AD 50 to AD 94, well past the fall of Jerusalem. This is what Josephus has to say about James' death by the hand of Annas II. Now the report goes that this elder Annas proved a most fortunate man, for he had 5 sons who all performed the office of high priest to God. That's Annas I. And he himself enjoyed that dignity a long time formerly, which had never happened to any other of our high priests. But this younger Annas, who, as we have told you already, took the high priesthood, was a bold man in his temper and very insolent. He also was of the sect of the Sadducees, who are very rigid in judging offenders above all the rest of the Jews, as we have already observed. When therefore Annas was of this disposition, he thought he now had a proper opportunity to exercise his authority. Festus was now dead, and Albinus was put upon the road. So the prefect was coming, but he hadn't arrived yet. So he assembled the Sanhedrin of judges and brought before them the brother of Jesus, who was called Christ, whose name was James, and some others. Now this little aside to James and to the Christ in the Book of Antiquities, Book 20, is very, very important, because it tells us that the section that we get on Jesus earlier on in Antiquities, in Book 18, about Jesus, alluded to the fact that Jesus claimed or had an association with the title the Christ. And people who want to expunge that entire description of Jesus from Josephus because of some things that have been interpolated into it, having Josephus say things like he was the Messiah, which Josephus wouldn't have said, because Josephus was Jewish and not a Christian. This little line gives evidence of the fact that the Christ has already been discussed in the book, and so that Josephus said something about Jesus earlier on in Book 18. And when he informed an accusation against them as breakers of the law, talking about James, he delivered them to be stoned. But as for those who seemed most equitable of the citizens, and such as were the most easy at the breach of the laws, they disliked what was done. And they also sent to King Agrippa, desiring him to send to Annas that he should act so no more, for that what he had already done was not to be justified. Nay, some of them went also to meet Albinus, as he was upon his journey from Alexandria, and informed him that it was not lawful for Annas to assemble a Sanhedrin without his consent. Whereupon Albinus complied with what they said, wrote in anger to Annas, and threatened that he would bring him to punishment for what he had done. On which King Agrippa took the high priesthood from him, and when he had ruled but 3 months, made Jesus, son of Damius, high priest. So there you see some of the political intrigue that comes with Annas II overstepping his bounds and executing James, brother of the Lord. Now, yes?
Who was Albinus?
Albinus was the prefect who had been appointed to replace Festus. Okay? And as he was coming from Egypt to assume that role, this took place. So Judaism is fragmented during this time. It's not a unit that's all united. Here's what Josephus has to say about the Pharisees. Now we're going to go through these texts. Now for the Pharisees, they live meanly, which means frugally, and despise delicacies in diet, and they follow the conduct of reason. And what that prescribes to them as good for them, they do. They think they ought to earnestly strive to observe reason's dictates for practice. They also pay respect to such as are in years. They respect their elders. Nor are they so bold as to contradict them in anything which they have introduced. And when they determine that all things are done by fate, they do not take away the freedom of men of acting as they think fit, since their notion is that it is pleased God to make a temperament whereby what he wills is done, but so that the will of men can act virtuously or viciously. So they believe in a kind of free will in humanity. They also believe that souls have an immortal, big difference, an immortal vigor in them, and that under the earth there will be rewards or punishments according as they have lived virtually or viciously in this life. And the latter be detained in an everlasting prison, but the former shall have power to revive and live again, on account of which doctrines they are able greatly to persuade the body of the people. And whatsoever they do about divine worship, prayers, and sacrifices, They perform them according to their direction, insomuch that the cities gives great attestations to them on account of their entire virtuous conduct, both in the action of their lives and their discourses also, which is just a fancy way of saying the Pharisees were very popular and they were influential. They were viewed as the pious. This is on the Sadducees, also in Book 18 of Antiquities, in the same section where the Pharisees are being described. But the doctrine of the Sadducees is this, that souls die with the body. So whereas the Pharisees believe in a bodily resurrection, the Sadducees do not. The Sadducees are more naturalist in their theology. Nor do they regard the observation of anything besides what the law enjoins them. For they think it an instance of virtue to dispute with those teachers of philosophy whom they frequent. But this doctrine is received but by a few, yet by those still of the greatest dignity. So they aren't as popular, but they have power among the elite. That they are able to do almost nothing of themselves, for when they become magistrates, as they are unwilling and by force sometimes obliged to be, they addict themselves to the notions of the Pharisees, because the multitude would not otherwise bear them. They aren't exactly the most popular group, according to Josephus. This is what Josephus has to say about the Essenes in the same section of Antiquities 18. The doctrine of the Essenes is this, that all things are best ascribed to God. They teach the immortality of the soul and esteem that the rewards of the righteous are to be earnestly striven for. And when they send what they have dedicated to God into the temple, they do not offer sacrifices because they have more pure lustrations of their own, on which account they are excluded from the common court of the temple, but offer their sacrifices themselves, yet is their course of life better than those of other men. They entirely addict themselves to husbandry. It also deserves our admiration how much they exceed all other men that addict themselves to virtue, and this in righteousness, and indeed to such a degree as it has never appeared among any other man, neither Greeks nor barbarians, no, not for a little time, so it has endured a long while among them. So they're very virtuous people, just like the Pharisees are. This is demonstrated by the institution of theirs, which will not suffer anything to hinder them from having all things in common. They hold their possessions in common together, no private ownership. So that a rich man enjoys no more of his own wealth than he who has nothing at all. There are about 4,000 men that live in this way, and neither marry wives, nor are desirous to keep servants, as thinking the latter tempts men to be unjust, and the former gives handle to domestic quarrels. Positive view of marriage. But as they live by themselves, they minister one to another. They also appoint certain stewards to receive the incomes of their revenues and the fruits of the ground, such as are good men and priests, who are to get their coin and their food ready for them. They none of them differ from others of the Essenes in their way of living, but do most resemble those Dacae who are called Palestei, and then it goes on in the description. The fall of Jerusalem to Rome in AD 66 to 73 is caused by a group of zealot revolutionaries who try and remove Rome from Judea. There's a series of incompetent Roman procurators who don't quite know what to do with this rising rebellion. Albinus, who serves from 62 to 64, Gessius Florus, who serves from 64 to 66. James ends up being slain by Annas II in somewhere around 64. There's just a whole lot of chaos going on. There's a feud that breaks out between Greeks and Jews in Caesarea. And this becomes the excuse for aristocratic nationalists and zealots to foment a reaction. Herod Agrippa tries to stop it, but fails. So Nero sends Vespasian, who conquers Galilee, defeats Josephus at Gamla, as Josephus originally is fighting with the Jews. In AD 70, he besieges Jerusalem, and the temple is destroyed. And Herod Agrippa II, with Titus, at the end, oversees the fall of Jerusalem. In AD 73, the last Jews, at least according to the tradition, commit suicide at Masada rather than fall into Roman hands, rather than surrender. And this becomes a great act of virtue martyrdom that Israel still celebrates to this day. Jerusalem is in chaos, its nationalism is crushed, and basically Rome ends up being in authority until AD 132 to 135, when another messianic figure, a figure named Bar Kokhba, arises, again trying to throw off the Romans, with the support of a rabbi named Akiba, among others. This also fails, and when the Romans defeat the Jews in AD 132 to 135, this time they really crack down. The Jews are kicked out of the land. Jerusalem is completely ransacked and turned into a pagan city for a time, and the Jewish presence in the land is lost as a result of that failure in the 2nd century. This is a picture of Gamla. I wish I could give you a sense of the depth of what's going on here. Gamla is that community sitting on the top of that little hill. It was a defensive garrison, and Josephus commanded a group of men who held out in a siege until they were defeated in AD 67. You can't see this real clearly, but there's a breach in the wall right here by where the synagogue is. That's where the Romans came in after a time and overran Gamla, defeated Josephus, who then went on to an illustrious career as note provider for NTI. The effects of the fall. The Sanhedrin was dissolved. The temple was destroyed. The sacrifices were stopped. The priesthood ceased. Judaism became reorganized around the law and customs as the temple receded in importance because it no longer existed. The Pharisees came to dominate. The Sadducees were held responsible for the collapse of peace in the country, and they were the big losers. Yohanan ben Zakkai, a key rabbinic figure, went to Vespasian's army camp before the fall and established a rabbinic line of reform. Because he welcomed Vespasian into the land, Vespasian let him help to restructure Judaism. The question became, as the question has been all through this history that we've been going through, how are you going to live as a faithful Jew in the midst of the Gentiles? Only now you had to do it without a temple. And so Judaism was reorganized around legal practices and the synagogue. Christianity spreads in part because it is less centralized and more ethnically open. Something that the book of Acts tells us about.
To the official in charge of revenues, it is now nearly 2 years ago that Apollonius made off with my dowry, and he left me with the female child, which we conceived together, in rags.
Although emperors often struck down their political enemies, millions of anonymous people around the empire led less eventful lives. They paid taxes, struggled to support their families, and when problems arose, they appealed to Roman administrators for relief.
My husband has journeyed by boat down to Alexandria, and he has joined himself there to another woman. He has told his father to sell our house. Since I lack even basic nourishment, I ask you to order him to be summoned before you, and to help compel him to return the dowry to me for life's necessities.
Many lived on the brink of ruin. In their towns and cities, in Egypt, Italy, and around the Mediterranean, they endured filthy streets, rampant disease, recurrent famine. Emperors tried to alleviate suffering by offering free grain to some 250,000 Romans, but even this wasn't enough. For many of the nameless poor, feeding their families was an impossible task, especially in the Roman province of Judea, modern-day Israel. There, on the empire's desert fringe, the dry soil supported meager harvests, and Roman taxes added to the burden. The Jews of Judea were fervently religious. Among them was a family from a village near the Sea of Galilee.
In those days, an order was sent by the Emperor Augustus to register the entire world. All went to their own towns.
Long before Tiberius's accession, Augustus had ordered a census. It was an enormous undertaking. From Gaul to Egypt, from Asia to Judea, millions registered with Roman officials.
And Joseph also went from the city of Nazareth in Galilee to be registered with Mary, whom he was to wed and who was expecting a child.
Joseph was a Jewish carpenter. If the birth of his son caught Rome's attention at all, it was only as a statistic. But Jesus, growing to maturity in his father's trade, would leave a legacy more enduring than Augustus himself. A legacy made possible by the extraordinary ferment of the first century. For in this corner of the empire, at this moment in history, Judea was in turmoil. The population had split into hostile factions. Preachers and prophets roamed the countryside, drawing emotional crowds. At the age of 30, Jesus joined one such group and was baptized in the Jordan River. Soon Jesus began a ministry of his own, and like other itinerant preachers of his day, he walked between villages, taking his message to the homes and synagogues of Judea's poor.
No one can serve two masters. You cannot serve God and wealth. And so I say to you, do not worry about what you will eat or what you will drink or about what you will wear. Is life not more than food and the body more than clothes? Behold, the birds in the sky. They neither sow nor reap nor gather into barns, and yet your Father in heaven feeds them. Are you not more precious than they? Blessed are the poor in spirit, for the kingdom of heaven is theirs. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth.
The Roman Empire provides the historical context for Jesus' words and deeds. And without taking that context seriously, much of what we know or even think we know about Jesus becomes inscrutable. Jesus speaks of the rule of God. He speaks of relief and hope for the poor, the dispossessed, the disinherited. He's speaking to a lot of people who meet that description. And he's saying that God is going to do something about this situation, that God is doing something about this situation right now.
Jesus' talk about a kingdom greater than Rome electrified his listeners. But his disciples' astounding claim that Jesus was literally God's son also caused offense, and his demanding terms threatened to unravel thousands of years of social tradition.
Do not think that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to pit a man against his father and a daughter against her mother.
Even the people from his own small village were outraged. They drove Jesus out of town. They led him to a cliff and threatened to hurl Jesus over the edge. He escaped, but his ministry continued to draw fire.
But Jesus would say things like to this young man who came to Jesus and said, I want to follow you, but first I have to go and bury my parents. And he said, let the dead bury the dead. You come and follow me. And this was an utterly provocative thing to say in a period where a child's filial responsibility to bury their parents was utterly fundamental.
About the year 33, Jesus traveled to the city of Jerusalem for Passover. He joined throngs of pilgrims from around the world. Pilgrims who arrived with foreign monies, seeking animals to sacrifice at Jerusalem's sacred temple. Jesus was appalled. Commerce, he believed, defiled the holy site.
In the temple, he found people selling cattle, sheep, and doves, and money changers seated for business. Making a whip from cords, he drove them all out of the temple. He also poured out the coins of the money changers and overturned their tables. To those selling the doves, he said, "Take these things out of here. Do not make my Father's house a marketplace."
Now, what we see from this clip is an attempt to put Jesus in a Jewish and Greco-Roman background and see him primarily as a political rabble-rouser who's upsetting the social balance of the Roman world. That's a part of what was the result of what Jesus did, because he certainly did challenge the structure of Judaism. But that's not, of course, all of what Jesus was about. Now, what I want to do today is I want to do two things. I want to kind of wrap up where we were last time. We were just looking at a clip on Jesus and how he was being portrayed as having dealt with kind of a social and class destabilization, I think would be the way to say it, is the way the PBS video put it. And what I want to do this morning is we're going to turn our attention to culture, to Greco-Roman and Judean culture in general, as well as kind of wrap up where we were. We were at the destruction of Jerusalem in AD 70 and then the Bar Kokhba destruction in AD 132 and 135. I have a nice clip from the PBS video that runs us through the fragility of life in this culture, as well as the taking over of Jerusalem by Vespasian and Titus. So I'm going to start there, and then we're going to take a look at the culture. So here is the clip.
Greetings, my friend. I write to you in deepest sadness. The younger daughter of our mutual friend, Fundanus, has died.
Pliny the Younger was a witness to his age. His letters, published during his lifetime, show Pliny striving to reconcile with turbulent times in his public and private life.
I've never seen a girl more cheerful and friendly, more worthy of long life. Barely 14, she blended virginal modesty with the wisdom and dignity of a mature woman. And her early death was all the more tragic, since she was soon to marry a fine young man. The day had been chosen and the invitation sent. Such joy has turned to such sorrow.
Pliny was just a child during Rome's civil wars. He was born into a wealthy family from the countryside of northern Italy. Far from the capital, he was spared the immediate violence of war, but he was not spared personal tragedy. His own father died while young Pliny was still a boy. It was a life-changing blow, but it was hardly unusual. Apart from the hazards of war, many Romans died young from infectious disease, famine, and women from childbirth. Funerals and mourning were painful staples of daily life, and ancient monuments immortalize the timeless emotion of loss.
Here I'm laid to rest. I lived 27 years and was married for 16. I was a faithful wife who gave birth to 6 children. Only one survives me.
To my most beloved wife, who lived with me for 18 years and gave me no cause for complaint. But now I complain, and I beg you, spirits, to return my wife to me, that I may not experience such criminal separation any longer.
These were laments young Pliny could easily understand, for the events of Pliny's childhood taught him early and well that life was fleeting. Fame, he concluded, was the only tonic. By chronicling his times, Pliny hoped he might shape the empire's legacy and write his own.
Death Death seems bitter and premature for those composing timeless works. My own mortality, my own writings come to mind. No doubt the same thoughts frighten you. While life is with us, we must struggle to make our mark, so that death finds little it can wipe away.
While Pliny confronted the precarious nature of first-century life, the new Emperor Vespasian was in Egypt, confronting the realities of late-century politics. His troops controlled Rome, but Vespasian knew that Egypt was a key to supremacy. He needed to control Rome's food supply, the grain growing along the Nile. He needed to control the army stationed there. And he needed the aura of grandeur that Egyptian culture readily supplied.
The unexpected and still new emperor lacked authority and majesty, but both these traits were offered to him.
The biographer Suetonius recalled the new emperor's awkward first steps towards a new persona.
As Vespasian held court before a large audience, two men approached. They begged Vespasian to cure their afflictions. They told him a dream had predicted that sight would return if Vespasian spit in the blind man's eyes, that the other would walk if Vespasian's heel touched his lame leg. The emperor was dubious and at first refused, but his friends persuaded him to try, openly, before the crowd. To Vespasian's amazement, the invalids were cured.
All emperors needed legitimacy, they needed authority, they needed some sign that their power came from outside, had the will of the gods behind it. And it's very common to have miracle-type stories hovering around emperors. Vespasian particularly, because he comes to power from nowhere. He's not part of the reigning dynasty. He needs these signs of authority.
Vespasian embraced his newfound stature, but he knew image alone could not hold the empire together, that his real power came from the military, and nothing would cement it more surely than a foreign victory. Vespasian fast returned his attention to Judea, to the province he left in haste the year before. Judea was still aflame. For 5 long years, the Jewish population had been waging a full-scale war of independence against Rome. The revolt showed stunning audacity and brought staggering costs. By the year 70, Roman forces had reduced much of Judea to smoldering ruins. The Jewish army had been decimated, and the few surviving rebels were now besieged inside the walled city of Jerusalem, with one notable exception. His name was Josephus.
Josephus was a Jewish aristocrat. He was educated as a Pharisee. He was very much a freedom fighter for his people and a military leader. But he became convinced, or perhaps convinced himself, that God was on the Roman side in this battle, in this war.
Just months before, Josephus had been a rebel fighter, but he had been captured and changed sides. Now he operated freely in the Roman camp outside Jerusalem's walls, and he offered useful information to the invading army. Josephus's former allies, even his own family, were still besieged inside the city. But on the Romans' behalf, Josephus now urged his fellow Jews to surrender.
I circled the wall. I begged them to spare themselves, their country, and their temple. They knew Roman strength was irresistible. What land had escaped the Romans? Fortune's favor had turned to Rome, and God was now in Italy. You stubborn men! Throw down your weapons and pity your collapsing city. My family is trapped inside with you. Perhaps you think that's why I urge surrender, but kill them. Take my blood as the price for your salvation. I too am ready to die if that will teach you sense.
The defenders ignored his appeal. The Roman noose continued to tighten. Roman soldiers stripped the countryside of trees for miles around. They built a giant siege tower to scale the Jewish fortress. But supply tunnels dug by the rebels had weakened Jerusalem's walls. To the amazement of all, one of them suddenly collapsed. And the astonished Romans flooded in. Romans and Jews fought face to face through the narrow, winding streets. Soon the surviving Jews were driven back into their last bastion, the walled sanctuary of Jerusalem's sacred temple, deep inside the city.
The temple was the symbol of the faith, and not just for the Jews who happened to live in Jerusalem. This was true of the Jews all over the Mediterranean, most of whom had never been to Jerusalem, had never seen the temple, but for whom it was the emblem of continuity of Judaism.
However sacred, the walls of the temple could not withstand the onslaught. A Roman soldier flung some burning wood into the temple grounds. Immediately, the temple burst into flames, and Roman troops invaded. Josephus witnessed the massacre.
Passion alone took charge. Flight and death were everywhere. Most of those killed were unarmed citizens, butchered wherever they were caught. Around the holy altar, corpses piled up and slid in a river of blood down the steps. The cries of the stricken spread everywhere. I can imagine nothing more horrifying than those cries.
The rebellion was broken. Thousands died. But for many Jews, the fate of the temple was even more devastating than the human carnage. With no place to conduct their timeless rituals, the Jews of Jerusalem braced for the extinction of their religion. But Judaism would not die. Jews outside Jerusalem would keep their practices and memories alive. Ironically, one of them was Josephus. The rebel collaborator followed the conquering army back to Rome, even became a Roman citizen. But he did not abandon his heritage. Perhaps to ease his conscience, Josephus would dedicate his remaining life to recording the events he had witnessed. He would become one of the great chroniclers of Jewish history.
All right, that is a good summary of life in the Greco-Roman world, along with the overview of the fall of Jerusalem and the role of Josephus in all of this. It's a very, very important period of history and significant for what it yields us in terms of what it is teaching us about culture. What I want to do with the rest of today is to go through and walk you through Greco-Roman culture. We'll be doing this all this week, different aspects of everyday life, so that you have a sense of the setting of the New Testament. And we're going to start with some very basic statistics and that kind of thing, and then walk through various aspects of early first century life. Now, I'm going to start with population. And these are all estimates. If you want to ask me how they do this, in one sense it's a good question. But basically what they do is they look at population density, what we've discovered about the boundaries of cities, that kind of thing, and then do the math. And you can see that there's quite a range on all these numbers, but they at least give you a feel for what's going on. The estimated population of the Roman Empire in the first century is somewhere between 70 and 100 million people. You can see that's a much smaller total amount than exists in that same region of the world today. The Jews make up 1 to 8 million people within the empire. The estimates are that Jews comprised about 7% of the population of the Roman Empire. Rome, as a city, was 1 million. It's the only city that had 1 million in it. Just to show you how significant that number is, London didn't reach 1 million until the 1800s. So very significant population. Some 60,000 are estimated to be Jews in Rome. Again, the same basic, about the same basic ethnic penetration as exists in the rest of the Roman Empire. Alexandria in Egypt, the key city in Egypt, was about 300,000, of which about 30% were Jewish. Alexandria was one of the great diaspora cities for Judaism, and it became one of the hubs for 2nd century Christianity. Antioch of the book of Acts fame, this is Syria Antioch, had a population estimate running from about 150,000 all the way up to 600,000, with about 20 to 60,000 Jews located in the city. Come to Palestine, or to Judea, we're talking about 700,000 to 2,500,000 in terms of the estimates. Galilee, the northern part of Judea, about 200,000. Jerusalem, somewhere between 25,000 to 90,000. But at feast time, this would triple in size, somewhere around 125,000 plus. Tiberias and Sepphoris, the two major cities in the Galilee, 15 to 25,000. And then Capernaum, Jesus' headquarters, 6 to 12,000. And then the village of Nazareth, 500 people. So not very large. So you can see quite a range for the population of the Roman Empire and of Galilee in particular. Now, Judea is part of the Mediterranean Fertile Crescent, and it is strategically important because the way into the Middle East from the Mediterranean Sea runs through Judea. That's why it was strategically important. It also was sandwiched, as we have found out, between Syria and Egypt, which made it precious property in terms of being a bridge from east to west. It has a coastal plain, and you'll see more pictures of this in just a second. There is a river, the Jordan River, that runs up the eastern side of the land and runs from the Dead Sea, actually from Galilee down to the Dead Sea. It's a hilly area in the middle of the country, and it's more mountainous to the north. Israel, running north to south, that's Dan to Beersheba, is 150 miles long. That is less than the distance from here to Austin. The Sea of Galilee to the Dead Sea is 65 miles. The Sea of Galilee to the Mediterranean is 28 miles. That's less than the distance from Dallas to Fort Worth. The Dead Sea to the Mediterranean is 54 miles, just slightly more than the distance between Dallas and Fort Worth. So this is a very small area of land that we're talking about. Travel consisted of, if you went by wagon, you'd make about 7 miles a day. If you went just by foot, you could do 20 or so miles a day. And if you went by horse, you could make 50 miles a day, which means that to make a pilgrimage from Galilee down to Jerusalem for the feast generally would take about 3 to 4 days of travel just to get there, unless you were hustling by horse. Now, this map that you see is a map of the Roman Empire during the time of Augustus. And what we see here is this area, which you know as Israel and Lebanon, is called Syria. In fact, Jerusalem is here and Antioch is right up here. Asia Minor, which is Turkey, And the key area of the 7 cities of Revelation is right here. Obviously, Italy and Rome over here, Greece right here, with Philippi and Athens running down the eastern coast of Greece. And the Roman Empire really extends to the white area on this map. So you can see that it runs from Spain all the way across to Syria, down into the depths of Egypt, as well as the North African coast. Here is a close-up map of Israel and Jordan. This map actually is painted on a wall at one of the better museums in Amman in Jordan. And you can see the location of some of the key sites that we would talk about. Jerusalem is here, Bethlehem here, Jericho located right on the north tip of the Dead Sea. Beersheba down here in the south, the southernmost part of the land in the time of Jesus. Jerash, which was became an interesting Roman location in the 2nd century, north of Amman, which is located right here. The Masada area is down in this region. Gaza is over here on the coast. Tyre and Sidon located just to the north of that little rim at the top, about where that boat is in the Mediterranean. That's a pretty big boat by scale. Anyway, languages. Languages of the 1st century. The dominant language of Judea was Aramaic. We know it's dominant because we have Targums that were found at Qumran and other locations in which it's clear that the Hebrew has been translated into Aramaic in order to make the Old Testament intelligible to people who are speaking Aramaic as opposed to Hebrew. So the Targums are the Aramaic translations of the Old Testament. Remember that in the diaspora, the Old Testament has been translated into Greek, what's called the Septuagint. It's often identified by a symbol that looks like this, which signifies the 70 translators who are supposedly responsible for the translation. Greek is another language that circulates, and some business is done in Greek. And Greek is the dominant language of the Roman Empire as we move further to the west. Also, Hebrew is used by the rabbis and those who are engaged in formal religious training and instruction. And then Latin is, of course, a language that the Romans would have known. So you have varying degrees of 4 languages floating around, although the dominant languages are certainly Aramaic and Greek. Some people, particularly business people, would have been bilingual. In a few cases, trilingual. The values of the culture is that you basically have an honor-shame society. This is patriarchal, and people have a relatively fixed status. You generally don't move across classes during your life in the ancient world. Honor and shame are achieved in 2 major ways. Either by your family status that you inherit, and so you're part of an honorable family, or by the achievement that you have in your lifetime if you're one of the precious few who's kind of in the upper echelons of the society. Otherwise, you have a pretty mundane survival existence in this culture. Kinship is key. The family that you belong to, not necessarily the biological family, but the family that you're related to or that you work for. The 2 key values, the key value besides family in Judaism is the value of honoring God. And as we've already noted, this society, whether it is Greek or Jewish, is patriarchal. The oldest male member of the family is the head of the house, generally speaking, and runs just about everything. In the society of class, we have the difference between ascribed honor and acquired honor. Ascribed honor is honor that you are given because of something you have, because of their role in the society, and acquired honor is honor that you acquire as a result of achievement. The aristocracy is split into two classes, composes about 10% of the total population. The senatorial families, these would have been the people at the top of the social chain, run about 2 to 4% of the population. And the equestrian family, which is where some of your major political administrators come from, Pontius Pilate would have been in this group, is another 7% of the population. The freeborn middle class would have run in the 10 to 15% range, and also known as the plebeians. And then the slaves would have run about 70%, with a fringe, people very much on the edge of society, the poor, the lame, etc., about 10% of the population. The politics are structured in a client-patron fashion. This means that there is a benefactor to whom people are beholden because of the money that they give to help build the city, or the power that they wield to help make the politics work. It was very hierarchical, and the patron served the client. We've referred to Herod as a client king in this client-patron relationship in which he owes his position, his authority, his power, and his support to the Roman emperor. Life expectancy, now this one will surprise you, about 20 years. If you lived to the age of 5, okay, this shows you how significant childbirth is. If you lived to the age of 5, then it went up to 40 years. If you lived past 40, you had a long life. It's one of the reasons I showed the clip, is because we had a wife who died at 29, at 27, who had been married 16 years. Means she married at 11. Many of the marriages that existed were arranged, and they were arranged as girls entered into their teens, basically. There's limited literacy during this time. We have predominantly an oral culture. The estimated literacy, people who could read and write, 10%. The Jewish literacy rate would have been higher because the male Jews would have been trained in the synagogue to read the Torah. So it would have been higher. Don't know quite how much. Estimates vary as to who gets the training in the synagogue, but it would have been significantly higher than 10%. The basic economics is basically it's agriculture that runs the economy. The landowner, the steward, the day laborer, the slave labor help to run the various farming areas that existed. There was an allusion in the clip to the importance of grain coming out of Egypt for all the Roman Empire. There was an extensive shipping industry that was designed to get that grain from Egypt up to the mainland, on the northern part of the Mediterranean, into Italy and Rome, into other locations in the Roman Empire. Olives, vineyards, grain, sheep, goats, and fishing were the key commodities that were raised. And the outstanding feature of this culture is the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, that having a powerful emperor with a powerful military allowed, and an extensive, solid administrative structure that Augustus had put in place is the key to how the culture ran. Now, I'm also going to show you a variety of pictures to reflect this culture and to give you a sense of how it worked. Here is a very famous remain in Judea. This is the aqueduct that runs from Mount Hermon to Caesarea Maritima. It basically brings water down to the coast. It runs for over 13 miles. part of the reason I like to show these bits of ancient achievement is to remind people that the ancients aren't quite as dumb as we think. That they really achieved, at an engineering level, some rather magnificent accomplishments in terms of moving the culture on, whether we think about buildings like the temple on the one hand, or these kinds of aqueducts which literally dot the entire Roman Empire. You can go to parts of Turkey, to parts of Rome. When you come in, actually, when you come in by train into Rome from, say, Florence, you run by some of the remains of the aqueducts that existed in the Roman Empire, that kind of thing. So really an extensive effort to get resources, natural resources, moved from one location to another. The key political structure that comes out of Rome is the prefect-client-king structure that feeds into the emperor. In Jewish circles, the key political structure, we've already alluded to this, is the role of the high priest, helped by the major Judean families that occupy the Sanhedrin, the council of kind of elders, numbered around 70, who gathered together and made the difficult decisions, made up of a mixture of Sadducees and Pharisees, the Sadducees less popular than the Pharisees containing the popular influence and being regarded as pious. Remember that the Essenes have basically withdrawn to the desert and do not engage in the politics of the country. Economics. The only way I know how to describe this is it's trickle-up economics. Everything runs to the top. 5% control 50 to 60% of the goods. The Roman emperor and the key patron families control the land, and Roman citizens are exempt from certain levels of taxation. 65 to 70% of the land is used for agriculture. That's why agriculture is the major generator of income. And there's a multiple level tax structure. I'm sure you haven't thought about what taxes are like, what the IRS was like in the internal Roman service, but nonetheless, there's produce tax, which the state collected 25 to 35% of all the grain and 50% of all the fruit, automatically went to the state. Monetary tax, there were poll taxes, citizen taxes, sales taxes, property taxes, road taxes, general taxes in general, toll taxes, import taxes, inheritance taxes, and other randomly imposed taxes, plus tithe support for the priesthood and the temple tax. Estimates are that 33% of one's earnings was taxed and 15% went to Jerusalem. That's a lot of taxation. The religion, which we'll talk about more next time, was composed of multiple gods for the Greeks, and then you had monotheistic Judaism operating in the midst of this polytheism, which emphasized election through covenant, possession of a land that was regarded as holy, and circumcision as the sign of that covenant relationship. There were 5 key components to Jewish faith in the Second Temple period. This included the observation of the Sabbath, the pursuit of purity. By the way, purity, this is important, purity is not the same as sin. Purity are the defilements that come out of everyday life that are inevitable. People die, and so people who touch dead bodies become unclean. You can't stop death, so you can't stop uncleanliness. So purity is not the same thing as sin. It's a distinct category. Nonetheless, it requires cleansing, and it also wears off over time. So that you can go from being unclean to clean overnight. There is the temple and all the worship associated with the temple, which involves the occupation of sacred space and pilgrimage feasts in particular, where people travel to Jerusalem. At least once a year. If you were regarded as pious if you made the trip down to Jerusalem to participate in the feasts once a year. Even though the law commanded it 3 times a year, once a year was considered, generally speaking, by popular standards to reflect piety. The calendar, 2 different calendars at work in Judaism. There's a lunar calendar, which is how the temple operates. This is why you get the wide fluctuations in the Jewish holidays between months. They're not located in the same month from year to year because they're operating off of a lunar calendar. Whereas the Qumran community operated off a solar calendar. The difference was between I think a 356-day year as opposed to a 360 to 364-day year. And then you had, last but not least, the Messianic hope that fueled Judaism in the hope that one day someone would come and deliver them from the nations in their midst. Now, just to give you a sense of the variety of gods that exist, this is a relief. I believe I took this at the Naples Museum in Italy. And the 2 gods that are represented over here, this is called the Court of Adoration. And the 2 gods over here are Castor and Pollux, known as the twins. In the sea voyage that takes place in Acts 27, Castor and Pollux are the gods associated with the ship that Paul travels on, in all likelihood. So people are walking up in this relief to honor the twin gods. Here are pictures of Lars, L-A-R-S, in the plural, Lars, singular. These are idols that were located within homes. As I told you, ancient culture was very religious. They believed in the existence of transcendent forces all around them. The creation was animated and alive, and you wanted to placate the gods. So you would have idols like this located in your home that you would offer grain offerings or that kind of thing on a daily basis to make sure that they were happy with you. Here's Neptune, god of the sea. These are all from the Naples Museum. Jupiter. Two of the more important gods of the Roman pantheon. Okay, let's talk about the Roman military. The Roman military was largely a volunteer force, and people volunteered for it because it was a great way to make sure that you had a job and an income. Legions ran at 6,000 men, 5,300 infantry, 700 cavalry. They were commanded by a legate. Under Tiberius, the estimates are there were 25 legions in Rome, in the Roman Empire, about 150,000 soldiers. The legions were divided into 10 cohorts of 6 centuries. So that's 10 times 600, just to make sure that you've got the math down, in case you've got to take the GRE in the near future. The cohort commander was known as a tribute or a century, and the commander of these subunits was known as a centurion. The cohort regiments were auxiliary troops of 500 to 1,000 men, and their commander was a prefect. Now, normally speaking, there was about 1 legion of troops present in Judea. 6,000 Roman soldiers to control the population. To show you where this puts Israel in relationship to the larger region of Syria, Syria had 3 legions. So if things got messy in Israel, they could always send a messenger to Syria to bring more troops down, and there were more troops available.
The typical soldier in this army, would they be, what kind of requirements, a legal contract, what kind of nationality did Rome incorporate? Everyone?
It's a good question. Yes, generally speaking, they came from all kinds of backgrounds. and were incorporated, although many of the leaders of the armies would have been Roman citizens and had significant social status. Yeah?
Being that there's lots of slaves, could you literally fight for your freedom?
No, it was unlikely. If you were a slave, you belonged to somebody. So if you were free, then if you became a freedman, then that would be different. But if you were a slave, you were someone else's property.
How do one become a Roman citizen?
Well, you were either born into it or you earned it somehow. Or you bribed for it. There's a famous scene where Paul is talking about his Roman citizenship in Acts, and the military leader that he's talking to makes it clear that his Roman citizenship was acquired through the money that he was able to pay for it. Public services. In Roman cities, you would have had paved streets in some locations, some underground sewage, but not much, public baths, libraries, and schools. Certain parts of Rome were famous for their squalor, for their lack of quality of life, for, how can I say this, the smells that accompanied city life.
In terms of the religion of the Roman Empire, can you say something about the fact that Rome, in some sense, believed that Jupiter had appointed Rome as the divine?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about that on Thursday. Okay, so we're going to get there Thursday. You have the amphitheater. Well, we're going to see some pictures of some pretty major Roman theaters in a minute. You had sports, the games that were associated with the theater, which is one way to keep the people entertained and happy. You had the gymnasium, which was where the instruction and the athletics took place. You had concerts and plays as arts boomed in certain parts of the Roman Empire, and you had some very limited medical services for some of the, particularly for the elite and for the soldiers. Here are various renditions of Roman and Macedonian soldiers. Now, if you go to Germany and you get to Tübingen, which is in the southern and western part of Germany, about a half an hour from Stuttgart, which itself is about 2 hours from Frankfurt. Tübingen is about 2 hours from Frankfurt. Within about 30 minutes of Tübingen is a very famous park dedicated to the preservation of a major Roman villa. This is an early 2nd century AD Roman villa, so it's not quite all the way back to the time of Jesus, but pretty close. And this has been pretty fully restored to give you a sense of what it looked like. And here's what the inside of that house would look like. This is the location is called Heckingen. If you ever decide you want to, you rent a car and you're traveling through Germany at one point and you just want to stop for an hour and a half, you can see the whole site very, very easily. You can see the painted walls. You can see the way in which bedding works. Also seating area. A lot of dual use in terms of the way people lived and the way houses were laid out. Now, this would have been, on the upper end of things. So this is your Highland Park part of life. Here are some frescoes preserved in Ephesus. If you go to Ephesus, most of the tour will take you by this and you won't even see this. But they are still digging out some of the Ephesian homes in Ephesus and have discovered some frescoes and that kind of thing in the communities that were linked together as homes were kind of stacked on top of one another as you ran up a hill. This is a home hallway, also in Ephesus. And that gives you a little sense of scale because you can see the people on the street. Now, as I told you, theaters dot the Roman Empire area, and some pretty impressive ones. This one is in Ascalon. It's in Turkey, what is modern-day Turkey. They still, in Europe, do shows and events from these locations. The acoustics in these places is incredible. You can literally hear someone in a normal conversation down on the stage, which is down in the bottom, up at the top. I've been in several of these theaters where that's been demonstrated, and the way they designed them, the way they captured the sound, which is part of the reason they build them where they do, allows for the solid acoustics that are a part of the culture and a part of the theater setting. This is the Forum area in Pompeii, what remains of it today. In the background, you see, rising up in the background, that is Mount Vesuvius. So when that exploded, Pompeii was covered. This area right here, we're going to see several pictures of the Forum area, but this area right here would have been a major temple. And there would have been lots of little temples all around the main. This would have been the main shopping area, etc. This is the ancient equivalent of the mall. Here's a street in Pompeii, again taken in such a way that you can get some sense of scale as to its size. If you get the chance to go to Pompeii, leave plenty of time. It takes several hours to get through all of it. It's well worth it. This is the gymnasium area in Pompeii. You can see the high columned areas with nice buildings on the one hand where instruction can take place, and you can see the open area for the athletics on the other. This is a temple to Isis in Pompeii. Now, Isis is an Egyptian goddess. So what this illustrates, and we're in Pompeii in Italy, what this illustrates is the syncretistic and absorption technique of the Romans when it comes to the gods. Any and all gods will do. We will take them all in one way or another, because remember, part of the goal here is to make sure that you placate your relationship to the variety of gods that each cover kind of their own area, have their own area of expertise, if you will. You know, just like there are New Testament and Old Testament profs. So there are gods of the sea and gods of love and gods of war, gods of grain, gods of love. You want to make sure you have it all covered. It's not a very large temple, but nonetheless, right there in the middle of Pompeii. This is a niche in a house where the Lar went. Okay, remember earlier I showed you the picture of the Lar, the little idol god? Okay, well, this would have been, you would have placed the idol god here in this niche, and this would have been where you would have laid the sacrifices and that kind of thing. Probably the closest thing that you've seen that is kind of like this is if you ever go to Europe and you see the little niches that are created in Catholic homes for Mary, okay, or one of the saints. I think the roots of that go back to this. This is a model of ancient Pompeii. And you can see here the theater. And then here is the athletic area where horse races and games involving animals would have taken place. And then the rest of the city stretched out across the area. But the key area is here, and then the Forum area, which is over, you can see it just up here in the northern, kind of the north, what is that, the northwest tip. All of it. Yeah, and they haven't dug it all up yet. They've dug up, I'm trying to think. I think they've dug up about 2/3 of it. This is the inside of a home in Pompeii. You can see kind of the open feel of the middle part, an area of where water and perhaps a fountain would have been, that kind of thing. Here is the amphitheater in Pompeii. And again, this would have been where races and that kind of thing would have been held. Again, you see the shape to hold in the noise. This is interesting because this is cut into the ground. This is like some football stadiums that you see today where the actual ground level has been dug down. Because if you're in a flat area, which is what Pompeii largely is, then to get that cupped feel for the sound, you've got to create that. Here's an atrium area in a house in Pompeii. This is a picture of the Forum, and this is why, remember I said to you, the Forum area is where a lot of commerce took place. It's like the ancient mall, or it's the ancient version of the mall. You would have had temples and shops running down all sides. And the sales area would have been like an open square. You sometimes see variations of this today, even in some of your older European cities where there's a huge city square area that often turns into a marketplace a couple of days a week, where farmers can come in and sell what it is they're growing, and other people can sell their leather wares or their woven clothes, that kind of thing. The picture that you saw a minute ago that had Vesuvius in the background is taken with that temple area. The remains of that temple area is what the picture was of. This is a huge area. It's you don't get a sense of the scale here, but it's that area there in the middle is almost, it's not as wide as a football field, but it's as long as a football field. Families. Generally speaking, Roman families would have had been small. Oftentimes just one child. Jewish families, generally speaking, were larger. Judean homes, in contrast to the homes that I've been showing you, the villa homes and these stone homes in Pompeii, would have been made of sun-baked brick mixed with straw. Romans, generally speaking, ate 4 meals a day, in contrast to Jews who ate twice a day, normally at noon and then in the evening. And the diet would have been mostly fruit, vegetables, and fish, either caught out of the Mediterranean or caught out of the Sea of Galilee. Jewish men would have worn a tunic, a belt, sandals, and some kind of a scarf or an overhang to protect from the sun. Jewish women would have had a short tunic undergarment, a colored tunic on top of that, some form of head covering, but not a full facial veil, like you see, say, in Afghanistan or someplace like that, where all you get are the eyes. Not quite that radical a covering. Mm-hmm.
For Jewish families, was the more children, did that mean like more of a blessing? Or?
In many, yes. In the eyes of many Jewish people, the larger the family, the greater the blessing. Okay, here is a representation of what homes were like in Jerusalem in the first century. This picture is taken at that large model that I told you about that's in Jerusalem. It's by the Israel Museum in Jerusalem, which is being, the Israel Museum is being redone, and it's going to open again next year. Education. Greco-Roman education came at 3 levels. The primary level, the middle school level, known as the grammarian level, and the gymnasium, which is kind of the equivalent of our upper school. That took place at 18 for 2 years. It involved athletics and military training, some level of professional training, and then a few went on for more advanced education, usually lasting about 5 years, and that would have been medical training. Rhetoric and philosophy would have been the two of the major areas that someone would study if they went on for more advanced training. This is almost exclusively male. It was for the wealthy. Most schools were small and private, and the teacher received a fee from his students or from their families to train the children in question. In fact, if you hear the stories of various emperors, you will hear the story of their teachers that end up being very important to them in their own development. For example, I believe it was Seneca who was very close to Nero, the emperor. And so some of the people whose writings we have are famous, and their writings are retained in part because of their associations with the upper echelon families of Rome, including the emperors. In the cities, the rulers and the wealthy endowed the education. Jewish education was tied to the synagogue and to the home, combination, where you would learn the Torah and you would also learn a trade, and this education was required of all boys. The rabbis debated the worth of education for a woman. There are sections of the Mishnah where you hear this argument, whether it's worth the time, the effort, and the energy to teach a woman the Torah. I'm not going there, okay? There was advanced religious instruction available that was gained by studying at the feet of a rabbi. And generally speaking, students would select the rabbis they wanted to study under as opposed to the rabbi selecting the student. There was a lot of repetition, and memory was key to this process of learning. This is still a value in Israel today. If you go to Israel, it's amazing how many people, although in one sense it isn't because it's their native language, but it's amazing how much of the scripture people have memorized if they are at all pious. They'll quote you texts in the original Hebrew without having to have had Bob Chisholm to get there. Social morality. This is a very licentious society in many ways, very freewheeling in terms of its morals. Temple prostitution, including temple prostitution, that is prostitution for religious reasons, was common. This is often the product of what we might call fertility idolatry. Fertility and idol worship were often put together. Homosexuality was common in the Greco-Roman culture, and in some cases was promoted, and then you had reactions to it as well among the more moral of the philosophers. Marital infidelity was common, as the rulers' own lives show, the various relationships that they had. Divorce was relatively easy and common. Abortion was frequent, as was infanticide, especially for baby girls. It was not unusual if someone gave birth to a girl for the father to have the choice and to make the choice to leave the child exposed and just let her die. Now, there were exceptions to this. There were some calls for virtue from the moral philosophers of Rome. But generally speaking, this was a pretty licentious and immoral culture. This is why you see the vice and virtue lists that you do in the New Testament epistles, where the exhortations are not to live as you formerly lived. Because in the former life, this kind of moral, how do I say this, moral circumspection didn't exist oftentimes. Now, here is a picture of the Roman Forum. It's just one small section of it, actually. The Roman Forum is a huge area. And again, dotted with meeting buildings, places for fellowship, and all kinds of temples, which in some cases, in the case of the Roman Forum, have been overbuilt with churches that were built over them, the remains of which we now have. Life in Galilee consisted primarily of two classes: landowners with land workers, and some small family-owned farms. Commerce, again, was largely agricultural or fishing, as the case of many of Jesus' disciples, or glass making. A few hand-skilled trades, like carpentry, isn't on the list, but it's part of the equation. If you were a carpenter, by the way, you were likely not a member of the poorest class. You at least had a skill that you could earn a living from. So in all likelihood, Jesus should not be considered to be among the poor. He would have probably been connected to a very thin-layered middle class in the structure of Israeli or Jewish society. Question?
Yeah, I had a question about the abortion. What would that have been like back in the day? I mean, did they just wait till the baby was born and then kill it? How do you
pull it? In some cases, you would wait till the baby was born and just let it die, which would be exposure, technically speaking, not abortion. In other cases, if you didn't want the child, you would actually try and remove the child from the womb. This is a pretty basic existence that we're talking about here. Part of the reason why I wanted to take the time today to go through this, to talk about death and etc., is to give you a feel for the kind of society that we're talking about. If you're on the top end of this society, life could be somewhat comfortable. But if you're in the average layers of this society, the bulk of people just basically tried to survive.
So if you were in the aristocracy, upper levels of society, would you keep your girl children?
You might. You might. You'd be more likely to, because you'd be more likely to be able to provide for them. And you also would have someone to whom you could arrange a marriage to connect yourself to another family. It's important to remember how, I'll say this, economically children were viewed and socially.
Was it the concern over the female because of the dowry that would be probably
I'm not, to be honest with you, I'm not sure why there was such hesitation over a female over a male. I'm not sure it would just be the dowry. There's probably more to it than that. Galilee, under the Judean influence, was under Judean influence politically and religiously since the Hasmonean period, with the high taxation that also came after the Hasmoneans with Herod. We've talked about the kinds of tithes and taxes. There were secular taxes, if you want to think of them that way: produce, land, poll, sales tax, just the kind of economy that's generated from participating in the economy. And then there was the religious tax. We've already talked about the estimates of this being in the mid-30s range. F.F. Bruce, in an older work that he had, The New Testament History, says that somewhere between 30 to 40% plus of a Jew's income would go into taxes. Archaeology, this is interesting, and this is recent. Recent archaeological work that's been done in the Galilee shows how Jewish these communities were. We find stone vessels and that kind of thing that indicate concerns for purity. The belief had been that perhaps Galilee was a little looser when it came to issues of the law and that kind of thing, because they weren't located so proximately to Jerusalem. But in fact, recent archaeology has shown that that's not so much the case. That even though they were some degree away from Jerusalem, they were still pretty faithful to keeping the law. The population in the Galilean area is a mixture of Idumeans who have moved north. Remember, Idumea is in the south of the Beersheba area. Idumeans who have moved north, along with northern Israelites, those who would have perhaps in some cases mixed with some of the Assyrian population, although strictly speaking, those are normally seen to be Samaritans. The attitude towards Jerusalem and the temple would have been mixed. There was no other cultic locale, so it was viewed as a sacred site, but there may well have been some criticism of the current regime that had responsibility for the temple. So you loved the temple, but you didn't necessarily love all those who managed it. And we see this in various passages that we can read from the Mishnah. There is some Pharisaical influence in the big cities on the lakefront. So here we're talking about Tiberias, perhaps a place like Capernaum, perhaps a place like Sepphoris, and into the north a little bit Caesarea Philippi, although Caesarea Philippi tends to be a little more Gentile and pagan in its orientation. Less influential, the Pharisees were less influential in the rural areas, in the more rural areas. Here's a citation from Peah in the Mishnah. The Mishnah is the oral codification of the Jewish law that was written down in the late 2nd century AD, after the period, obviously, of the 1st century, and when Judaism was beginning to codify itself around its practices without a temple. Anyway, this is what it says. These are things the benefit of which a person enjoys in this world, while the principle remains for him in the world to come. 1, deeds in honor of father and mother, shows the value of the family. 2nd, performance of righteous deeds. And 3, acts which bring peace between a man and his fellow, or a man and his neighbor. But the study of Torah is as important as all of them together. So that kind of is a really encapsulated or summarized ethic of what drives Jewish life. Here's what we're saying about culture. That sociologically, the Christian message in some ways suited 1st century needs. Its exclusiveness and focus centered in Jesus stood in contrast to the kind of chaotic polytheism of the surrounding culture, although, this is important, it would be hard for it would be hard to make the transition for those who wanted, that says Wayne, but it should be wanted, for those who wanted to placate the many gods. If you really believed in this multiplicity of gods, with each having their own area, it would be a little bit of a tough adjustment to come to one God who does everything. Its universalism, its message was offered to all. This was revolutionary, especially in its almost classless, multi-ethnic, gender-open availability. It's important to understand how radical Christianity was in the 1st century. From many gods to one God, from a kind of culturally oriented God who dealt with a certain kind of group, a certain niche group, to this kind of open-ended experience of God. It offered benefits in the present of a new extended family and a kind of community, which other religions, Greco-Roman religions, also offered. Part of what made Greco-Roman religion attractive was the sense of community that came with it. It offered the promise of a glorious future to the disinherited and the oppressed. So it was very popular among the poor, Christianity was at the start, yet there were still some of the wealthy who responded. It raised some challenges, and with this will be done. There was a God to whom one was fully and exclusively accountable. There was no playing the gods off of one another. There was a call to moral integrity. There was a moral commitment to a community and to one's neighbor. There was a call to a level of detachment from the world and materialism, which would have stood in contrast to everything that was going on around it. And both to Jews and Gentiles, even though the faith seemed new and took a fresh approach to the law and Gentiles, it claimed the roots of the God of the Hebrew Scriptures. Even though Christianity was new, it claimed to be old, which was important in the ancient world, because in the ancient world it was important that a religion have a heritage. It wasn't the new thing on the block that counted in ancient life. It was the old thing on the block that counted. And this is why the book of Acts goes through so much detail in rooting what is going on with Jesus Christ in the promises of the God of Israel extending back to Abraham and Moses. Because it's saying we may seem to be new, but we're actually old. And that's part of the legitimization sociologically for the religious faith. Right, my goal today is to take you through the rest of our discussion on culture, to talk about Greco-Roman world, the Greco-Roman religion, and then we'll transition and talk about the Jewish world and aspects of its faith as well. And the place to start is something that I've already said, but I just want to hammer away at, really. And that is that in the Greco-Roman world, there was a lot of religious activity. The ancient world is not like the modern world in this sense. The ancient world was full of belief about transcendent beings of one kind or another, existence beyond what you can see. And there were literally gods everywhere, and the creation was seen as animated and alive in all its aspects. And this translated itself not only into privatized religious worship, this is very important, but also into community identification. And this is true whether you were Jewish or Greek. So in that sense, there is no such thing like the modern secularist distinctions that we have in our culture today, or that kind of separation between the sacred and the common. So we start off discussing traditional civil cults, which you can think of as a form of community religion. Perhaps the closest thing we get to this today is a city's worship of its sports teams. And the reason I use this as an analogy is there's a sense of civic pride and nationalism and identification that goes into supporting your team. Well, in the Greco-Roman context, there was a sense of civic connection and pride that went into identifying with your local gods and or goddesses. And so this is a very, very important aspect of social life and of social cohesion. And you can already see by just raising that how the choice to opt out of those associations would be a significant social choice to make. In the context of this civil cult, there would have been the pursuit of health, prosperity, protection, help from forces beyond, and the hope of victory. This was a kind of bargaining with the gods, in which, as we're going to be talking about, the issue wasn't believing correctly, the issue was simply orienting yourself correctly to the forces that might be seen to be at work. Each area had their local gods and their regional gods, and then there were some gods that kind of spanned the realm, if you will. It produced a local loyalty, and it produced a commercialism as well. If you'll remember the scene in Ephesus in the book of Acts, where there is much concern about the conversions that are taking place in Ephesus because Artemis is not receiving the appropriate attention. And the union on behalf of the creation of idols is reacting because of what this means, not only in terms of civic reputation, but in terms of the commercial support of religious activity in Ephesus. You'll begin to understand the connections, the kinds of connections that we're dealing with. And so in the book of Acts, we do see different locations that have different allegiances to different gods. In Lystra, Zeus is noted. In Ephesus, the key goddess is Artemis. In Malta, it is the god Decay. So these local gods were were sources of appeal by the city, and it was a matter of loyalty, of civic loyalty, to be connected to them. Now, in contrast to the community religion, and we've already alluded to this, there is the religion that's taking place in the home. Remember, we saw pictures a few class periods ago of the niches in the walls at Pompeii, and pictures of the lars, or the little idols that occupied a home, to which sacrifices and things were given, not animal sacrifices generally, but grain offerings of one kind or another. So this was a pantheism. Gods were everywhere. And whether you think about nature, whether you think about the harvest, whether you think about rites associated with the family, there'd be rites before someone would get married, rites in relationship to a birth of a child, etc. Very syncretistic, absorbing all kinds of combinations of gods or possibilities, that kind of thing. There literally was divine activity everywhere. There were encounters with images and with the idea of image, and we'll talk about that a little later because of the Jewish view about images. There were sacrifices in a few radical cases, even human sacrifice. There were altars everywhere. We showed you pictures of the Forum, in which there were temples that literally dotted that area of the marketplace. And then if you walked through a city like Pompeii, you would see temples sprinkled throughout the city in various locations. So we had local religion, and we had home religion. We had civic religion going on. Now what's interesting is that because Jews, and then because of Judaism's view of its one God, which Christianity also had, because Jews and Christians worshipped only one God and didn't participate in this plethora of activity, Christians were seen as believing in a superstition. That's the criticism that would often be used by a Roman of a Christian who engaged in this kind of activity. And whether we look at Seneca, who was the teacher of Nero, or we look at Tacitus in his Annals, where he describes the history of the various Caesars, they comment on this superstition that exists with some who don't participate in this plethora of gods that we've been talking about. This is a very famous passage from Tacitus's Annals. In it, Tacitus is describing how Nero tried to deflect responsibility for the great fire in Rome in AD 64, and how he dealt with the problem of the suspicion people had that he had actually been in some way responsible for this fire. This fire had literally run through just about the entirety of the city. And here's what Tacitus has to say about how Nero handled this. This is in AD 64, so we're right in the midst of Paul's and Peter's ministry in Rome when this is being described. Therefore, to scotch the rumor, Nero substituted as culprits and punished with utmost refinement of cruelty a class of men loath for their vices, whom the crowd styled Christians. This is one of the few extra-biblical texts we have coming from outside Christianity that describes the activity of Christians in the first century. And it's coming from an early 2nd century Roman historian. Tacitus is writing probably around the 2nd decade of the 2nd century. Christus, the founder of the name, had undergone the death penalty in the reign of Tiberius by sentence of Procurator Pontius Pilate, and the pernicious superstition, there's the description, was checked for the moment, only to break out once more, not merely in Judea, the home of the disease, but even in the capital itself, allusion to Rome, where all things horrible or shameful in the world collect. First, then the confessed members of the sect were arrested, not so much on the count of arson as for hatred of the human race. See, they were seen as having withdrawn from Greco-Roman society and from its associations and from its loyalties. And so that's why you get that opinion. And derision accompanied their end. They were covered with wild beast skins and torn to death by dogs, or they were fastened on crosses, and when daylight failed, were burned to serve as lamps by night. Nero had offered his gardens for the spectacle and gave an exhibition in his circus, mixing with the crowd in the habit of a charioteer or mounted on his car. By the way, they didn't drive cars back then. It's just another word for a chariot. Anyway, hence, in spite of the guilt which had earned the most exemplary punishment, there arose a sentiment of pity due to the impression that they were being sacrificed not to the welfare of the state, but to the ferocity of a single man. So a pretty vivid description of one of the earliest rounds of persecution that Christians faced in the Greco-Roman world, in which Christianity is seen as a superstition because the Christians, generally speaking, have withdrawn from supporting the various kinds of cultic activity that existed in the society at large. The idea of a privatized decision for Jesus, which can happen in our culture today, was almost impossible in the first century. Here are some reminders of the kinds of idols that would exist in the culture. This is a representation, we think, of Neptune. This is located in a museum in Rome. You can see the museum is open to the outdoors. This is near the area of the Forum. This is, I believe, at the Pergamon Museum in Berlin, and this is Artemis, who is certainly one of the most important goddesses in the Greco-Roman pantheon. Here is a temple to Artemis located in Turkey, in Sardis. There actually is near here a very impressive remains of a slightly later synagogue from the 3rd, 4th century AD. But here you are in Turkey, literally miles away from Rome, and here is a temple to Artemis. You would have had another major temple to Artemis in the Ephesian area. In fact, it was known as one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, although today all that's left of it that you can see is one pillar standing by itself in the open field where the temple was. Now, when we come to religious issues, we also have not only these cults that are being practiced, but we have all kinds of philosophical options that are out there that are being considered and reflected upon. And Greco-Roman philosophy was seen as a part of the thought world, of the ancient world, and the importance of philosophy was highlighted in that this was one of the major topics that one would study if they went to the gymnasium, which was another way of thinking about what our school is. And philosophy was seen to deal with reality, ethics, and the proper way of life, what we might consider morals or virtue or that kind of thing. And the starting point for Greco-Roman philosophy that still fuels a lot of classical philosophy today and is at the roots of our own culture, of course, is Platonism. Plato lived from 427 to 348 BC. He is the one who argued on the greatness of transcendence, on the greatness of the ideal or of the spirit world considered as an abstraction from that which is concrete. And Plato had a view of the transcendent that he respected. In contrast to that was his student Aristotle. His dates 384 to 322 BC. He believed in objective reality, what you could see, smell, touch, taste, etc., and hear. And so Aristotle had a completely different emphasis. Rather than on the transcendent, he liked to emphasize what you could see in the real world in front of you. And he also emphasized at the same time an ethic that pointed to the cultivation of virtue, which he would not define in terms of what it was, but simply say, when you see it, you know you've got it. When you live it, you know you have it, and you know you are virtuous. Nonetheless, this is the basis of a whole system of ethics which became a topic for reflection also in early and in medieval Christianity, and that still exists and flowers today, known as virtue ethics. It's rooted in the Aristotelian point of view about the value of virtue, about the value of character for personal development. Another option was the option of cynicism. Again, all these dates come from about the same period, emerging somewhere between the 400s and 285 BC. This emphasized a simplicity of life. It's to live in light of what is at our disposal and what is not. The cynic is, it's not the term that it doesn't have the meaning that we have today, someone who's cynical or skeptical. The cynic simply takes what life deals with them and, to use my wife's favorite phrase, deal with it. So you play with the cards that you've been dealt, and you do the best you can to cope with what has come your way. Epicureanism goes back to Epicurus, 341 to 270 BC, so slightly more recent than Aristotle. And he talks about experiencing life in sensible, present pleasure. Now, this isn't hedonism, where you do anything and everything, but the point of life is to enjoy and experience it in balance and to a whole. Peace of mind, freedom from anxiety are important. You're to receive pleasure and avoid pain. You are to pursue a happy life. The goal is a kind of self-sufficiency, and there is insight in making the right kinds of choices, kind of a pursuit of wisdom. There is a lot of Epicureanism in our own cultural outlook today, even though we don't call it that. Next is Stoicism, tied to Zeno of Cyprus, and you can see that his dates slightly follow Epicureanism. This is also a self-sufficient individualism, where you live life in agreement with nature, and it is the most dominant view of the first century. It's a variation on Epicureanism. Neo-Pythagoreanism, coming from Pythagoras of Samos, talks about the divine spark within us. It is anti-materialistic, and it held a belief in reincarnation. And it is older. It comes from the late 6th century, but wasn't as popular as some of these other philosophies that I have mentioned. Then there is pure skepticism from Philo of Elias, which is actually a kind of indifference to life, kind of withdrawal, if you will. So you can see that a person operating in the Greco-Roman world had a variety of choices, on the one hand of gods, and on the other hand of worldviews about life that are out there. There was a marketplace of ideas in the ancient world. Now, this painting is very, very famous. It's by Raphael. And it is a summation of kind of the Greco-Roman philosophical debate that's still with us to some degree today in the humanities. This is called the School of Athens. And Plato, who is on your left, and Aristotle, who is on your right, are walking into a forum area. And you can see that Plato is pointing up and Aristotle is pointing down. And this is the contrast between the transcendent and the concrete that is a part of the philosophical debate that existed in the Greco-Roman culture. Now here's an interesting question. Anyone know where this painting is, where it's located?
In Rome.
It's located in Rome, exactly right. Anyone know where in Rome?
In the Vatican Museum?
Yeah, in the Vatican. When you go to the Sistine Chapel, I think I've mentioned this before, you know, they take you through an hour and a half to 2 hours of rooms that you didn't come to see, so you can go to the Sistine Chapel and see it last. You know, my wife does not like the way this is set up at all. And, you know, she says, I just want to go to the Sistine Chapel. And then when she got there, it was crowded, so she didn't like that. She's saying, everyone keeps bumping into me. I said, just look up, okay? Okay? You're looking at some of the most amazing painting you'll see anywhere in the world. Anyway, before you get there, one of the rooms that you go through before you ever get to the Sistine Chapel is a room that has this painting in it. And it's designed to show and reflect this kind of combination that fuels Western culture, this combination of the Christian presence on the one hand, obviously symbolized by the location of the Vatican and the Sistine Chapel, and this Greco-Roman philosophy that stands at the base of Western culture. Now, completely different realm. Okay, we've talked about religion, we've talked about philosophy. A completely different realm is the area of astrology and magic. Again, another area with which we have perhaps more loose connections today. You know, there's an astrology section oftentimes in the paper and that kind of thing. Everyone knows what sign they were born under. Okay, how many Sagittarians do I have in here? Any Sagittarians? Yeah, go ahead, confess. All right, that's my sign. I'm a Sagittarius. Okay, I have no idea what it means, but that's what I am. Anyway, astrology and magic was another way of negotiating with the gods. Astrology was seen as reflecting control of fate by impersonal cosmic forces, which often were personified in the ancient world by ties to given gods. Shows you how animated the creation was seen to be. Horoscopes, full of astrological symbols, future-looking, popular with the upper classes, gave an appearance of science by trying to figure out, if you will, the mechanism of the creation. If you want to think of it that way, also were popular. And then there was just straight-out magic. Control of cosmic, natural, and supernatural powers through formulas and recipes, less respected, but highly resistant to ridicule, and very, very popular. If you look at how magic takes place in the ancient world, there are all kinds of magic formulas, special names. When you're a kid, you do the abracadabra thing. That's a variation of these kinds of formulaic approaches of the way to approach gods. There are certain rites that you would go through. The book of Tobit in the Apocrypha deals with and describes some of these rites and rituals associated with magic, some of which were imported from Babylon and Babylonia. So this was another aspect of life. Jesus, interestingly enough, by the Jews, was accused of being a magician. If you read the dialogue with Trypho, the debate with Trypho that Justin Martyr is engaged in, or you look at some of the Talmudic materials of official rabbinic Judaism from centuries after the time of Christ, Jesus will be described as a magician. Now, in one sense, obviously, that's a challenge and an insult to who Jesus is. But in another sense, it actually makes a very important admission that you should not miss. And that is that Jesus is connected to some type of transcendent activity. It's a recognition that Jesus is connected to some type of activity from beyond. Jesus' opponents did not deny that he did unusual things. Josephus, in his quote describing Jesus in the last part of the first century, speaks about Jesus doing unusual things. He uses the Greek word paradoxon to talk about this. It's where we get our English word paradox from. In ancient Greek, it can refer to unusual activity or unexplainable kind of curious activity, that kind of thing. So this connection between having a connection with the forces beyond and the activities of life was something that even Jesus' opponents recognized he possessed. And then they debated where it came from. Was it from above or was it from below? Remember, this is very similar to the charge Jesus runs into in the Gospels, because what does the Jewish leadership say about Jesus and the exercise, his ability to perform miracles? That he does them how? That's right, by the power of Beelzebul. This is the same kind of idea. So there's a consistency, here's the point, there's a consistency between what Jesus is charged as being by his opponents in the Gospels and what we see said about him in later writings by his opponents. Now, we haven't even mentioned yet, okay, we've talked about civil religion, we've talked about the gods, we've talked about philosophy, we've talked about magic and astrology. Now we have the whole mystery cult religion structure that existed in the ancient world. These were secret fellowships, secret communities, voluntary societies that you chose to join yourself to, mostly coming from further east of Rome. And they would give you secret knowledge and access to the gods, and there were fellowship and rites and meals associated with the worship that came with the mystery religions. This was a more relational kind of religion because of this community dimension. There were secret cults with fellowship benefits. You were in on the secret that perhaps some of your neighbors didn't know. And this was supposed to give you a closer tie to a particular god or set of gods. And there were major mystery cults sprinkled across the Greco-Roman world. The Greek mystery cult known as the Eleusinians was an agrarian fertility cult that was also contemplative. The Anatolian, or where Turkey is today, the mystery cult was Cybele and Demeter, where there was sacred prostitution. I'll talk a little more about that in just a second. There was an Egyptian cult associated with Serapis and Isis that offered protection and was very popular with women. There was a Syrian cult that was less successful, generally speaking, in the core of the Roman Empire, but it was the source of all kinds of astral religions, all kinds of astrology associated with it. And then there was the Persian cult, known as the Mithras cult, which was the soldier cult. It was popular with the soldiers, and it was kind of a wild and frenzied and very immoral kind of religious association. So what I'm trying to suggest to you is, and what I've spent the last half an hour doing, is giving you a sense for how complicated the religious world of the Greco-Roman culture was. You have your civic cult, you have your home cult, you have your philosophical choices, you have your astrology and magic, you have your mystery cults. You're literally surrounded by all kinds of religious choices. And so when I say that the ancient world is not like the modern world, and that the modern world does offer all kinds of choices as well, but there also is a very large kind of secular field where there's not anything of this kind of quality going on. You don't have that, generally speaking, in the ancient world. Now let's talk a little more about Greco-Roman religion. Obviously, this is a complex phenomenon, and obviously you're dealing with a very religious people. These are people who are wrestling with and thinking about their connection to this animated creation that I've been describing. And the difference between Roman religio and modern religion is this difference between this kind of engaged, seeking to negotiate with the forces beyond, versus the kind of detached, oftentimes, life people live today in many parts of our world. Not all of them. If you go to certain parts of the world, of the two-thirds world, you will also experience this very animated view of what creation is all about. And we've talked a little bit about the contrast between Roman religion and superstition, where superstition is what a Roman would call anyone who doesn't hold to their religious worldview. As syncretistic as it is, as open as it is to many gods, if you went off the track and did something different, Jews and Christians in particular, you held to what was called a superstition. The key activities associated with this religion involve sacrifices, animal sacrifices at the altar on the one hand, grain sacrifices in the home on the other, prayers of invocation to try and urge the gods to respond in one way or another, and dedicatory monuments in which you tried to honor the gods and show your respect for them. The characteristic is that this is a holistic worldview. There's no distinction between religion and politics. The picture that I showed you a few class periods ago of Augustus in a full toga with even the cover over his head, if you remember that, that is Augustus dressed as a priest, as the head of the cult, the national cult, if you will, of Rome. in which his title is Pontifex Maximus, okay, which is actually the title that the Pope also carries in Rome today. There is the importance of the priests in some of the religions that we're dealing with, and the father, generally speaking, or the oldest male, generally speaking, was seen as the priest of the home. Everything had religious significance in this world. There was nothing that didn't carry some type of religious connection. There were all kinds of religious holidays. I think we've talked about the fact that there's some people used a solar calendar, some people used a lunar calendar, but in the sum 360 days of an ancient year, fully half of them had religious holidays attached to them. Okay, now that's a holiday schedule. There is a calendar, a recorded calendar in the Greco-Roman world known as the Fasti. We don't have all of it, but we have significant portions of it. And by taking that calendar and piecing together what we know from Greco-Roman literature, we know that about half the year, just slightly less than half the year, half the days of the year were designated as religious holidays of one kind or another. In fact, the precedent for the holy day calendar that you see in more liturgically oriented churches, where there are lots of saints' days and that kind of thing, really has its roots in this calendar and was designed to be, in part, a replacement for it. There are all sorts of games designed to commemorate the relationship to the gods and that kind of thing. Obviously, it's polytheistic, it's pluralistic, and there's a whole patronage and benefaction element to religion in this time. I give so that you will give. The modern interpretation of this is, I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine. So strictly a quid pro quo kind of existence in which you honored the gods to keep them on your side, and the idea is if you honor them, they will honor you. By the way, this kind of bartering with God is very popular, and it's a way a lot of people view religion. You don't have to be a pagan to view religion this way. A lot of people's attitude towards religion is this kind of bartering with the gods idea.
Does that idea have to do with why Christians were so kind of suspect in a community? Because
absolutely
contributing to making the gods happy for the whole.
Exactly right. See, what I want you to get out of this hour is the sense of the choice to become a Christian wasn't a privatized religious experience. It literally reoriented you to the entirety of the society. It was a choice that pulled you into a completely different social world and social sphere. Okay? Most people don't realize that about this culture and the moves that it's making. Yeah.
Was it that they were like ostracized from the community, or just more like blacklisted?
Well, I would say they were ostracized because they were seen as having withdrawn from the community and from the support of the community. That's why they were accused of hating human beings. Okay? Because they weren't participating in the cult and in the persuasion of the gods that everyone else was participating in. Okay? They had separated themselves. Yeah, I'll come up here and then down here. Go ahead. Oh, okay.
I know that we already knew this, but pulling all this information together really makes the ideas of, I don't know, how Christianity spread and the influence that it had. It seems like in that kind of society, even though they were seen as being kind of weird and really didn't participate in these things, for one tiny little religion that claimed to have roots in a pretty politically influential religion that itself denied Christianity, or that said it doesn't actually have real roots in it, it's the likelihood of this thing really taking off and going anywhere.
Well, what happened is that it has offered a whole contrastive worldview. A whole different kind of orientation of life. And as I get to the end of today, I'm going to talk about that. Okay, so we're headed towards setting that up. There's some real clear choices that came with this contrast. But what I'm trying to get you to grasp, and I think you guys are getting a sense of it, is how this really is a shift. When you decide to become a Christian out of this culture, you really have made a move. Okay, and it's not just an intellectual move, it's a social move. What's key to Greco-Roman religion are the rituals and the sacrifices, a kind of mechanistic way, I'll take it in a second, kind of mechanistic way of persuading the gods. Belief is not so important. This is different than Christianity and Judaism. So there weren't a whole set of doctrines that you held to. Rather, there were a whole set of practices that you went through. There was a lot of emotion associated with it because these rites were participatory. You experienced the religion. You participated in the worship. And the key was that the gods were honored. Not belief or emotion per se, or even whether it was popular. What was important was to participate, to join in, to be a part. Okay, question over here.
I'm just trying to get a sense of how Christians lived back then. So today we're asked to be the salt and light, and then you can be a Christian and be an engineer or an accountant. It sounds to me like back then, if you're a Christian, you couldn't even participate in society.
Well, you would participate in society. Remember that most of the people were probably slaves, so they belonged to families where the power and the control was elsewhere. But you could participate in the culture and that kind of thing, and you did, but you had engaged in a choice that left you ostracized, not self-ostracized, but ostracized by your own choice of withdrawing from that which everyone else was doing. Okay? The kind of a built-in separationism. Now, of course, what we see in the epistles of the New Testament is actually a struggle here. Because what happened to a lot of the Greeks who became Christians? They kind of tried to mix it. Okay? They tried not to withdraw entirely. And so the urging of the epistles is, don't live as how? As the Gentiles do. Okay? Which is part of this social separation that we're talking about. Okay? There were no professional priesthoods, generally speaking. People were placed into these roles, but someone wasn't a priest full-time, generally speaking. The exception was the Roman priest of Jupiter. And as we've already said, the head of the household was usually seen as being the priest of the household as well. I've talked about the calendar. These are gods who are not like Yahweh. The gods were patrons of citizenship, and prayer basically involved striking a bargain with the gods in one way or another. Religion was very much an issue of bartering in one sense or another. Traditional religion involved the recitation of exact, archaic, formulaic prayers, or the carrying out of various kinds of religious obligations in certain rites. Pietas is actually where we get our root idea for the idea of piety from. These were religious obligations that were carried out. And this was considered essential. And so you offered grain daily to the lar in the house as a way of keeping a blessing over the house because you were honoring the God whose spirit was associated with the house. That kind of thing. Now, oftentimes there was innate suspicion of foreign influences, even though Roman religion was very syncretistic. It would take these influences in, but there was also this touch of, this is a foreign god. I've already talked a little bit about the mystery religion. I'll tell you a little more about them. I'm going to talk about three of them: the Eleusinian mystery, Bacchus or Dionysus, and the Mithras. Eleusis, Its center is located near Athens in Greece. And this is the myth associated with Demeter and Persephone. We're going to talk about this in just a second. The initiates are bound by an oath. One of the things you do when you join a mystery religion is you join in and you take an oath not to reveal the secrets that are disclosed to you and the rites that you participate in, usually in a location somewhat outside the city. By the way, the whole mystery structure of fraternities and sororities in our colleges are modeled after the idea of the mystery religions and the secret knowledge that only the members of the fraternity or the sorority have. Thus, the remaining sources, as a result of these oaths and the fact that these were mystery religions and they were secrets, and generally speaking, their rites and practices weren't written down, we have limited access to understanding what actually went on with these religious practices. What we do have, generally speaking, are either reliefs that picture what went on, or we have a handful of texts written by the writers of the period that describe these kinds of practices in one way or another. That's how we know about them. Demeter, also known as Ceres or Deo, is a goddess who's disguised as an old woman who searches for her missing daughter, also known as Kore or Persephone, the queen of the underworld, who was captured by Hades, also known as Pluto, the god of the underworld. And there's an elaborate story about how she goes on the search for her daughter. She ends up being connected as kind of a nanny helping a son be raised, and eventually she does encounter her only after causing a disturbance among the gods by refusing to take care of her responsibility in the cosmic realm. Demeter goes on strike, causing a famine, leading to an end to be able to sacrifice to the gods. If you can't grow anything, you don't have any grain to offer to the gods. So this is known in religious circles as a catastrophe. There's a compromise that is worked through Zeus. Persephone is to live with her husband a third of the year, and with the gods, and with Demeter 2/3 of the year, and then she began to participate again, and everything was good. And this is part of the explanation for where winter comes from. Yes?
Yeah, in these stories, do you have any allusions to historic events that maybe they explain the famine sometimes that way?
They tend to be less an allusion to historic events as they are what we call etiologies, which are discussions of the origins of things. Okay? And so, as I said, this one tips in the direction of explaining why we have the seasons that we do. Bacchus and the Dionysian mysteries. This is the celebration of life-giving fluids. It's a euphemistic way to talk about things. It was a cult of ecstasy, enthusiasm, and mania. Bacchus, who is the god, is looking over a group of worshiping women who are engaged in their mystery cult, and they discover that he is spying on them, grab him, overwhelm him, and tear him to pieces in a frenzy. That's the core myth. And so this ends up being associated with wine and celebration and that kind of thing. Mithras, this is a Persian mystery cult. Mithra is the Persian mediator between Ahura Mazda, the car, and Earth. You know, it's interesting, you laugh, but you think about a lot of the names that we come across in modern culture today, and they all have, many of them have, roots in aspects of Greco-Roman culture. There's a slaying of a primal bull that leads to the cultivation of the earth. So the picture that you see here, it's not very clear again because of the lighting, but this is a picture of a Mithras celebration and sacrifice in which the bull is being slain. And the way this worked is the bull was on a platform. in the altar, above the worshiper who brought the sacrifice. The worshiper is standing underneath the platform. And so, when the knife goes through the bull, the blood drops down in mass onto the worshiper. And it pictures this cultivation of the earth. So there is a baptism in bull blood. A promise of future immortality, immortality of the soul. Because when Greeks believed in immortality, generally speaking, there was an immortality of the soul. It was a very popular cult of the army that came with a kind of ethical code associated with it. And initiates could advance in rank through the religious hierarchy, but it was not politically correct. It was only for men. Okay, so women need not apply. Question?
It's a dumb question. How could people like that have a problem when they hear about Christians being washed in the blood and stuff?
Well, in certain segments of the Roman Empire, they wouldn't have a problem. When they think about whatever is meant by the language of the Last Supper and drinking the blood of the Lord and that kind of thing. That there would be a point of connection for those who were Mithracic, but not everyone believed in this. Okay. These altars oftentimes were located in what were called high places. And these high places were literally high. Here is a picture of the temple area in Pergamum, the meter square. Okay, we talked about the meter. That was the illusion cult that we were talking about. Pergamum is one of the is today still a major city in Turkey, and this is it's a shame. Like there's no good way to get the perspective of this, but this is literally up on a major hill or mountain that overlooks the city. You can get a sense of how high it is by looking at the related hill next to it. In fact, on the back side of this hill today, there's a dam that walls up a lake that is the water supply for this region of Turkey. So almost all the major worship areas associated with Pergamum are located on this hill, and we're located on this hill.
Is that to be closer to the gods?
Yes, to a certain degree. Certainly that was the view of why Mount Olympus was selected. Was the idea is you were up in the heavens with closer to the gods. Now, in the midst of all this, I have yet to mention another key feature, which is the emperor cult. The emperor cult. This was the honor that was given to the emperor. Its origin is the application of divine honors and a kind of divine status to exceptional leaders. It goes back to Alexander the Great. And it was actually done through many cultures before we ever get to the Roman culture. It was done by the Greeks, it was done by the Ptolemies, because of the Egyptian influence of seeing their pharaohs as related to the gods. The Seleucids, the Romans, they all had it. And so there was a practice of deification and veneration that came with the emperor, who was viewed as possessing a kind of divine virtue. Philo describes Moses like this in commending Moses to the Greeks and to the Romans, but minus the veneration that came with it. The purpose of the emperor cult was to express patriotism and civic duty. Again, this is so central that in the early 2nd century, when Pliny the Younger writes Trajan, the emperor of Rome during the 2nd decade of the 2nd century, Pliny is bringing in Christians, and he is making them swear an allegiance to Trajan as emperor, as part of the emperor cult, on the premise that a Christian won't do this if they really believe that Jesus is God, because of exclusive worship ideas. So this was seen as a matter of national loyalty. So that Pliny was writing Trajan and says, here's what I do with the Christians. I bring them in, and if they will offer a sacrifice and participate in effect in the emperor cult, I give them amnesty. And if they won't, I punish them. Is that a good policy? Trajan. Trajan writes back and basically says, yes, that's a very good policy to undertake as you search out and deal with Christians there in Turkey. Pliny was located, interestingly enough, in the middle part today of what is the middle part of Turkey, was called Bithynia then. The effect on Jews and Christians was their refusal to participate led to persecution. And Trajan's reply to Pliny the Younger is an example of this. Pliny has the epistles. If you get a copy of Pliny the Younger's epistles, look at Epistle 97, section 10, and you will find this letter exchange. Now here's how Philo describes Moses so a Greek can appreciate how great Moses is. This is in his treatment of Moses, 1:158. What more shall I say? Has he not also enjoyed an even greater communion with the Father and Creator of the universe, being thought unworthy of being called by the same appellation? In other words, he's honored like a god, treated like a god, but he won't take the name of God. That's the difference. For he also was called the God and King of the whole nation, and he is said to have entered into the darkness where God was, that is to say, into the invisible and shapeless and incorporeal world, the essence which is the model of all existing things, where he beheld things invisible to mortal nature, for having brought himself in his own life into the middle, as an excellently wrought picture, he established himself as the most beautiful and godlike work, to be a model for all those who are inclined to imitate him. So Moses is portrayed, particularly this is an allusion, I think, to the experience of watching God's glory pass, as someone who had direct contact with God. Could have even been called a God, but chose not to keep the title, even though he was called a God by others, the God of the nation. Now, in contrast to this is how Jews viewed images associated with these kinds of cults. And here's Josephus' take on all this. But then our legislator had forbidden us to make images, not by way of denunciation beforehand, that the Roman authority was not to be honored, but as a despising a thing that was neither necessary nor useful for either God or man. And he forbade them, as we shall prove hereafter, to make these images for any part of the animal creation, much less for God himself, who is no part of such an animal creation. Now, you're not supposed to make an image in the likeness of an animal in relationship to God. You're not supposed to make an image of a Roman authority, of a governmental authority in the image of God. Basically, Josephus' explanation is because it doesn't accomplish anything. Yet has our legislator nowhere forbidden us to pay honors to worthy men, provided they be of another kind. We can give honor, we can give praise to someone, we can give them credit, we just can't do it through images. And inferior to those we pay to God. They have to be of another kind, and they can't reflect the kind of honor that we give to God. With which honors we willingly testify our respect to our emperors and to the people of Rome. We also offer perpetual sacrifices for them, nor do we only offer them every day at the common expense of all the Jews, but although we offer no other sacrifices out of our common expenses, no, not for our own children, yet we do this as a particular honor to the emperors and to them alone, while we do the same to no other person whatsoever. So we are going to figure out a way to honor emperors in this way, but we're not going to do it in a way that confuses the emperor with God. Now, I haven't even mentioned Gnosticism yet. Gnosticism was a syncretistic system that argued that there was a dualism in the creation. It's Neoplatonic. And remember Plato's pointing out. The transcendent spirit world is what matters. And matter does not matter. So there is a distinction between the value of that which is spiritual and anything that is created in material. Anything that is created in material is corrupt. The true God is transcendent and unknowable, and the most basic idea is a radical dualism that pervades reality. A contrast between the spirit, which is good, and the material, which is bad. A person's true self is the divine spiritual spark that is placed within them. And Gnostic salvation was deliverance from ignorance about this truth of the spiritual self. To appreciate that you were primarily a spiritual being and that the material part of the world didn't really matter. That matter didn't matter. The saved soul returns to the transcendent true God as this ethereal spark goes back up into the heavens. The divine is distant and served through intermediaries. In fact, in most Gnostic creation stories, God is not responsible for the creation. Underling gods are. And in fact, underling gods fail, botch the creation. Sometimes this is a female deity who botches the creation. You can see that both the influence on and the contrast to Christianity, in which we deal with kind of proto-Gnostic ideas. Formal Gnosticism really didn't emerge until the 2nd century AD. But some of its ideas, some of the elements of its ideas are floating around in the 1st century. So in 1 Corinthians, we see a lack of moral concern for the body in one strand of the community of Corinth. And Paul makes the argument, it does matter what you do with your body, because your body is the temple of the Lord. In contrast to the alternative opinion, which was saying, it doesn't matter what you do with your body, it's corrupt anyway. And it's going to die and go to dust. What really matters is the spiritual spark within you. So Gnosticism split off into kind of two directions. One was a very ascetic, pietistic kind of religious experience, which sought to live with some element of virtue associated with it. And the other was a very hedonistic kind of religious activity that basically said, the body is corrupt, it's fallen anyway, it doesn't matter what you do with it, it's going to perish, so it doesn't matter. The Corinthian letter is running into that latter strain. In contrast to this is the Christology of the New Testament, in which we have an approachable and knowable God. Here's what we've said about Greco-Roman religion. It was pluralistic and humanized the divine. We've got inclusive, visible gods who behave very much like human beings. In fact, I didn't mention this and it's important, the emperor, when he becomes a god, joins the bottom level of the divine pantheon. It's really a way of saying, you have led us with supernatural-like talents. He doesn't go to the top of the divine pantheon, okay? But kind of enters this realm of humans who became divine. That's important in contrast to the image of the New Testament, seen through Greco-Roman eyes, when Jesus is said to be seated at the right hand of the Father. Okay? That puts Jesus kind of at the top of the pantheon, if you will. It is syncretistic and eclectic. It contributed to the demonizing of religion. It accepted the power and determinism of faith. It emphasized the corporate nature of religion. Religion wasn't just private, it's something we participated in with other citizens. It gave new significance to personal choice, because you had all these options here about which religions you were going to connect to. It generally did not associate personal morality of religion to the material body. It had no belief in bodily resurrection to an afterlife. Consistency was of no concern, so fresh combinations were always possible and were common. The Gentile then who came to faith had many hurdles to overcome to grow because of this background. And the influence was always a threat to produce syncretistic expressions of Christianity. If you're used to religion mixing and matching and picking what it likes from here and there, you're always under the pressure of having the same thing happen with Christian symbolism, and that is precisely what happened in Christian Gnosticism of the 2nd and 3rd centuries. Yeah?
You know, in Catholicism, I don't think today, but there was, in the past, it seemed like there was this emphasis of like, almost like purging oneself of sin and by, through penance and through like almost self, like flagellation and all that stuff. Is that rooted in
Yeah, some of what you see, in some of the rites and practices and things that you see in Catholicism are religious and Christianized expressions of things that were being done in Greco-Roman religion. Some of our dates of our calendar are nothing but replacement of dates for what were sacred pagan days. For example, Christmas, the date for Christmas, replaces the Greco-Roman festival of Saturnalia, which was basically the winter solstice festival, when things were coming back to life, okay, because you were moving out of winter and into spring.
And that was the Christmas tree, or no?
Well, I don't know about the Christmas tree per se. I don't know about the roots of the Christmas tree per se, but the origins of the dating for Christmas comes to replace a pagan holiday with a Christian celebration that represents something completely different.
So what would happen if you were a Christian then, and you mentioned that you could be given amnesty if you denied Christ?
If you worship the emperor, if you offer worship to the emperor, it wouldn't necessarily be a denial of Christ, because the Romans could have multiple gods. But the reason it was an affront to a Christian is because a Christian's loyalty was supposed to be only to the one God. So that's why they wouldn't do it.
What would happen to you in your Christian community? Were you cast out, or were you?
Huge debates about what to do about someone who repented of their faith. Did it represent an apostasy and a denial of their faith? And so should they be excluded from the community? Or was it something someone could repent of after doing it? There was a lot of discussion in the early centuries about this, particularly because of the political pressure involved.
Did Josephus have anything to say about something like that issue?
Not that issue directly. The closest he gets to it is this imagery issue in relationship to Judaism.
Was the concern more with seeing the emperor or these other gods as gods, or with national and social unity?
You don't separate the two. I mean, it's not either or. Okay, there was concern both. There was the national dimension to it, which is why it was important for a Roman to do it. Okay, but there also was this religious feel that was put around it that was seen as encroaching on the unique honor that God deserves. Yeah, over here. Yeah.
Was there a prevailing view amongst the general population on the afterlife, or was it
variety of ideas? Some people thought when you died you were dead. End of story. There was a view of an immortality of the soul, generally speaking. What was generally not held, and this is important, was a resurrection of the body, a full restoration of all that the human being was. That was a particularly Jewish idea.
Back to Gnosticism, were the seeds of Gnosticism present before Christianity came on the scene, or was Gnosticism
discussed? It's discussed. The seeds of Gnosticism were present before Christianity came on the scene because it is an expression of a Platonic philosophical point of view, and Platonism predates the arrival of Christianity. This kind of dualism that we're talking about, and what fuels the dualism. But formally, most people think that formal Gnosticism, at least on the basis of the evidence that we have, really didn't emerge until the 2nd century. And some people place its origin out of a disaffected Judaism that attempts to syncretize with Greco-Roman religious ideas and becomes an anti-Jewish polemic to some degree. Okay, and then the Christians came along and tried to wed this Greco-Roman philosophy with Christian symbolism as a way of trying to make Christianity more palatable to Greco-Romans. That's what motivated it. And then, of course, you have the fathers reacting to it as being a significant deviation on Christianity. Why? Because in Gnosticism, the idea was, first of all, that God himself was not the creator directly of the creation. And secondly, that creation was bad and evil at the beginning as opposed to being good. So Gnosticism, if it's truly Gnosticism, can't go back to the earliest generation of Christians, because the earliest generation of Christians shared the Jewish view of the creation, which was that God created everything and that creation was good.
Okay? Go ahead. Because you do see some in the New Testament, like epistles, some of this kind of contrast between the corruptible and the incorruptible?
That's right.
Like, I mean, in Peter, I think that...
But it's subsequently fallen as opposed to inherently fallen. Okay? All right. The impact on Christianity. The impact on Christianity is that there's religious concern everywhere in the culture. And as I've said, this is unlike our highly rationalistic, empirically oriented culture, at least in the West. And I can't stress how different this is. It forced Christians to determine what they believe. And it forced a grounding in the one God of creation to whom all are accountable. Notice the difference in a point of view that says, I've got to barter with many gods who each have their own sphere of influence in order to be protected, versus a message that says, there's only one God, and you're accountable only to Him. Okay, that is a very clear, contrasted choice. To embrace one God was to leave all of this and to be seen as culturally disloyal. And I think from the sense of the questions I'm getting, you all get this. Okay? That is the really distinctive point of all this. The idea of being a private Christian would be very, very difficult in the ancient world. Now, I was going to take the time to talk about Judaism. Let me just say this. And we've talked about this already. There are certain distinctives of Judaism that are in play that come under pressure in the New Testament as well. And this has to do with their sense of election, rights that are associated with the identification with the covenant, such as circumcision. There is a unique calendar tied to Judaism that's associated with certain feasts. In fact, I'll put that up on the screen. We've talked about the sects, for the most part, that exist. Here's the calendar, the fall and spring calendar. You can see when events occur. There are 3 key pilgrimage festivals when you're supposed to come to Jerusalem. One of them being Tabernacles, the other one being Passover, and the third being unleavened bread. Passover and unleavened bread happen together. So there's the Sabbath, shouldn't forget that, which is unique. This one day set aside for rest and worship. All these factors impact Christianity. And you also have social structures designed to support these elements in the community. You have the Sanhedrin, at least until Rome conquers in AD 70, which are 70 key elders plus the high priest, who are elders of the key families, and their job is to perform judgments on civil, criminal, and religious matters. This is probably the Jewish group that examined Jesus and the rest of the apostles, but they were abolished in AD 70 when Rome took over and overran in Jerusalem. You have the gathering in the synagogues, which are the gathering places for the people. These go back to the diaspora of the 3rd century BC, the best we can tell. Obviously, as Jews were scattered, they need to have a place to gather together and maintain their identity and their practices. That became the synagogue. We have evidence of 1st century AD synagogues, where there was worship, instruction, social activities, where the scripture was read, the Torah 1 verse at a time, the prophets 3 verses at a time. And the value of the synagogue to the Jewish community was it was the place of worship and fellowship, as well as providing on the Sabbath a day of rest and reflection. This is a picture of a 1st century synagogue in Israel. This is located in Gamla. Remember I told you that Gamla was the location where Josephus was defeated by the Romans in 67. And this is the remains of the synagogue that is there, and it has to be 1st century. Because Gamla was overrun in AD 67, and it was overrun permanently. Okay, they never rebuilt the place. Here is the breach in the Roman wall by the Romans in the city wall of Gamla, located directly across from the synagogue, which is where the Romans poured into the city to finally defeat Josephus. It's still clearly visible today. And the synagogue is back up, you just go up the hill a little bit and just directly back, that's where the synagogue is located. So my point here is that you've got a real religious stew in the first century. But the choice to become a Christian was a choice not only to embrace the one true God. With it came all kinds of socially significant moves that really put someone in a completely different social position. So that the decision of faith was a decision that really reoriented everything when it was undertaken in a Greco-Roman context. All right. When we come to the topic of the canon, it's an interesting category because this material really combines two things together. The canon is a theological category because it marks out special texts with the claim that they are inspired from God. It also is a historical process in which the church went through a period of recognizing books. Now, the key word here is the word recognize. And I want to distinguish it from another word, and I kind of want to have a conversation about this. To distinguish it from the word chose. What am I getting at? I know it's early. Go ahead.
The church didn't create holy scriptures, they just recognized that they already were holy and had authority.
Okay, that's basically exactly on the mark. It's the difference between recognizing something as having a quality, being inspired, versus choosing books or selecting books and creating this collection of material. And what we've got in this theological historical interaction is a combination of factors, some of which are sociological and historical, and some of which are theological, that point to the recognition of certain books as being inspired. Now, part of what makes this an interesting category is the question of when did the church begin to sense the presence and need to recognize certain books? The way I like to express this in practical terms is, Dallas Seminary is said to be one of the sources for what's called the Bible church movement. Okay, well, how did churches work before there was a Bible to bring into the church? And what does it mean to have been a part of a new covenant community, if you will, part of the Jesus movement, before you had a functioning New Testament? And how long did that take? Those are some of the questions we're going to be dealing with this week. And we often don't think about this very much. How did you pass on your theology if you couldn't cite the four Gospels, Acts, the Pauline epistles, the general epistles, and Revelation? Imagine what that would be like. And how long a period did that situation exist? For how long a period did that take place? So these are very, very important questions dealing with the theological identity of what became Christianity. And there are a variety of views that are out there about how the canon is put together. And I'm going to begin by citing you a section of a book that often works as a text on this topic. It's called the New Testament Canon. It's Making and Meaning. It's by Harry Gamble, who when he wrote this was associate professor of religious studies at the University of Virginia. And in a chapter that's called Factors in the Formation of the Canon, he says this, and again, I want you to interact with this with me for a second. It says, Christianity did not begin as a scriptural religion. The faith of the earliest Christians was evoked by and focused on a person, Jesus of Nazareth. And he was apprehended not in written text, but in preaching about him as the crucified and risen Messiah, and in the charismatic life of the Christian community. The immediacy of Christian experience and the fervor of its eschatological hopes made superfluous even the composition of Christian writings. And there is no information at all that the early church entertained the idea of Christian scriptures, much less a collection of them. He's talking about in the earliest period. Therefore, the New Testament, as we think of it, was utterly remote from the minds of the first generation of Christian believers. Of course, almost from the start, Christianity had called into service the scriptures of Judaism, interpreting them as the prophetic witness of which the Christian faith was a fulfillment. Even so, these Jewish scriptures only supported and confirmed the Christian message. They did not constitute its basis or give it adequate expression. Thus, the Christian use of Jewish scriptures did not mean that Christianity was or would become a scriptural religion after the pattern of Judaism, nor that there should be distinctively Christian scriptures. Just as little did it suggest the notion of a canon of the Christian writings, because the scriptures of Judaism themselves had not yet been shaped into a definitive and closed collection. The appeal to Jewish scriptures, though very important to early Christianity, could not finally suffice for Christian needs. The legitimacy of the Christian interpretation of these Jewish writings was challenged and repudiated by Judaism itself and could not be taken for granted even within the church. Moreover, as its missionary efforts carried it well beyond the confines of Judaism, Christianity found its most responsive constituency among the Gentiles, who were often ill-acquainted with the Jewish scriptures and did not presume their authority. In this context, it was difficult to present Christian teachings on the basis of Jewish scriptures alone, and appeals to specifically Christian writings were more and more needed. And then it moves on to talk about the transition into the 2nd century where these needs emerged. So here's the question. Did the church have a canonical frame of mind early on? And was there a scriptural theological basis early on in Christianity that led to the development of Christian theology? Or let me flip it around, because this is how this is often used. If there is no canonical conscience and no circulating set of scriptures in the earliest period, what does that mean for the defining of Christian theology? If there are no sacred texts that directly address the new realities to appeal to, how does theology function in that environment? And how does it develop, and how is it presented, and how is it passed on? That's a very, very important question. And generally speaking, we don't think about this. We assume the books were written, they were put into circulation, they were recognized almost instantaneously as Scripture, and voila, we had the New Testament. And it doesn't quite work that way. We've got this interesting interaction between the theological reality of having these inspired texts and the historical reality of the process that the church went through to recognize what was going on and what it is that God had done. And that did take some time. In thinking about this Gamble citation, well, let me do it this way. What do you think about the claim that Christianity was not a scriptural religion and did not have a canonical conscience at the start? Does that strike you as correct or not? Why or why not?
They still have the Torah.
Okay, they had the Torah, and the suggestion that the Old Testament was not yet completely canonized actually obscures a certain reality. And that reality is that there were certain sections of the Old Testament that were definitely recognized. The Torah, as you mentioned, certain key prophets certainly had already established themselves in a key position. The Proverbs and Psalms were highly regarded. What had not been nailed down were a handful of books related to the Old Testament, books like Esther, Song of Songs, Ecclesiastes, that kind of thing. So it's one thing to say there's no completed detailed canon. It's another thing to say there's no canonical thought or no canonical category. Those are two different things. So that's one element. What else?
Well, I would guess it seems to me that it sounds like whoever that was saying something that we've been saying about the Hebrews, the Jews, in that at first they were not a scriptural-centered religion. They were a temple-centered religion, or
Right,
say a
okay.
relationship with Yahweh. So it seems like even if what she's saying is correct, it's not the end of the world for Christians, because we're actually following along with the religion as it has progressed throughout the thousands of years.
Yeah, well, I think it's fair to say there is the experience of the life and ministry of Jesus, which has made its impact and created this community. That's one element of what's going on. And then there is the continuation or the desire to continue to report on that activity, build a theology around it, which took some time. This claim that there are not Christian writings in circulation and that there would not be time to circulate that material, there wouldn't be interest in circulating. I think they use the word superfluous because of the nature of the theology of the early church, is actually, again, a little overstated. We know that there are traditions circulating about Jesus. Everyone who works in this material, as we're going to find out in the weeks to come, recognizes that there are certain materials of Jesus' sayings that are circulating orally. We've got the category of source material like what's going to be called Q that we'll be talking about. These sayings that are being passed on orally in the church. We certainly have Paul writing fairly early on. His earliest writings come from the late 40s, early 50s in terms of when he begins to write and pass things on to the church. So the idea that the idea of the passion being put together, the passion portion of what we see in the Gospels, most people who work with these passion materials suggest that was the first part of the tradition to begin to be formalized. Most people see that happening in the 40s. And so this idea that there weren't things being done to communicate the theology orally or in written form to the church is, I think, overstated here. So there is some theological dimension to what's going on. Later on, I'm going to mention to you that not only is there singing that teaches theology, there are doctrinal summaries that teach theology, there are sacraments that portray the key theology, and of course we also have the scripture out of Judaism that portray the theology. So there's a content base around which to work as the canon is being recognized. I thought I saw a hand out in the back.
Yes, sir, I was just going to say that if there's which I think there is, that's what I'm saying, any merit to what Barnett says about the rabbinic tradition of the disciples recognizing Christ as their rabbi.
Right.
Might imply that they were also recording, as disciples did from their rabbis, his teachings at the same time that he was teaching them. Is there any merit to that?
This has to do with, this is a more controversial point. Let me just say it that way. They do recognize Jesus as a rabbinic-like figure. I mean, they do regard him as their teacher. They do follow him, that kind of thing. The more difficult question is determining, did they go to the trouble to write this material down? Or was the experience of being with Jesus day after day, week after week, month after month, a marking experience? Think about it for a second. If you are close to someone who becomes your mentor in one sense or another, in some senses, you don't need to write everything down that they teach. You're with them regularly. You're hearing them teach and preach the same messages over and over and over again as you move to various locales, but you're saying fundamentally the same thing from place to place because you're in an itinerant ministry, etc. And you're marked by their presence. I remember, I may have shared this with you, I may not have, but if I've already mentioned this semester, stop me. But about a year ago, I went up to Michigan to teach one introduction class and to just visit with a professor friend who I have up there. And we had a dinner that evening, and I was hosted by him and his colleague, who was a medieval Jewish scholar in the Religious Studies Department at Michigan. And we were beginning to share about the historical Jesus. And the Michigan professor who hosted me, Gabriella Boccaccini, asked me, why don't you share with the group, this was a group of postgraduate students at Michigan, what you're doing with the IBR Jesus group, which is this group that's been working on these key events in Jesus' life. And so I was making the point that we had isolated these 12 events and that we really thought that we could show that Jesus presented himself as a messianic figure, which is always interesting when you've got a Jew in the audience. And so this professor responded by saying, I don't think we can know what Jesus thought or how he presented himself because we don't have anything that he has actually written that he's directly responsible for writing, which is, point is true. To which I responded, because there were about 12 graduate students in the audience, which happened to be convenient. I said, let's assume that you died and you didn't write anything. Do you think I could sit down with these 12 students and get a portrait of what you taught and what you emphasized in teaching, what your character was like, a little bit about who you are and what you emphasized in your teaching? Of course, the answer is transparent. That absolutely there's a portrait that can be left. And I think that's part of what you're dealing with in the materials that we have in the gospel traditions that we're dealing with. We'll be talking more about this down the semester. What we want to do, because we, in our more modern thinking and being a more literary-based culture, a more text-based culture, is we want to get it down in writing on a piece of paper where it's secure. What's important to appreciate about the ancient world is that they appreciated what was called the living voice. The living voice is that which you heard, that which you experienced. This was an oral culture primarily. And in this oral culture, the impression of the experience with the person when you had it was very, very significant. So what I'm suggesting is that you don't have to write it down in order to get an impression of a person who you spend a lot of time with. Probably the best analogy I can think of is when someone passes away and the family gathers. What normally happens in those moments? What does everybody do? They reminisce. And what do they reminisce about? They reminisce about the impression the person's life made on them. And there's a lot of memory going around. And I think that's the type of phenomena that you're dealing with when you're dealing with primarily an orally oriented culture. And then you don't inscripturate it in that mindset until you begin to lose the possibility of having the living voice. The person who experienced the events being talked about. And so then you sit down and you begin to write memoirs. And actually, if you look at what happens with a lot of people, even history writing today, what often happens is, as the generation that experiences something begins to die off, you get historians who want to record the living voice of the people who've had that experience. We're actually hitting this right now with World War II and Holocaust victims. The last 15 to 20 years, a lot of historians have been doing a lot of work chronicling the oral testimonies of people who experienced the Holocaust. If you go to Dachau, for example, which is just outside Munich in Germany, which is one of the famous concentration camps in Germany, that entire exhibition is loaded with oral testimonies of people who went through the Holocaust, who were at Dachau. And they talk about what their experience was at Dachau. And they've been collecting these oral testimonies before the people who had the experience died off. That's the kind of thing that we're talking about. Yeah, Rob.
Also, in terms of what the claim that's being made that the earliest Christian movement wasn't necessarily scriptural or canonical, there is also the level of difficulty in the earliest Christians attempting to validate, in some sense, their message by tying it to the Old Testament text, but also the sense in which what Jesus has done or the Jesus movement believes about Jesus is significantly different from anything that's explicit in the previous text.
Well, of course, the idea here is that you're dealing with a revelatory period in and of itself. Jesus' coming itself is revelatory. And it also is a completion of what was expected coming out of the Old Testament. The Old Testament isn't telling us, or the Hebrew Scriptures aren't telling us everything that God's program is about. Jesus is revealing that. By the way, that's why it's no accident that John 1 begins where it does. In the beginning was the Word. Okay? And the Word, exegetes God. That's part of what that prologue is saying. And so there is a revelatory element to the coming of Jesus that helps us to understand what God is doing. It's precisely the point you're making, which is that the Old Testament in and of itself, the Hebrew Scriptures of that time, because you can't have an Old Testament unless you got a New, the Hebrew Scriptures of that time are telling us some of the story and laying the foundation for the story, but they aren't giving us the whole story. Well, I wanted to have this introductory discussion because I want to get your mind kind of around the concept of the emergence of a canonical mindset. And the emergence of a canonical mindset is rooted in part in the precedent that you have coming out of Judaism as it's wrapping itself around, at least in part, a scripture that it has, along with the dynamics of the revelatory experience of Jesus and the impact of that. And then moving to a generation in which the people who experience Jesus are beginning to pass off the scene, and so you begin to record what the impact and the effect of that experience is and is going to be. And those features help us to kind of get our hands around what begins to move us in the direction of a canonical consciousness. Then you come into the 2nd century, in which there is the arising of a series of challenges to the original Christian faith in Marcionism, Gnosticism, Montanism, with their own set of scriptures being produced to supplement what's out there in the church and to put a turn on it. And all of a sudden the need to identify which books are really a reflection of the movement and which books are not becomes more paramount. And you're off and running in terms of moving towards identifying a canon. And this process takes a few centuries. It does take a while, although the core of it is basically done. This may be one of the most important things I'll say this week. The core of the canon is in place by the end of the 2nd century. The completion of the process takes another 150 years. But the core of the canon, your 4 Gospels, Acts, your Pauline letters, 1 Peter, 1 John, are in place and functioning clearly with some type of recognized elevated status by the end of the 2nd century. So when people come along and say this process went into the 4th century, technically speaking that's true in getting the identification of all the 27 books. But in one sense, again, it obscures the reality that the core of the canon was in place and functioning 150 years earlier. So all that's important to this discussion.
What did you say was the core that was established by the...
Core was the 4 Gospels, Acts, your Pauline collection of letters, which in the mind of some would have included Hebrews, 1 Peter and 1 John. So what's being debated in the remaining period are letters like Jude, 2 Peter, the book of Revelation, because it's so different than everything else. That's what's up for grabs. And then a handful of books that ended up being identified with what we call today the Apostolic Fathers, 1 Clement, Didache, Shepherd of Hermas, some groups of which recognize those books as part of a canon, but other groups did not, and they eventually fell out. Okay, that's the overview. Okay, let's take a look at this. And I want you to keep your eye on the ancient testimony as it gathers around the recognition of the canon as we proceed. First of all, let's define what a canon is. A canon is simply a reed or a straight rod, and it comes to represent a standard, something by which you measure something else. Something straight that shows where something is crooked, if you will. You want to think of it as a picture. The closed collection of 27 early Christian writings constitute the divinely inspired, authoritative scripture for the beliefs and practices of the church. That's what the canon is. And functionally, the canon refers to the books seen as divine and ultimately working together as a unit. Now, this is another idea I want you to think about. When you talk about a canon of text, you are not simply talking about a collection of 27 individual books. But when you make the theological statement that they are inspired and that their ultimate author is God, you are now connecting these books to one another so that you can use them interchangeably. That's part of what the concept of the canon gives you. So this isn't a library where you go to a section of the library and the library section is entitled Inspired Works, and you've got 27 separate volumes up on the shelf. What in fact you have is a collection that you are arguing is integrated enough together to be utilized as a unit. And so part of a canonical consciousness, this is important, part of a canonical consciousness is the idea that I can use 1 John next to 1 Peter, next to Mark, as opposed to simply thinking about them as three distinct books. And of course, this is how we do our theology today. We interact and move between these books as if they're all ultimately written by one person. Here's another thought. The idea of a canon, in that sense, is a decidedly theologically conservative concept. Okay, now what do I mean by that?
The word closed when you say canon?
Well, I haven't mentioned close, so I don't have that so much in mind. It's not so much what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, well, I mean, what you're pointing to is the idea that there's a divine author.
That there's an ultimate unity that's right, underneath all these books that allows them to be linked together, that allows them to function alongside one another. Whereas if you view this as a collection, particularly a collection that the church recognizes or chooses, your tendency is to treat these books as 27 distinct pieces of material. They don't have to belong together. There is no theological unity to them ultimately. And now in saying that, and in recognizing that there's a theological unity underneath this, I'm not saying that there aren't different emphases in these books and there isn't some diversity that you need to keep your eye out for. I'm not saying that. But I am saying there is an ultimate affirmation that these things ultimately function as a unit and need to be viewed as a unit. The whole principle of analogy of Scripture that we work with hermeneutically depends, in a very real sense, on a canonical recognition. Yeah.
Is that notion of unity, though, is that historically an early, how would we justify that being a very earliest idea? And what I mean by that is, why cannot various diverse books be divinely inspired and yet very distinct in their emphasis?
Well, they can have distinct emphases. That's not the issue. The question is, do I ultimately see that this collection represents the breadth of what the Christian movement is about?
Yeah, I guess I'm saying, what danger, though, is there posed in the assumption that there is this kind of unity that you can read, essentially read one in light of the other? In some sense, can't you lose what an author is saying by reading, say,
well, you lose
St.
what
James through the eyes of Paul?
Exactly. You lose what an author is saying. You lose what an author is saying when you cease to pay attention to what the individual author is saying and to see the scope of what it is that's being addressed or the context in which it's being addressed. So, for example, and the example you raised is a good one, the Pauline-James controversy, which everyone has discussed at one point or another and lost sleep over at one time or another, is a good example. James and Paul are not asking the same exact question. The danger is when you say there's a unity and then you impose at the same time, I want to say this, a kind of flat way of saying that every text addresses the same topic from exactly the same angle, with exactly the same set of concerns. That's where your problem comes in. But what you're trying to say, imposing this idea of a unity, is to say that ultimately these books have a relationship to one another in their varied emphases.
Can they be inspired and James disagree with Paul?
Well, it depends what the word disagree means, okay? That's the problem, okay? If you're, again, the situation with James and Paul is a simple one in one sense. Paul's asking the question, what does it take to get in? James is asking the question, what does it look like after you're in? Okay? So do you say, are they in disagreement with one another? Or are you saying, are they looking at a different point of the timeline and answering the question differently? That's part of what you have to explore in looking at the question. There's no doubt when you read Romans and you're looking at the language of justification in Romans 3 and 4, you're looking at the beginning of the experience. Just like there's no doubt when you look at James and you look back and he's asking the question, how do I see the evidence of faith? Or how do I see the presence of faith in the claim of faith? That he's looking back. Okay? Those are different time frames. That's just doing good literary work.
Would it be too simple to say that there's unity within the canon without uniformity? Would that be too simple, broad term?
Well, but I'm not sure what that gets you in one sense, other than making a little bit of a distinction which is helpful to think about. What you're going to have to do, and we're going to talk about this because when we get to criticism, this is going to all come up. What you've got to be sensitive to is the diversity that exists within the New Testament, within this collection. There is a theological diversity. There are theological emphases. Each gospel writer is doing something slightly different in their presentation of Jesus. And what we tend to do, the conservative side, is to create what I call gospel stew. We just dump it all into a pot, mix it together, and we don't pay attention to what's coming from where. Okay? That, technically speaking, isn't the best method of dealing with the individuality of what these materials give us and why we have 4 distinct portraits of Jesus. But in the end, you want to be able to talk about what the relationship is between these various portraits that you're getting in the material. And what a canonical claim is making is this is ultimately a unit that God himself is ultimately responsible for. And then how that works out is part of the conversation.
Is the layout of the unit, does that have any sort of inspirational relativity to that? Because I think about, what we were just talking about with Paul and James, Paul coming before James in the whole layout of the canon. Is that inspired with how the books are ordered?
No, I wouldn't say that the order in and of itself of the canon is necessarily a part of the inspiration process. That's just a way of organizing the collection. You've got your 4 Gospels, you've got your story of the church, you've got your epistles, and then you've got your apocalypse on the end. It's just a nice way of structuring it. The reason you have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, in part, is the influence of Augustine on what he thought the order of the Gospels was, that kind of thing. So I wouldn't say that part of it is necessarily inspired. As I've said, this is both a theological and a historical category. These writings are produced on the one hand and then recognized. And the Holy Spirit is involved in the process of recognition. This is something that, this will be a distinction in the way conservatives would view the canon, perhaps versus how others might view it. Others might view it as a strictly historical and sociological process. The 27 books which have emerged for the New Testament have never been greatly disputed. Now, the key term here is greatly. The fact is that you do have a slightly different listing in Eastern Orthodoxy. They have a slightly smaller canon for the New Testament, which most people aren't aware of. But for the bulk of the church, it has been these 27 books that operate as the key, and as I said, the core of the canon as it existed at the end of the 2nd century, if you will, has been a part of all these traditions, and an important part of all these traditions.
Can I ask what is omitted from Eastern Orthodoxy?
They omit some of the smaller epistles that we're talking about, like 2 Peter, 2 and 3 John, that kind of thing. The question that some people want to ask about the canon is, did canonical status precede or follow the functional authority of the writings? In other words, were they inspired first and then recognized, or did their recognition give them some sense of status? And in fact, it's a little bit of both. On the one hand, I think you have to say the reason certain writings became attractive to the church was because they were functioning in the church as central texts. They were being read in the churches. They were being read in the churches in various regions. And so they were recognized to have this status. The fact is, however, that when the church turned around and named them as the inspired texts, okay, that also lent them some authority. Because now the church was recognizing what they were. And so again, there's this interplay between theology and history in working with this category, all the way in the back.
Do you think that some of the writers, I've heard people say, especially with Paul, like as he was writing, he knew or he thought that his letters were going to be inspired, not the canon, but there was something special about that writing that he knew that as he was writing?
Well, there are certain places where Paul's pretty clear that where he says things like, I think I have the mind of Christ, that kind of thing, where he is pushing his apostolic authority. I wouldn't say inspired authority in a canonical sense, but his apostolic authority on the people to whom he's writing. And there are certain letters that do this. 2 Corinthians is a really good example of it. We have the example of 2 Peter referring to some of the writings that Paul has written as Scripture. Okay? That happens in 2 Peter chapter 3. In fact, he says that some of the things that Paul has written as Scripture are difficult to understand. Well, thank you for telling us. And so, in that sense, there is, at least with some of the material, a little bit of a canonical conscience. But the other half of the equation is, and you're getting a sense of how careful I'm trying to be here, is that this isn't as transparent as you think it would be, if I can say it that way. So you aren't seeing this emphasis pounded away at. Why? Because I think the experience of Jesus and the teaching of Jesus in general circulating in the church is the thing that's dominating this early period when you have the apostles present, that kind of thing. When I've got the apostles present, in one sense I don't need the Scripture. When I begin to lose the apostolic presence, then I need the memory of the experience of Jesus that they had.
Isn't that kind of they had in the Bible, like when they had a theological problem, they didn't just open the books or letters they had, well, maybe I'm speaking too early in history, but they had a Jerusalem council.
Well, that's part of the point of the experience. And then look at how the Jerusalem council worked. It was a combination of interacting with the Hebrew Scriptures and what it is that God had done through the apostolic group. That was really what they were putting together. And they were, in every sense of the term, formulating policy in that meeting. It's precisely the dynamics that are at work. Okay, here you've got a picture of one of our manuscripts. This happens to be an Old Testament manuscript of Jeremiah. This is Sinaiticus. This is a mid-4th century text, and you begin to see how the texts are laid out. Notice how you don't get any breaks between the words. So you're used to reading it in a certain way because of the way in which it is laid out. This right here. Oh, I don't have the arrow. Jeremiah in Greek is written out in all caps there in that first column at the bottom. That's what's sitting there all by itself. Now, we've already talked about the authority and precedent of the Old Testament Scriptures, that there was a canonical conscience that existed in the Judaism out of which Christianity emerged. Someone mentioned the importance of the Torah. The law, the first 5 books, certainly had this position in the first century. The Psalter had this position. Key prophets had this position. In fact, in portions of the New Testament, you get a reference to the Hebrew Scriptures in places as the law, the prophets, and the Psalms. Think about the end of Luke. By the way, that same threefold division, law, prophets, Psalms, shows up in Qumran texts. There's a text known as MMT, which also has that threefold basic division of the Hebrew Scriptures. So you've got the authority and precedent of the Old Testament Scriptures. You also have the authoritative teaching of Jesus, which is being remembered, which becomes the basis for the Gospels. It's the memory of Jesus' words and deeds that had a kind of canonical status or functional authority from the beginning. The Gospels are designed to instruct the church through His Word, and they were initially used, this is important, they were initially used in worship contexts. In other words, people would write a gospel, and that gospel would be read in the worship service. And later on, we're going to see citations from fathers who talk about works that are read in church and works that are not read in church as a way to distinguish that which the church uses from that which the church doesn't in this kind of foundational way. And the Gospels are being read alongside the Old Testament. In fact, there's the mention of the fourfold gospel as a fixed phrase by the time we get to Irenaeus in the late part of the 2nd century. We also have the authoritative apostolic teaching and the aid of the Holy Spirit, the apostles functioning as a kind of living canon from the beginning. They are called to take the message into the world, instructing all concerning Him about what they saw and heard. In fact, the upper room discourse, which is so important in the teaching of the Gospel of John, emphasizes this, that Christ is going to send the Holy Spirit, the Comforter, to instruct them about all they have seen and heard, to bring to their memory all that they have seen and heard. Now, that's something that can only be said to people who walked and talked with Jesus. That's not something that's generally applicable to us in the work of the Spirit. So we, in a sense, stand on the shoulders of the deposits of memory that are left from this earliest generation. And that's an important part of the idea of the living canon. In fact, Justin Martyr, I'm going to show this to you later, but Justin Martyr, writing in the middle of the 2nd century, called the Gospels the memoirs of the apostles. That was before the name gospel had kind of become formalized around what these materials were. So what's an alternative name for the Gospels? Memoirs of the apostles. Here is a little sliver of Vaticanus, another 4th century manuscript that we have of the New Testament. Sinaiticus and Vaticanus are two of the better manuscripts, ancient manuscripts we have. Sinaiticus, as you saw, included the Old Testament. This is a portion of Matthew 11:8b to 10a. And again, you can see the script very clearly. The words all kind of put together side by side. The script being all caps in Greek. That's why you might have trouble recognizing it, because it's all in capital Greek script. Okay, now there are really 5 stages of the process of canonical recognition. The first is the apostolic age. Takes us into about AD 140. And the reason we use this date is this takes us to the outer limits of the date of people who experienced the apostles. So we aren't just talking about the period when the apostles lived, but the people who experienced the apostles. Let's do a little experiment. If I get you to think about grandparents or something like that, how far back can living memory go that you're in contact with? Okay, let me illustrate what I mean. On my wife's side of the family, we had a grandmother who lived to be over 100 years old. She died about 15 years ago. That means that we were in contact with someone who lived with and had conversations with people extending back to the very beginning of the 20th century, who themselves, in those conversations, may have heard a voice that extends back into the 18th century. Or, sorry, into the 19th century. Okay? See how that works? So, You are, if you will, one voice removed from a period that can cover somewhere around 100 to 150 years. That's what we're saying here. I did this in my Sunday school class several weeks ago. I said to them, how far back can your memory extend of having a conversation with someone who had a conversation with somebody else? That kind of an idea. In the case of my grandmother on my wife's side, she had conversations with people who had experienced the Civil War. That takes you pretty far back. Okay? So we're talking about being within one voice of a living voice, if you will. So that's why this period extends to about 140. This is going to be important when we get to the figure of Papias, because Papias is going to report about conversations that he had with people who had a direct experience of the apostles. This is a period during which oral tradition is circulating. The documents are written somewhere between AD 49 and 95, generally speaking. The documents are being copied and preserved. Today we have about 5,800 Greek manuscripts of various portions of the New Testament. The bulk of these are later. Okay, the bulk of these come from the medieval period. We do have a handful of them, however, that date into the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th centuries, which is important in terms of Greek manuscript evidence. The Greek manuscript evidence for the wording of the New Testament is better than it is for any other ancient work by far. The earliest piece of material that we have is P52, which is a little sliver of John 18. I'll show you a picture of it in just a second. The dating of which goes back to somewhere around AD 125, that is within 3 decades of when the book was written. The earliest large manuscripts of almost the whole of the New Testament are Sinaiticus, also known as Aleph, and Vaticanus, known as B, both 4th century manuscripts. These documents circulated through the church and were used in worship. They were collected and preserved, and by AD 140, a collection is beginning to be used. There's a recognition there are certain gospels in circulation that are available for use, that kind of thing. There's a fourfold gospel collection in the process of being collected. There's a Pauline collection of his letters that are well established during this period. And Antioch of Syria, which is important in the book of Acts, and Rome are 2 of the key locales where these materials are being collected. By the time we get to AD 180, Irenaeus is defending what is called the fourfold gospel. In fact, he uses a very famous analogy in which he says, just like there are 4 directions to the winds, north, south, east, and west, so there are 4 gospels. It's not the kind of argument I would make, but it shows you how deeply embedded this idea is. There are 4 gospels. This is a picture, slightly enlarged, of P52, which covers portions of John 18, 31 to 33, verses 37 and 38. It's slightly larger than a quarter. It's about that size total. Okay, here is this citation from Irenaeus that I told you about. This famous citation. Now, he's writing in a work called Against Heresies, and he's writing in about 180 AD. So we're at the end of the 2nd century. Remember, I told you that by that period, a canonical consciousness is clearly existing in the church. By the way, that canonical consciousness predates Constantine by 135 years. That's important because some people say that it is Constantine's work that solidified the identity of the Christian faith. It is true that Constantine's work and his recognition as emperor of the Christian religion sociologically enhanced, protected, and produced an environment of stability around which Christian theology could, if you will, establish itself. That's true. But the parameters and outlines of what Christianity was and its contents were already in place. And that is certainly the case for the core of the canon. The core of the canon exists and is recognized and is beginning to function long before Constantine hits the scene, or as I like to say it, when Constantine was only a thought in the mind of God. It is not possible, says Irenaeus, that the Gospels can be either more or fewer in number than they are. For since there are 4 zones of the world in which we live and 4 principal winds, while the church is scattered throughout all the world, and the pillar and ground of the church is the gospel and the spirit of life, it is fitting that she should have 4 pillars, breathing out immortality on every side, vivifying men afresh. Now you can see a very clear statement here of Irenaeus, not only that there are 4 gospels, but that the 4 gospels are inspired. Okay? They are writings that give life. The text continues, for after our Lord rose from the dead, the apostles were invested with power from on high. That language comes directly out of Luke 24. When the Holy Spirit came down upon them, alluding to Acts 2, were filled from all His gifts and had perfect knowledge, they departed to the ends of the earth, again using the language of Luke Acts, preaching the glad tidings of good things sent from God to us, proclaiming the peace of heaven to men, who indeed do all equally and individually possess the gospel of God. Matthew also issued a written gospel among the Hebrews in their own dialect, while Peter and Paul were preaching at Rome and laying the foundations of the church. So there you have, in really rough form, the elements of the gospel, of gospels being written, of Peter and Paul preaching in Rome, and the theological foundations of the church being laid as a result of the apostolic witness to their experience of Jesus. That's what Irenaeus is talking about, which ends up being codified in works, some of which end up in the New Testament. He continues, after their departure, Mark, the disciple and interpreter of Peter, did also hand down to us in writing what had been preached by Peter. Luke also, the companion of Paul, recorded in a book the gospel preached by him. Afterwards, John, the disciple of the Lord, who also had leaned upon his breast, that makes him the beloved disciple of John's gospel, did himself publish a gospel during his residence at Ephesus in Asia. So here we have the origin, to one degree or another, of all 4 gospels laid out for us by Irenaeus. Matthew writing in the Hebrew dialect to his own people, Mark connected to Peter, Luke connected to Paul, and John, the beloved disciple, writing from Ephesus. That's the core early testimony of where our Gospels came from, and this is being written in the latter part of the 2nd century. All of these distinctions are important. Mark's connection with Peter is important. I'm going to talk about this later on in the semester when we get to the issue of authorship and knowing the identity of the authors and the external evidence for Mark and his association with Peter. The tradition here is stubborn in constantly associating Mark with Peter without attributing Mark's gospel to Peter. Nowhere was it called the Gospel of Peter, even though Mark had this connection to Peter. And in the portrait of some who like to make a lot out of this kind of capability, the emphasis of the idea that the early church could give a book a name, attach it to a luminary to give it a raised status. And that's why you get the names associated with the Gospels that you have. We really don't know who the authors were. Is, I think, historically suspect. It's historically suspect because if it's that easy to do and all you want to do is enhance the credibility of the work in question, then why did the Gospel of Mark never become named the Gospel of Peter? Now, we move towards a fixed canon. Remember I told you that the rise of different other expressions of Christianity with these other groups having their own writings helped to precipitate the development and identification of the canon, because as writings proliferate in the Christian sphere, coming from a variety of directions, all of a sudden there becomes an enhanced need to know which writings really count and which writings don't. So we move towards a fixed canon in the period from AD 140 to around 420 when things seem to have settled down. Valentinus, writing about in the middle of the 2nd century, AD 140, gives evidence of a wide use of New Testament books as he's operating, if you will, on the Valentinian fringe of the Christian community. You get the abridged canon of Marcion, also writing about the same period, AD 140, in which all the Jewish elements are cut out of the scriptures that he uses. He uses Luke, but it's a cut-up version of Luke to extract Judaism from it. One of the things that's happening in the 2nd century in certain pockets of the Christian movement is there's a reaction to Judaism and its rejection of Jesus. So Christianity is being distanced from its Jewish roots, and that's certainly happening with Marcion. You have the expanded canon of Montanus, again in the 2nd century, and these features led to the movement to get a fixed canon, to figure out which writings count, which writings don't, which version of Luke counts, and which version does not, that kind of thing. Irenaeus names 27 books. Remember, we put his dates of his writings about AD 180. 21 books. He includes in that list a work that we now suspect was written in the middle of the 2nd century, a work known as the Shepherd of Hermas. But generally speaking, Irenaeus appeals to an apostolic standard for these books that he recognizes. And so one of the standards of recognition becomes the idea of what's called apostolicity. This is the idea that a work goes back to an apostle or someone very close to an apostle. The Muratorian Canon, which is the first attempt to list these books of the New Testament, at least the first example that we have that has survived, take your question in just a second, is a good example of the situation in the 2nd century. I'm going to read you a portion of the Muratorian Canon in just a second. Tertullian speaks of apostolicity as well as antiquity. Of course, another standard that's going to be here is what's called orthodoxy. Is it faithful? And we'll talk about where that comes from in a second. And then the last standard that gets applied is what's called Catholicity. The word Catholic simply means universal. So Catholicity is the idea of this book is widely circulated. Okay? It's working across the whole expanse of the early church community. Tertullian, Eusebius, in his dates are 260 to 340, speaks of 4 categories of works. The homologumena, these are works that are accepted by everybody. The antilogumena, these are the disputed works. Some people say yes, some people say no. The notha, these are works that are viewed as spiritually valuable, but not canonical. And then last, the heretical, those that are absolutely rejected. Those are the 4 categories that Eusebius worked with. Okay, we'll take a look at the Muratorian Canon in just a second. Question? Diatessaron is written about AD 170. It's Tatian's effort to combine the story of Jesus into one running account. It's the first attempt at a harmony in many ways. Okay? Interestingly enough, the idea was if we tell the story of Jesus in one running account, then that might preclude the need to have 4 Gospels, which can be confusing for people. So this was an attempt to get a new, improved story of Jesus. Also, interestingly enough, that work was called Diatessaron, which means through the 4, which already tells you a lot. We're going to combine this material, and where are we going to get it from? The bulk of it is coming from the 4 Gospels. Tatian issued his Diatessaron. The Diatessaron was influential in certain pockets of Christianity, used in worship in certain pockets of Christianity, but here's the important point. It never replaced the 4 Gospels because the 4 Gospels were too well established to be replaced. So that's where the Diatessaron comes in. Okay, let's take a look at the Muratorian canon. The third book of the Gospel, by the way, the Muratorian canon breaks, the first part of it's missing. We have never found it. So it comes in, we come into the story at the point at which the canon is talking about the Gospel of Luke. The date of the Muratorian canon is debated. Does it belong to the late part of the 2nd century? Other people want to push it to the 4th century. The majority view is that this is probably a late 2nd century canonical list. As such, it is the first such list that we have. Okay, so that makes it important. The third book of the Gospel is that according to Luke. Luke, the well-known physician, after the ascension of Christ, when Paul had taken with him as one zealous for the law, composed it in his own name according to the general belief. Yet he himself had not seen the Lord in the flesh, and therefore, as he was able to ascertain events, so indeed he begins to tell the story from the birth of John. So we're told Luke is not a first-generation Christian. He did spend some time with Paul, and he ascertained the events as best he could. The fourth of the Gospels is that of John, one of the disciples. Later on in the canon, it goes on to say this, the Muratorian canon. As for the epistles of Paul, they themselves make clear to those desiring to understand which ones, from what place, and for what reason they were sent. First of all, to the Corinthians, prohibiting their heretical schisms. Next, to the Galatians, against circumcision. Then to the Romans, he wrote at length, explaining the order or plan of the Scriptures. Also that Christ is their principal or main theme. It is necessary for us to discuss these one by one, since the blessed Apostle Paul himself, following the example of his predecessor John, writes by name to only 7 churches in the following sequence. To the Corinthians first, to the Ephesians, to the Philippians third, to Colossians fourth, to Galatians fifth, to the Thessalonians sixth, to the Romans seventh. It is true that he writes once more to the Corinthians and to the Thessalonians for the sake of admonition, yet it is clearly recognizable there is one church spread throughout the whole extent of the earth. For John also in the Apocalypse, though he writes to 7 churches, nevertheless speaks to all. Paul also wrote out of affection and love, 1 to Philemon, 1 to Titus, 2 to Timothy, and these are held sacred in the esteem of the Church Catholic for the regulation of ecclesiastical discipline. So here we have a work from the end of the 2nd century listing the Pauline epistles, including the pastorals, and making it clear that there is a circulation of this material that involves the breadth of the church, appealing to the fact that they go to the Church Catholic. Okay, this term Catholic needs to be distinguished in thinking about this from the technical term Roman Catholic, which is has a slightly different nuance. When you get to Roman Catholicism, you're moving to a view of the church in which you have a full monarchical bishop structure. Okay? That's not what the Muratorian canon is talking about here. He's just talking about the existence of the universal church. Now, notice this. This is going to become important to us later. Notice what the Muratorian canon has to say about other materials. There is current also an epistle to the Laodiceans, another to the Alexandrians, both forged in Paul's name to further the heresy of Marcion, and several others which cannot be received into the Catholic Church, for it is not fitting that gall be mixed with honey. Now that may seem like an innocuous sentence, but it's actually pretty important. Because what it's showing us is that in the 2nd century, there already is a distinction being made between that which is accepted and that which isn't. And the idea of being a pseudonym, being written in someone's name but not actually belonging to that person, is also noted as part of the reason for rejection. This is where the category of apostolicity fits in. other books in the Muratorian canon. Moreover, the Epistle of Jude, 2 of the above mentioned are bearing the name of John, were counted in the Catholic Church. And the book Wisdom, written by the Friends of Solomon in his honor. Now here's a book that doesn't appear in the ultimate listing of the New Testament, that's in the listing of the Muratorian canon. We see this in spots. As I said, 2 Clement, the Didache, the Shepherd of Hermas fall into this category. Wisdom is actually a Jewish work that appears in the Old Testament Apocrypha. That's what's being alluded to here. We receive only the apocalypses of John and Peter. Here's another work that's a part of the list that doesn't end up being in the list, the Apocalypse of Peter, though some of us are not willing that the latter be read in church. That already notes that the Apocalypse of Peter is disputed as to whether it belongs in the collection or not, and the qualification for its inclusion is whether or not it's read in the churches. But Hermas wrote The Shepherd very recently in our times in the city of Rome, while Bishop Pius, his brother, was occupying the episcopal chair of the church of the city of Rome, and therefore it ought indeed to be read, but it cannot be read publicly to the people in church, either among the prophets, whose number is complete, or among the apostles, for it is after their time. So here's a work, Shepherd, which is read and respected, but distinguished from both the Old Testament and the other writings that are being read in church. So we seem to have three categories, if you will. Old Testament works that are read in the churches, apostolic or apostolically associated works that are read in the churches, and then other works that are read in church but are distinguished from either of those two collections. So the question comes up, is there a sense of inspiration in the church materials and in the way they're being handled? And this note from the Muratorian canon begins to suggest to us, yes, there is that distinction being made. There's Old Testament material being read in the churches. There's material that goes back to the apostles that's being read in the churches. And then there's other stuff read in the churches which is seen as valuable, but is separated and distinguished from them. And then there's a whole other category of stuff that never makes it to be read in church. I'm debating whether to start this. I tell you what, let's pick up with Papias next time, because this is an important citation. We need to work through it in detail, and I don't want to start it and not finish it. Right. We are in the midst of our journey through the discussion of the canon. We have tried to say that the canon and the determination and recognition of the canon is both a theological and a historical concept. It has both theological underpinnings through the inspiration that's involved in the writings and through the process of the Spirit in recognizing what's going on, all the way over to the historical factors, which include the transition from moving from the ability to have access to a living voice to recording the memory of those who are with Jesus. The rise of persecution, the rise of various other attempts to put Christian symbolism together with other movements, usually Greco-Roman movements such as Gnosticism, or shedding it of something such as Judaism with Marcionism, or claiming to have access to direct revelation from God through Montanism. All these, the rise of these alternatives with their own scriptures forced the church to recognize which writings she felt were reflective of orthodoxy. You also have the rise of persecution, including at certain points a level of persecution in which the instructions were to destroy the sacred writings of the community. Well, if you're going to destroy the sacred writings of the community, you got to know what the sacred writings of the community are. So, not rocket science, just simple theology. And so, for that reason, that was yet another impetus in identifying these books. So we have a variety of factors: living voice on the one hand, the rise of alternative expressions of Christianity from orthodoxy, and then finally persecution. These all lead to the process of the recognition of the canon. We've said that by the end of the 2nd century, there is a functioning core canon. And that core canon includes the Gospels, the 4 Gospels, Acts, the Paulines, 1 John, and 1 Peter. The bulk of the New Testament. Now, in fact, certain parts of these works were operating and functioning canonically in given communities earlier than this. We know this from the writings that we have from the period in which many of the writings give evidence of perhaps knowing 1 gospel, sometimes 2, certain of the Pauline letters, that kind of thing. But really, when we're talking about the canon, remember we're talking about a concept in which we're beginning to link together these disparate books and take the view that God is ultimately responsible for their authorship, and thus they can be used and function together. I'll take your question in just a second. And there really are 2 parts to this canonical process. There is the recognition of existing books, what we might call the building up of the canon, the identification of what goes in, the inclusive part. And then there is the delineation of excluded books, books that don't belong in. And to some degree, this comes first and this comes second. That you begin to build up your recognition of what books are functioning in the church, which books represent orthodoxy, which books go back to the apostolic circle. And then as other books are being produced that are claiming to occupy the same space, you begin to recognize and identify which books those are and why they should not be included. So that's kind of an overview of where we've been. And today we want to kind of wrap up the story of the canon by talking about some of the criteria that make up the canon, as well as the process of how we know certain things are in and how that was viewed. So we start off this morning with Papias. Now, we know about Papias through Eusebius. Eusebius writes in the early 4th century. Really, he's writing towards the end of the first quarter of the early 4th century, around 325 or so. And he reports on works written by a figure named Papias. Papias is the bishop of Hierapolis. Hierapolis is in the Colossae Laodicean region. It's on the road, it's on the main road that you take if you go from Antioch of Syria, which is one of the larger cities of the ancient Roman Empire, to Ephesus, as you're moving through Turkey and moving from the Mediterranean coast up over through Turkey and then over to the edge where you can cross over from Ephesus across the Aegean to Greece. So it's a major location. There's a lot of travel, a lot of people coming through that region. And he is active in the first decade of the 2nd century. He wrote a series of works called the Expositions of the Oracles of the Lord, which we no longer possess, but which Eusebius reports on. And the reason Papias is important is, even though he lives and is active in the early part of the 2nd century, he has conversations that go back to the edge of the 1st century. In fact, Eusebius covers him at the same time he is discussing early church figures such as Polycarp and Ignatius. And these 2 figures come from the first decades of the 2nd century. In fact, Ignatius was martyred in AD 107. So we're really in the very early part of the 2nd century with Papias' interaction. And there are extant 5 books of Papias. This is what Eusebius has to say about him, which bear the title Expositions of Oracles of the Lord. And boy, would we love to have that work. Unfortunately, we don't. Irenaeus makes mention of these as the only works written by him with the following words. These things are attested by Papias, an ancient man who was a hearer of John and a companion of Polycarp in his 4th book. So we're talking about someone who had conversations with someone in the apostolic circle. Remember the other day I told you how if you think about the way you can link back to the living voice, you can do it. If you're secondhand, you can do it and really stretch back almost a century and a half in many cases. And that's what we're dealing with here. It says, for 5 books have been written by him. These are the words of Irenaeus. But Papias himself, in the preface to his discourses, by no means declares that he himself was a hearer and eyewitness of the holy apostles, but shows by the words which he uses that he received the doctrines of the faith from those who were their friends. This is not firsthand, but secondhand. We're 2 layers down, if you will. But this is what he says. If then anyone came who had been a follower of the elders, I questioned him in regard to the words of the elders, what Andrew or what Peter said, or what was said by Philip or by Thomas or by James or by John or by Matthew or any other of the disciples, and what things Aristion and the presbyter John, the disciples of the Lord, say. For I did not think that what was to be gotten from the books would profit me as much as what came from the living and abiding voice. Now, this is a confirmation of something that we've been talking about, and that is how the ancients respect the idea of the living voice, the person who's experienced something and in the midst of experiencing it, tells about it and reports on it. And Papias, of whom we are now speaking, remember Irenaeus is talking about Papias, confesses that he received the words of the apostles from those that followed them, but says that he himself was a hearer of Aristion and the presbyter John. At least he mentions them frequently by name and gives their traditions in his writings. These things, we hope, have not been uselessly adduced by us. This also John the presbyter said. Mark, having become the interpreter of Peter, wrote down accurately, though not in order, whatsoever he remembered of the things said and done by Christ. For he neither heard the Lord nor followed him, but afterward, as I said, he followed Peter, who adapted his teaching to the needs of his hearers, but with no intention of giving a connected account of the Lord's discourses, so that Mark committed no error while he thus wrote some things as he remembered them. For he was careful of one thing, not to omit any of the things which he had heard, and not to state any of them falsely. These things are related by Papias concerning Mark. So that's Eusebius' report on Papias. Background also impacted by Irenaeus in terms of who Papias is. And here is the first indication we get in the tradition of Mark's close association with Peter. Now, I want to highlight something here because I think it's very, very important. And that is that despite the tradition's close association of Mark to Peter, which is something the tradition consistently does in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, consistently associates Mark with Peter, the early church never made the move of calling the second gospel the Gospel of Peter. Now, why is that important? That's important because the claim of some people is that what the early church did when it didn't know the name of an author was to attribute authorship to somebody, put it in the slot of the author, and that name would be the name of someone who would be a luminary, someone who would give the given work the status it needed to be accepted in the church. Okay, that's the claim. But I want you to note that in the tradition, with the care with which this is done, Peter reports to Mark. In a sense, the gospel can be said to go back to Peter. But Peter is never attributed with the authorship that comes with the second gospel, despite that traditional connection, because the tradition is careful to distinguish who wrote the gospel from who was a source for it. Okay? That's important in light of the claims, as I said, that we select a luminary to elevate the status. If you were given the choice and had the freedom to connect a name to the second gospel, and you had the choice between Mark and Peter, and anything goes, who would you choose? You'd be inclined, I think, to pick Peter if you're going to try and elevate the status. And yet the tradition is careful not to do that. So that's a very, very important point as we think about the construction and the naming of authorship as we proceed through this material. And this citation of Eusebius, by Eusebius of Papias, is important. It's also very disputed because it's secondhand. But it is an important part of the material. And Papias is reflecting something here that we see running through the tradition, the association of Mark with Peter, including the idea of Peter's adaptation of this material for his audience, as well as the idea that it wasn't necessarily a connected or chronologically sequenced account all the time. Papias says this about Matthew. But concerning Matthew, he writes as follows: "So then Matthew wrote the oracles in the Hebrew language, and everyone interpreted them as he was able." The term oracles here is the Greek word logia, could be equally translated sayings. So there's a huge discussion about whether we're talking about the Gospel of Matthew here or some type of pre-Matthean work that he's alluding to that's delivered in the Hebrew language or the Hebrew dialect is the way the Greek reads. And of course, and the interesting thing about this citation is that the Matthew that we have in our canon is not written in Hebrew. Okay, it's written in Greek. So we have, if this is the origin for Matthew, the Matthew that we have is a translated Matthew. This is not the origin of Matthew, then we're talking about something that preceded it. Okay, but that goes back to the apostle. Okay, any questions about that? Mm-hmm.
So what are your thoughts on the true authorship of Mark?
Well, I think Mark is the author of the second gospel. I think Luke's the author of the third gospel. The one that could be debated is whether John the apostle or John the elder is the author of the fourth gospel. I still think it's John the apostle. But the problem is that, well, there are two problems. One is whether or not John the elder and John the apostle are the same person or distinct people, two different names for the same person. And then sorting out the identity of the beloved disciple. And then I think Matthew's responsible for Matthew. So two gospels go back to apostles. Two gospels go back to people who worked very closely with the apostles. And that's consistently what the external evidence, the tradition that we have about authorship from the 2nd century is telling us. It's important to note in saying that none of the Gospels names the author of their work. Okay, if you look at any one of the four Gospels and you look for it, there's nothing like we get to the introduction of the Pauline epistles. You know, Paul, an apostle of God, writing to the church in Galatia. We don't get anything like that in the Gospels. So at no point do any of the Gospels name their authors. So we construct the idea of authorship from this external testimony, of which I'm giving you some of the more famous bits, on the one hand, as well as the superscriptions, the titles that come with our manuscripts that attribute authorship by saying euangelion, kata, and then the author following afterwards. And there's discussion about how far back the tradition of those superscriptions goes. Many people thinking that they go to the early part of the 2nd century. So what we're saying to you is that as we look at the evidence of the canon, on the one hand, we've got all this activity that clearly shows that by the end of the 2nd century, we've got the bulk of things nailed down. But we've got evidence for this and for this activity of recognition extending back into the early part of the 2nd century. okay, as this is being pieced together. Yeah.
Are they putting Hebrews in the canonical?
They're putting Hebrews together with the Paulines. Okay, so they're viewing Hebrews as written by Paul, generally speaking.
Is there any additional reason to believe that Matthew was written first in Hebrew?
Other than that, this tradition, no, not really. I mean, everyone wrestles with trying to, how do I say this, retroject a Greek version of the Gospels, any of the Gospels, back into Aramaic, because the other part of the equation, of course, is that people believe that the primary language that Jesus was using in his ministry was Aramaic. So people do this with the gospel tradition in general, not any one of the Gospels in particular. And there are spots where you can do this pretty easily. If you have facility in Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic, Greek and Aramaic in particular, you can work your way back, and it's not a hard translational move to go from the Greek back to the Aramaic. But that's not always the case. All right, let's continue on here. The first person to use the term canon and to first list the 27 books is Athanasius of Alexandria. His dates are 295 to 373. The letter that lists the 27 books of the New Testament that he wrote is known as the Festal letter. It was an Easter letter. It dates from 367. The 39th Festal letter, I believe that's the number. The 39th Festal letter that Athanasius wrote. And it names the 27 books. He actually used the term canon earlier than that. Somewhere around 350, 351, he begins to use the term canon or standard or reed to talk about this collection of divinely inspired books as a way of referring to this grouping of material. Now, another influence, I'm going backwards in time, but another influence that helps us to identify these books, or at least that was a catalyst to identifying these books, was the last great persecution of the Roman Empire against the Christians by the Emperor Diocletian in 303 AD. And during that time, Diocletian tried to destroy the scriptures of the Christian church in the midst of persecuting the Christians. And if you're going to destroy the scripture of the Christian church, you got to know which books count for the scripture. So that's happening in 303. 10 years later, 313, Constantine has his Christian experience, converts, and begins to recognize the Christian religion as part of that which is acceptable in the Roman Empire. Although Christianity is the exclusive religion of the Roman Empire, has to wait until the latter part of the 4th century, around 375, before it becomes the exclusive religion of the Roman Empire. Nonetheless, when that happened, when Roman recognition came to Christianity, it received the protection of the state, and persecution stopped. So that was an important move that allows the stabilizing of some of these things that are going on. It's important to recognize, this is very, very important, to recognize that the bulk of the canonical recognition process had taken place long before Constantine came on the scene. This was not a case of these books being selected because of the power they gave the bishops who made the selection, which is sometimes claimed, perhaps most famously in recent years through the Da Vinci Code. That's not the case. These books were in place long before that process, in the midst of a period in which the church was being heavily persecuted by the Roman Empire as these books were being recognized. Now, it is true that the recognition of the Roman Empire of Christianity stabilized all of this and gave an environment in which it could all be solidified. That's true. That's a correct perception of what happened historically in the development of the early church. But all the groundwork and process and the naming of the basic books were in place long before that. Let me finish and then we'll take questions. There are three key councils here that come into play long after Constantine. Remember we said Constantine's conversion was in 313? Well, the key councils that name these 27 books are the Council of Hippo in AD 393, the Third Council of Carthage in 397, which confirmed the listing of Hippo, and Augustine was a key figure at this council, and then the Sixth Council of Carthage in AD 419, where the 27 are confirmed yet again. So by the time we get to the middle and end of the 4th century and the beginning of the 5th century, these 27 books are pretty much out there and recognized. And now the only book that is heavily debated and discussed is Revelation, in part because of its chiasm, which wasn't popular in certain wings of the church, belief in the millennium, because some people wanted to spiritualize the millennium rather than to take it as a literal earthly event. Here is the festal letter from Athanasius, number 39. This is celebrating Easter in 367. It says, "But since we have made mention of heretics as dead, but of ourselves as possessing the divine scriptures for salvation, and since I fear, lest Paul has wrote to the Corinthians, some few of the simple should be beguiled from their simplicity and purity by the subtlety of certain men, and should henceforth read other books, those called apocryphal, led astray by the similarity of their names with the true books, I urge you to bear patiently if I also write by way of remembrance of matters with which you are acquainted, influenced by the need and advantage of the church. In proceeding to make mention of these things, I shall adopt to commend my undertaking the pattern of Luke the evangelist, saying on my own account, for as much as some have taken to hand to reduce into order for themselves the books termed apocryphal, and to mix them up with the divinely inspired scripture, concerning which we have been fully persuaded, as they who from the beginning were eyewitnesses and ministers of the word delivered it to the fathers, it seemed good to me also, having been urged thereto by true brethren, and having learned from the beginning to set forth before you the books included in the canon and handed down and accredited as divine." So he's paraphrasing the beginning of Luke's gospel here, comparing the presentation of oral tradition on the one hand and the writing down of that tradition on the other, with his own passing on of the books that have circulated in the church, and now he's going to write down and tell you what the list is. To the end that anyone who has fallen into error may condemn those who have led them astray, and that he who has continued steadfast in purity may again rejoice, having these things brought to his remembrance. There are then of the Old Testament 22 books in number. Remember that they're combining Kings and Samuel and some of these books. That's part of what's producing that number. For as I have heard, it was handed down that this is the number of the letters among the Hebrews. In other words, it's a fancy way of saying we do nothing but accept the canon that the Jews themselves have for the Hebrew Scriptures. Then he goes on to say this, "Again, it is not tedious to speak of the books of the New Testament. These are the 4 Gospels, according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Afterwards, the Acts of the Apostles and epistles called Catholic, 7. For example, James, 1, of Peter, 2, of John, 3, after these, 1 of Jude. In addition, there are 14 epistles of Paul written in this order. The first to the Romans, then the 2 to the Corinthians, after these to the Galatians, next to Ephesians, then Philippians, then Colossians, after these 2 to the Thessalonians, that to the Hebrews, and again 2 to Timothy, 1 to Titus, and lastly that to Philemon." Good example of the fact that Hebrews is being incorporated as part of the Paulines here. "And besides the revelation of John, these are fountains of salvation, that they who thirst may be satisfied with the living words they contain. In these alone is proclaimed the doctrine of godliness. Let no man add to these, neither let him take aught from these." That's Old English for take anything from these. "For concerning these the Lord put to shame the Sadducees and said, you do err, not knowing the Scriptures. And he reproved the Jews, saying, search the Scriptures, for these are they that testify of me." But for greater exactness, I add this also, writing of necessity, that there are other books besides these, not indeed included in the canon, but appointed by the fathers to be read by those who newly join us, who wish for instruction in the word of godliness. So here are books that are helpful, but not canonical. Here's the list. The Wisdom of Solomon, the Wisdom of Sirach, and Esther. These are probably additions to Esther. Judith, Tobit, that which is called the Teaching of the Apostles, that's also known as the Didache today, and the Shepherd of Hermas. Those last two works being in collections today. If you collect a set of works called the Apostolic Fathers, those last two works, Didache and Shepherd, are in that collection. But the former, my brethren, are included in the canon, the latter being merely read, nor is there any place a mention of apocryphal writings. But they are an invention of heretics, who write them when they choose, bestowing upon them their approbation, and assigning to them the date, that so, using them as ancient writings, that they may find occasion to lead astray the simple. So that is the letter of Athanasius, writing in the middle of the 4th century, clearly distinguishing between that which is canonical, that which is useful, and that which is heretical. Very similar to the distinctions we got in Eusebius. Yes?
Don't we kind of lump these books that he mentioned, Wisdom of Solomon, Wisdom of Sirach, Judith, Tobit, don't we put that in what we call the Apocrypha?
Yes. What the Protestant tradition has called the Apocrypha, those works are in that collection. Catholics, of course, at the Council of Trent, just to show you how long this process can go, the Council of Trent, the apocryphal books were recognized finally by the Catholic Church. So sometimes when you think about the extended canon of the Old Testament that the Catholic Church has, you might think that goes way, way back. In fact, it only goes back to the disputes that are related to the Reformation in terms of the recognition.
How would he say that, how would he distinguish these are heretical apocryphal books and these are good apocryphal books?
Well, remember that the Apocrypha is not a negative category. Even for Protestants in the period leading into the Reformation, it was not a negative category. These were seen as helpful books on religious topics, okay, but they weren't scripture, okay? So they were good, but they were not inspired, if I can make that distinction. That's different than a heretical book. A heretical book is seen as being damaging in one way or another, actually teaching something false. So that's why you've got these three categories. Okay, you've got that which is scriptural canonical, that which is helpful but not inspired, okay, and then that which is heretical. Yes?
Two quick questions. So are they helpful for understanding culture and different insights? Would you recommend us reading from COVID?
Yeah, I mean, I actually think the apocryphal materials, particularly the historical books, 1st and 2nd Maccabees, works like that, Wisdom, Ben Sirach, these are books are very, very helpful for understanding the mindset that is coming into Judaism as we come to the New Testament period. So the apocryphal materials are very helpful to have access to and to read. We would, except for Josephus, we would know next to nothing about this intervening period that we talked about in the first part of this class without that material. So it's very, very helpful for us in getting the portrait of what Judaism went through by the time it got to Jesus.
Okay. And the last one is, when it says the festal letter 39, does that mean he wrote 39 letters or what?
Yeah, they're the names of every time a holiday came around and someone was a bishop, they would write a letter to the community in celebration of the feast, okay, in celebration of the holiday. That's what those are. They're the collection of those letters. So it's 39. He wrote more than that. I don't know the exact number, but he wrote a lot more than that. This one happens to be the one in which he lists the canon. And so it's letter 39. Mm-hmm.
With the persecution that happened under, was it Diocletian?
Yes.
You said that he said that they should destroy all the scriptures.
Right.
Who was determining then? It wasn't the determination of what the scripture was, wouldn't have been from within the church community then, would it have?
Well, it would have been within the communities, yes. If you went to churches, okay, you're engaged in a persecution, where's the first place you're going to go? You're going to go to the churches where they're meeting. And then they're going to have the collection of the scriptures that they read in those services. That's what you're collecting. Okay? So that's what they're looking for. And these churches would have had, now they, you know, you won't have, remember this is before the printing press, so people aren't walking around with Bibles. Okay? The scriptures that exist are being collected in and housed in the communities and being read in the services. This is where the tradition comes. You probably don't even think about this. You know how the tradition exists in some more traditional kinds of worship services where you have a reading from the Old Testament and you have a reading from the New Testament? That's where this is coming from. Okay, this is going all the way back to the tradition that in the synagogue they read portions of the Old Testament, and then in the early church communities alongside of that they read portions of these what became New Testament writings. And that impact has lingered in the tradition of reading the scriptures during the services, which some Bible churches today don't follow, but a lot of churches do. They have a reading, they even have a calendar of readings in some cases. Build a whole liturgical calendar around the structure of those readings. All that is rooted in the early practice of the early church to read the scripture out loud so that people hear the scripture. Again, this living voice idea that is a part of what's going on. Yeah.
Where it says, letter 39 continued, where it starts talking about concerning, it says, concerning these, the Lord put to shame the Sadducees.
Yes.
How do you take that, seeing that those scriptures weren't written before the Lord said that?
Well, remember that what Athanasius is doing here is making an application of language by saying, in effect, just as Jesus rebuked the Sadducees for not appreciating the resurrection because they didn't know the scriptures, so he is rebuking people who try and mix the scripture with that which is not, okay? And that's the move that he's making here. So he's making an applicational move. Mm-hmm.
And so that the early church used the word apocrypha different than we use it today. So because some works that we refer to as apocrypha, they refer to as heretics. Is that right?
No. Trying to figure out what the best way to answer is. Apocrypha, let me just say it this way. There are two ways to look at the language of Apocrypha. One is to view it as negatively, okay? Because it's negatively, and simply take it as not scripture. So not useful. Okay? That's not how the early church would use that term. Okay? They would use, in some cases, they would use that term and they would say, not scripture, but useful. But there are other works, particularly pseudonymous works. These are works that were attributed to apostles, but were not actually written by them. Okay? Those works were viewed negatively. If it was determined that the person who claimed to write the book didn't write the book, okay, that would be a reason for excluding a writing. Okay? That's the point. Okay? Yes?
It seems like by the time Athanasius gets to this letter, it's very solid on what those canonical books are.
It's becoming very solid. Yeah, I'm gonna take you through listings here in a second, and you're gonna watch how this appreciation solidifies.
Do we have any ideas about where his influences were on kind of putting this list together?
Well, again, remember that by the only books we're debating between the end of the 2nd century and Athanasius' list in the 4th are some of the smaller Catholic epistles and Revelation, plus a few writings that come out of the Apostolic Father period, which some people like and want to include in this list, and other people exclude. Along with, besides the Revelation of John, one other revelatory visionary book, the Apocalypse of Peter, which was debated for a short time. Okay, so those are the books that are in the mix. All right, let's take a look at the basic guidelines that led to the selection. I've kind of taken you through the history, delivered to you where we are with Athanasius. Now let's take a look and see where we are with the rest of this. The basic guideline that drove the recognition of these books were a combination really of two things. Apostolicity, that is either an apostolic origin or an association with the apostles, which we see evidenced very clearly in Papias' remarks about Mark. Mark is not an apostle, but he's close enough to Peter to give the gospel credibility. And the second idea is the idea of its orthodoxy, of its truthfulness, that it fit in with the gospel. The early church, if I can say it this way, knows the content of their theology. Even without the New Testament books, they know the content of the basic story of their theology. And these are the books that align with that. There was what was called the rule of faith. Now, how would the early church know what its theology was? And there are a variety of ways in which this was communicated. And these are a series of S's. I may be jumping ahead from where I am on the slides, but if I am, so be it. On the one hand, we have Scripture, by which we mean the Hebrew Scriptures. Okay, the Bible that came out of Judaism. The early church is telling the story of Jesus as the completion of promises that God made to Israel, and it is testified to in the Hebrew Scriptures. So that's one element that forms the basis of the theology of the early church. So the theology of the early church is very much built around the doctrine of God as the Creator, the one who's promised redemption, comes right out of the Hebrew Scriptures. The second is what I'm going to call schooling. Schooling are little doctrinal summaries, pieces of traditional theology encapsulated in really short, brief summary statements. These doctrinal summaries are embedded in some of the books of the New Testament that we have. Okay? For example, if you start to think about this, you'll realize it. In 1 Corinthians 15, okay, verses 1 to 5, Paul makes the remark that I pass on to you basically what he also received. And then he goes on to talk about Jesus having been crucified according to the Scriptures, died for sin according to the Scriptures, buried, and was raised according to the Scriptures. And that's laid out in a very balanced set of lines. That's a doctrinal summary. Or another one that's very well known, that we still use today in the church, oftentimes, is what is said over the Lord's Supper, coming out of Paul, again, 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians, in this case, chapter 11. For I pass on to you what I also received. On the night on which he was betrayed, Jesus took the bread, and we're often running into the declaration of what took place at the Last Supper that becomes the basis for the Lord's Supper. Now, there's core theology being presented there. Another example is a unit in Romans chapter 1, verses 2 to 4, where there is a juxtaposition of Jesus being the son of David on the one hand, and yet being horizoned or marked out as the Son of God by the resurrection on the other. Kind of the twofold character of Jesus, human and divine. Or another one, 1 Corinthians chapter 8, the little confession that says, although there are many gods and many lords, for us there is one God. And then it goes on to talk about the Father and the Son in what could be attributed to be a Binitarian statement of sorts in 1 Corinthians 8, 4 to 6. There are numerous examples of this preformed doctrinal summary material in the pastoral epistles. So these little units are like the oldest version of memory verses for the church that teach their theology in really short, memorable snippets. Okay, that's the second category. The third category is the category of singing, or your hymns. Also within the New Testament, we see embedded within the material, hymnic material. Things that were likely sung or chanted. Two of these are particularly prominent in the New Testament. One of them is Philippians chapter 2, verses 6 to 11. You know, in the midst of the passage in which it talks about Jesus emptying himself and took on the form of a servant because he did not view equality with God something to be grasped or held on to. And then it goes on to talk about God exalted him. And then it ends with every knee bowing and every tongue confessing that Jesus is God to the glory of God the Father. Using language from Isaiah that in Isaiah is attributed to the God of Israel. Okay, all of that's important. Okay, so there's a hymn that is focused on Christology in particular. Who is Jesus? Tell us about his career. You call it a reverse parabola. He starts up here with God, comes down incarnate, ends up being exalted. A second example of hymnic material comes from Colossians chapter 1, verses 15 to 23. And here we see Jesus as the firstborn of creation, stanza 1, and the firstborn from the dead, stanza 2. Jesus seen as creator, firstborn of creation on the one hand, and redeemer, firstborn from the dead on the other. This is laid out in a very parallel kind of structure. Most people believe it's a hymn that's in the background. And so here are two cases of two hymns incorporated into the Pauline materials. Don't know who wrote that material. Could have been Paul himself in some cases. We don't know. But that material reflects the worship of the early church and what they sung. By the way, hymns obviously teach theology and people remember hymns. How do you remember hymns? You don't go home and say, oh, tomorrow the pastor's going to give us a quiz on the 4 verses of Amazing Grace. So I'm going to learn this. No, you sing it again and again and again and again till you get it. In fact, you get it so well that in certain cases, if you hear a tune, what's the next thing that happens? The words come into your head. Okay, so it's a form of instruction. And so this is how, one of the ways in which theology was taught to the early church before we had a functioning New Testament. The last one is also very interesting. Also happens to be an S. Isn't that convenient? Sacraments. The worship rites in the community. 2 of them. Baptism, Lord's table. Now think about it for a second. What does baptism teach theologically? What does it talk? What's its subject matter? The death and resurrection of Jesus as the model and picture of the death and resurrection of the believer. It portrays the theology of the new birth, of the cleansing into a new life, or the incorporation of someone into the new community. That's pretty core theology. You cannot enter the kingdom of God unless you are born again. Okay? And baptism pictures that. Okay? Or what about the Lord's table? What does it depict? The death of Christ. And what else? Not just his death. This is very, very important. Well, but what does the atonement produce? What's the blood? This is the blood of the new covenant. The inauguration of a new relationship coming out of that death. Okay, by the way, never, never, never forget that the gospel is about more than death for sin. Death for sin is important. It lays the foundation, But you're not just saved from, you're also saved to. And even in the Lord's Supper, which is commemorating the death of our Lord and calling us to remember it, part of the memory is the fact that you have been brought into table fellowship with the living God and brought into a new covenant relationship with the living God as a result of his death. So don't leave Jesus on the cross. Make sure that you bring in the resurrection and the new life in association with the Lord's table when you talk about it. Part of what you're celebrating are people's right to sit at that table and sup with God. To be accepted by him, to be welcomed by him, etc. So, that's core theology. New birth, new covenant. The significance of the death of Jesus. You could hardly have more basic core theology. And all these things were functioning from the very beginning in the church communities. These doctrinal summaries that we are talking about are things that were there in the first decades of the life of the church. That's why they're in the writings that come from that period. And they predate those writings. The same's true with the hymns, the same's true with the singing, the same's true with the sacraments. Every one of these things is not happening in a side corner somewhere, in a hidden pocket of the church. Okay? These are all activities that are happening in the main life of the gatherings of the church together. The scripture is being read in the service. The singing is taking place in the midst of the worship of the service. The sacraments are being celebrated in the service, and the schooling is taking place as part of the reading of the scriptures. So the early church has exposure to the core theology before we get to the canon. So the answer to the question, how did the church pass on its theology before there was a functioning New Testament canon, which is actually a very important question most people do not think about. The answer is right there. So the point is that when these letters go to get recognized, the question that's being asked is, are we in touch with the living voice of the early generation? That's apostolicity, on the one hand. And the second question that's being dealt with is, does this fit the theology of the early church, which has been passed on in the ways I've just gone through? Another test for these works, and this is part of what took the process time, is what is known as universality, or the principle of Catholicity. Remember, we said the word Catholic simply means universal. When you read the Nicene Creed and it says, we believe in the Catholic Church, okay? And some Protestants read that and they go, okay? Okay, because what they think they're reading is, we believe in the Roman Catholic Church, okay, which is not what that says. It's simply saying we believe in the church universal. We believe that God has created an invisible community stretched across the globe of believers. And we believe in that entity. So universality is the recognition of these letters being read across the expanse of the church, both geographically and by the time we get to the 4th century, across a little bit of time. Okay? It's had a life from generation to generation in the church. And we recognize that. So let me get through the list and I'll take the questions. So we said the guidelines are universality or Catholicity, veracity or orthodoxy, antiquity, that is authenticity preceded pseudepigraphy. The antiquity is a way of getting to apostolicity. And the universality that we're talking about extends not only to locale, East and West Church, but also to time, solidified over a few centuries. And really, until recently, there have only been, generally speaking, these 27 books have worked, except, as I mentioned, in the Eastern Church, where depending on where you are in the East, you're dealing with the same debate of the remaining books that we saw that were being debated by the end of the 2nd century. 2 John, 3 John, 2 Peter, Revelation. Those books are still discussed. And mostly in the Eastern Orthodox Church, except for perhaps Revelation, most of those books have made it in. Now, what we've said in the end is this. There are 3 causative factors to the establishment and recognition of the canon. One is the circulation of these materials in their rootedness. The second is the rise of heresy. I've talked about what 3 of the major ones are already. Marcionism. We're going to cut out all reference to Judaism. So we get a mutilated Luke and a sliced up Paul, and that's our canon. Okay, that didn't make it. Gnosticism, which is a kind of dualism that says God really didn't create the creation. It was created by underling gods, and that creation was flawed at the beginning because matter is evil. That which counts is only spirit. Jesus didn't die for sin. He only came to point us to the knowledge that we are spiritual beings. That's Christian Gnosticism. That didn't make it. Had a whole series of writings attached to it that were produced, things like the Apocryphon of John, which showed up at Nag Hammadi. And so that material didn't make it, and those books didn't make it. And then finally, there is the persecution where the books of the Bible were to be destroyed, and you need to know what the books of the Bible were in order to know what to destroy them. All these things historically led to the collecting of the books that end up being part of the New Testament. Okay, any questions? Yeah.
I was reading a church history and plays until that author was making the point that people didn't really understand the church to be anything more than one thing until the Reformation. They even had trouble, like the Protestants had trouble thinking themselves as something else than the church.
Well, the Protestants,
Catholic, B, capital C, Catholic.
well, even the Protestants didn't want to see the creation of a separate entity. Okay, they viewed themselves in one sense as true Catholics. Okay, as being faithful to the apostolic theology, and they thought that the Catholic Church had gone astray. That's why the name Protestant is important. Okay, they're protesting the direction that the church has gone.
Okay, but as far as the word Catholic, that situation upon the word Catholic would mean.
They would recognize themselves as Catholics in the Catholic sense, but when you say Roman Catholic, let me just, because I didn't make this clear, so I'm glad you asked the question. When you say Roman Catholic, what you are highlighting in particular is the hierarchical, monarchical bishop structure that comes into the church, where we have a pope. Okay, we have one who is above all the other bishops with a very hierarchical structure. And we're also coming to emphasize over time, by the time we get to the Reformation, some of the beliefs that have become attached to the Catholic Church through the tradition, which include the way in which figures like Mary are handled, that kind of thing. The whole attitude about how the saints are handled, aspects related to purgatory, some of these areas. But really what marks out Roman Catholicism as Roman Catholicism is the establishment of the monarchical bishop, okay, where the church is seen as a kingdom structure, okay, in the formal term, with a hierarchy, with a singular figure at the top. That really comes to be solidified in a conscious kind of way in the 4th, 5th, and 6th centuries. Really in the 5th and 6th centuries it gets nailed down even more. And if you want to see an interesting book on the history of the Pope and the papacy, there's a book by Hans Küng. Unfortunately, the title is escaping me, but it's something like A History of the Catholic Church or something like that. And it really is a discussion of the emergence of the monarchical bishop in the history of the Catholic Church. It's an interesting work. And he makes several observations about how that happened along the way. He's not entirely enamored with the structure of papal authority. Kuhn came out of the Catholic Church, was condemned eventually by the Catholic Church for his writings about that history.
You mentioned earlier the term rule of faith. Could you articulate on that?
Yeah, well, the rule of faith, the contents of it are reflected in these kinds of materials. Okay? Now, there are some problems and issues related to the canon, some of which you've already heard and which we've already surfaced, but I'm just going to bring them to your attention. There was uncertainty regarding a few books for some time. Revelation was disputed. Even up until the 4th century, it was disputed. For example, Eusebius, to whom we owe a lot of our understanding of early church history, didn't like the book of Revelation because he didn't like the use that the Chilias or Chilias made of it, people who believed in a 1,000-year kingdom. Clement, First Clement, the book of First Clement, Clement was a follower of Paul, hovered on the edge of the canon for a while as a work. The Shepherd of Hermas, written in the middle of the 2nd century, very symbolic kind of book, not like Revelation, but a kind of a combination of parabolic stories and some visionary material, and not so much about the future as about the present struggle of the church. Hovered on the edge for a while, but as a mid-2nd century work, didn't get in because it didn't qualify at the level of apostolicity. The Didache is a slightly older work. It's probably a work from the end of the 1st century, early part of the 2nd century. Has a famous articulation from a Christian point of view of the path of the two ways, which comes out of Judaism, Psalm 1 being an example. It was popular for a long time. There are liturgical sections in that book that allude to the practice of baptism and to the Lord's table that are interesting. But again, it didn't make it in. Certain Catholic epistles we've already discussed, 2 Peter, 2nd and 3rd John, were discussed for a while. And Revelation has never been wildly popular in the East. And so those are the books that were or are, in some cases, disputed. Some books got in, even though they were associated in all likelihood with the wrong author. The outstanding example of this is the book of Hebrews. I think Origen is right that only God knows who the author of Hebrews is, and God's not telling, so we don't know. But traditionally, that book was associated with Paul. The likelihood that Paul wrote it is not great, but that association helped the book of Hebrews in this recognition process. Some books did take a while to be excluded, and the church did have an important role in the recognition process. You cannot pull the historical dimension out of this process and make it a purely theological one. However, in the end, the 27 books that we have proven to be a relatively stable collection of books. Now, why is the canon closed? Why should we think about the canon being closed? If we were to somehow find another letter of Paul's, and we were to determine Paul really wrote this, he puts his book stamp on it at the end or something, we know it really goes back to him. Will we add that to the canon? I'm sure we'd write a lot about it. I'm sure National Geographic and the Discovery Channel would do a show on it. Okay, but would this then require that this work sneak into the canon? I think the simple answer to that question is no. And the reason would be, I think in part, this principle of universality that we've talked about. The idea of circulating across the region, across the church in a kind of universal kind of way, both geographically and across time. It wouldn't have the time component to be a part of it. Jude 3 and 4 refers to the faith, the body of apostolic doctrine delivered once and for all for the saints. And Jude is talking about a faith that is present, circulated, and available at the time at which he writes. God's revelation of himself to the present age with respect to doctrine is complete in Jesus Christ, Hebrews 1:2. In former times and in former ways, God spoke in various manners through the prophets, but today, in these latter days, he has spoken to us in his Son. And so the revelation of Jesus Christ and the apostolic witness is part of what the key is. The third and historical reason for thinking the canon should be closed is there is no longer the apostolic office to validate these writings. And only they in their circle had access to Jesus. The idea of a canon being closed has generally been the position of the church from the 4th century. We noted that in the Catholic Church, the inclusion of the Apocrypha, because of the tensions of the Reformation, really was an elevation of material that had been respected and used, as some of the ancient writings that we've cited have indicated to you, and it kicked it up a notch because the Catholic Church needed some of those books to, support some of the doctrines that they were arguing for in distinction from the Protestants. The canon then is a credible historical theological construct. It has served the church very well, which is why you carry it around with you on Sunday. Now, I want to show you one other thing, and then we'll be done for today. I want to show you some lists of material as kind of a way of reviewing this. And we'll wait for the PDF file to open up. Lee McDonald has written a couple of interesting books on the canon, on the history of the canon debate, etc. If you want some good works on the canon, let me just give you a series of names. Bruce Metzger's done a book called The Canon of the New Testament. Very well done, produced by Oxford University Press. F.F. Bruce has written a work called The Canon of Scripture that's also very well done. And then the more technical aspects of the discussion and the history are part of a discussion that Lee McDonald in particular has had a role in. He's written a book called The Biblical Canon, 2 books, The Biblical Canon and The Canonical Debate. The second one is an edited work that he has worked with. Now, this is a catalog of lists of New Testament collections. This is an appendix to McDonald's work on the canon. And here are the lists. Just go through a few of them so you get a sense of this, although it's just reviewing what we've talked about. First, Irenaeus has Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, Revelation, 1 John, 1 Peter, the Shepherd of Hermas, Wisdom, and the Paulines. Clement of Alexandria, okay, this is your 2nd century. Jude, Barnabas, Epistle of Barnabas, the Apocalypse of Peter, which we've talked about in some of the citations we've given. It was disputed at the time. Hebrews, Acts, Paul, again referred to as a group, and then our 4 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Origen, early 3rd century now, we're coming into. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, 1 Peter, 2 Peter with some questions, Revelation, 1 John, 2nd and 3rd John with some questions, Hebrews, and Paul. By the way, Origen, writing as early as he did, didn't think Hebrews was written by Paul, but included it in the canon. A few more lists. Eusebius. The books that are recognized, the 4 Gospels, Acts, the Pauline epistles, numbered as 14, 1 John, 1 Peter, and Revelation with some question mark. He considered the next category doubtful, by which, that's actually not a good description of it. Doubtful means debated. James, Jude, 2 Peter, 2nd and 3rd John. Rejected. The Acts of Paul, that's a New Testament apocryphal work. Shepherd of Hermas, Apocalypse of Peter, Barnabas, Didache. Revelation is noted there because it was disputed. The Gospel of the Hebrews. And then works cited by heretics and completely rejected included the Gospel of Peter, The Gospel of Thomas, very important in light of recent discussion. There's the Gospel of Mattathias, the Acts of Andrew, and the Acts of John. Athanasius' list, which matches our canon, is listed there. Two of the works Athanasius mentions as valuable for catechism, but not inspired, are Didache and Hermas. Trying to find a Syrian list so that you get the East. Well, Cyril of Jerusalem has the Gospels, the four Gospels, Acts, the Catholic epistles, all 7 of them, has a question mark by Jude, Paul's epistles, but he definitely identifies the Gospel of Thomas as pseudepigraphical. This is an important list for that very reason. The apostolic canons, these come from Western Syria. They date from the end of the 4th century. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the 14 Pauline epistles, the 2 Petrines, 1st through 3rd John, James, Jude, 1st and 2nd Clement, and Acts. No Revelation. Okay, so that's a sampling of the listing of some of the canonical lists from the early centuries. And that completes our discussion of the canon. Let me just explain to you what New Testament introduction is and is not. And what it is not, as you've already sensed, is it's not an introduction to the contents of every book of the New Testament, which is what most people think when they hear, I'm taking Introduction to New Testament class. We're not overviewing the contents of the New Testament by any means. It's a technical term, and that technical term involves the historical, religious, cultural, and literary backgrounds to the New Testament. Now, to some degree, we've covered the religious and cultural backgrounds in what we did in the first half of the course. Now we're picking up the historical and, to a lesser degree, the literary backgrounds of the New Testament. From here on, we're going to be talking about what people have had to say about putting the Bible in its historical context. And there really are 3 aspects to this. The first is what we might call the macro level, putting the Bible in its social, cultural, historical setting in terms of what the events are of the first century, political and religious background. And that's what we've done. At least we hope we've done that. And now the second part of it would involve the actual introductory features about each New Testament book. Who wrote it? When was it written? Who was it written to? Why was it written? Those kinds of questions. That's what we're going to do at the end. In the last couple of weeks, we're going to highlight a handful of books that represent both the genre that we're dealing with and the issues that come up generally in introduction, and take a look at each one of those. That's kind of your who, when, where, to whom, why, what, all those W questions. That will be the last 2 weeks. But in between is probably the most controversial part of what we do in this class, and that is what I'm describing as assessment approaches, how the New Testament is assessed by those who study it. And this is regardless of whether you're in a seminary context or in a university context. And these deal with issues of what has been called criticism. And the criticism involved here has to do with examining the sources that you're dealing with, the content of the biblical materials themselves. And there really are, to a certain extent, 2 approaches to this. They overlap to some degree, but part of what produces the difference are different worldview issues related to this material. And those 2 approaches are the difference between a strict historical critical assessment of the Scripture and what might be considered a more evangelical approach. And the primary difference has to do with what you think God is capable of doing and who you think God is in order to produce this material. The moment you sit down and you say, God acts in a historical context, you have confronted the historian with a problem that they must face as historians, and that is, how do we assess the history that is put before us, how do we determine when a claim is made that someone has acted from outside the normal confines of the way we define history? How do we assess that? And people who believe that God does not speak or God does not act, but that God is a projection in one way or another of human expectations, will handle that material one way. And people who handle it and believe that God does act and that he does speak will handle that material another way. There's just no way around it. And so this produces the tensions and the differences that you see when you deal with criticism. And you get a variety of mix. This is a spectrum. It's not all a completely clean contrast. It's more a spectrum of how much people think about what God is capable of doing versus what he isn't, and then how that deals with the claims that the texts are making. By the way, that problem exists for everybody, whether they're dealing with biblical texts or they're dealing with ancient texts that make claims about divine activity. This isn't a problem unique to the Bible. It just happens to be highlighted when you come to the Bible, because the Bible is the most visible and most widely circulating example of this kind of literature. So that produces all kinds of interesting issues with regard to criticism as we think about it. Now, this is a picture of a street in the city of Marburg, known as Rudolf Bultmann Strasse. Rudolf Bultmann is probably the best known New Testament critic of the 20th century. He held to things like demythologizing. He argued that you had to take the myth out of the Bible in order to understand what its real message and what its point was, among other things. He also wrote a book classifying all the forms of the New Testament. We'll talk about form criticism later, so you'll come to appreciate what that is. But he's one of several, mostly European, mostly German, scholars who have driven the critical process over the last several centuries. And we're going to be meeting a lot of faces and names that introduce this area of study. Some of what they have introduced for the study of the Bible has been helpful in getting our hands around where the Bible fits historically. And so this story isn't all negative, not by any means. There are other parts of it that are deconstructive. They're trying to take the Bible apart to a certain degree. And we're going to try and sort that out for you. Why do we have a course like this? Well, I've already suggested to you in one way or another that we're dealing with cultural scripts and understanding them. The closer you are to the culture, the less work you have to do to understand what's going on. I've got a couple of examples up here, all dealing with Dallas scenarios. The Mavericks are struggling on the hardwood. The Cowboys are going up to fight the Cheeseheads on the frozen tundra. And the Stars are in a meltdown. Okay, now what do all of those sayings share? They're all sports. Okay, even more specific than that, not only are they all sports, but what else? They're all Dallas sports. Okay, every one of them. Now, where's the word Dallas or sports in any one of those sentences? So how do you know that's Dallas sports?
Meltdown.
Very good. Yes, meltdown, especially the Stars, yes. All right? See, you share the cultural backdrop in which you don't have to work very hard, unless perhaps you're an international student who's just arrived and doesn't know who the Stars and the Mavericks and the Cowboys are. How you can not know who the Cowboys are, and live in Dallas, I don't know. But anyway, nonetheless, this actually makes 2 points. The first is, the closer you are to the culture, the less work you have to do to figure out cultural scripts. They're embedded in your understanding. You grow up with an exposure to the culture, and the triggers are there to let you know that this is what is going on. And the second point that I want to make is this. You don't have to name the subject in order to have the subject being addressed. Okay, we've already said those sentences are all about Dallas sports, even though the term Dallas and sports are not in those sentences. This introduces a fallacy that often comes up in interpretation, and the fallacy is the concept word fallacy. And that fallacy is the idea that I have to have certain terms in order to invoke a given subject. And that simply is not true. I can invoke a subject by invoking the conceptual world in which it operates in without naming it. And if I do that with cultural scripts, and both the writer and the receiver of the message, whether it be oral or written, understands what the cultural scripts are, I can communicate without naming the subject. So this is a very, very important point that's being made, because part of what you're dealing with when you deal with Scripture is identifying the cultural scripts that are being triggered. And because you're so far away from the culture that you don't live in it, that has to be to some degree reconstructed in order to get there. And that reconstruction is based on partial remains. We don't have everything from the ancient world, as well as having to overcome the temporal and cultural differences that exist. And part of what historical criticism is designed to do is to kind of pull us back into the first century world, give us enough familiarity with the cultural world and the cultural scripts that we know when things like this are triggered. By the way, probably a major clue, at least on one of these sentences, is the combination of cheeseheads and frozen tundra. Okay? And those of you, imagine, let me just illustrate it for you this way. Imagine someone's learning English in Dubai. Okay? And you give them a lexicon, an English-Arabic lexicon. And their final exam, the first year of their English class, is to explain the meaning of these sentences using that lexicon. They've never been to the United States. Okay? They haven't seen any sports channels, ESPN or anything like that. Okay? And you give them this exam. They probably could look up the meaning of every one of the words in that sentence, and it would be really interesting to see what gets submitted as a result, as an explanation for what those sentences mean. That's what happens when you're distanced from a culture and you don't understand the cultural scripts, or at least that's what's at risk. So this is a very important process that we're talking about in kind of opening up and getting our minds into where exactly or what exactly the Bible is doing. As I've said, the closer one is to the culture, the less help one needs to understand when a cultural script is triggered. But the further away one is from the culture, the more work is needed to get there. And that's part of what putting a book in its historical context is designed to do. It's to help us to understand how the world of the first century is different from our own world, and how the expectations, etc., that are a part of the communication are different, or in some cases, like our own. Got to determine both ends of it. So an appreciation of culture and history and politics gives a sense for the feeling and expectations of the text. For example, if you don't know anything about how banquet invitations are issued in the first century, the idea that when you give a banquet, you've got to prepare the food ahead of time, there is no refrigeration or anything like that, you've got to have a pretty good count of who's coming and who isn't, there's no way to preserve the food, you send out the invitations ahead of time, people give an indication, much like an RSVP, that they're planning to come, so that when it comes time to have the banquet and you send out the signal that says the food is ready, people are ready to come, all that background feeds into a particular parable that Jesus tells. It's assumed. It's not stated in the parable. And thus the refusal to come once the banquet is announced, assumes that there has been an acceptance of coming to the banquet to those who initially said they would come. And that impacts the way you read the parable. That's a good example of a cultural script. The whole controversial king-priest background of the Hasmoneans, which we've studied, helps us to understand why we've got a community like Qumran sitting out in the desert and what their feelings are about Israel, about the way she's keeping the law, etc. Something about the importance of Torah is important in all of that. And because law is not central to Christianity, as it's normally observed, at least Torah isn't, that becomes an important difference between the first century and our own. The whole example that we explored in the earlier part of the class for the Pharisees on the problem of legalism versus Jewish identity. What the critique of Pharisees addresses as legalism, Pharisees, in looking at themselves, saw as an issue of faithfulness to their Jewish identity. Appreciating both sides of that conversation is important to understanding how that debate worked in the first century. Another thing that introduction does for us is it helps us appreciate a text setting, which helps us evaluate the text subject and scope. One of the tendencies that we have when we handle the Bible is to universalize its application. But by understanding a text subject and scope, we can begin to understand whether or not a text is intended to be universalized in such a broad way, or whether it has limits in terms of how it's applied given the setting in which it's operating and the conditions under which the point is being made. Oftentimes, a text's difficulties is removed by its background. If you understand its background, something that on the surface looks problematic becomes less problematic. I'm going to illustrate one of those, hopefully, by the end of the day. So this material, in addition, has become relevant in light of current issues in the culture where Scripture is being challenged, and rather visibly and rather regularly, through specials, television shows, books, etc. There's a pretty continuous production of materials designed to argue that we can't trust the Scripture. And using a wide variety of sometimes historically rooted arguments to make that case. I'm going to show you a clip in just a second that does this, that comes from a major special that aired on PBS in 2003. In other words, this is stuff that your friends and neighbors and people you'll minister to have every opportunity of seeing on a regular basis on television, because these specials air once and then they get re-aired and rerun on niche channels on cable, where this stuff runs 24/7. It's just not all about the first century. This is a picture of the University of Marburg in Marburg, Germany. This is the castle where Martin Luther and Ulrich Zwingli met to try and reunify the German and Swiss Reformations in the 16th century. They had a list of 15 disagreements. They agreed on 14 out of the 15 points. The 15th point on which they could not agree was the meaning of the Lord's Supper. Because they could not agree on the meaning of what it meant when Jesus said, "This is my body and this is my blood," the Swiss and German Reformations were never unified. And it happened in that location. Part of that deals with language and cultural scripts. And there was a difference in the way they were reading that material that produced that difference. I often wonder what the Reformation would have been like had Zwingli and Luther been able to agree on the 15th point. Well, what kind of a course deals with criticism? Well, as I've already said, this is a what is out there topic. These issues are in the public square. You will get asked about them. How do I know you will get asked about them? Because I have students who are out there now who send me emails when they get asked about them, wanting to know, remember that class that we had where we talked about this? I don't remember what was said. Okay? So I'm trying to save myself some email traffic. This does help us appreciate how our texts came to us and how they operate. And this is a question-raising topic because often background raises questions about how we've read the text. And sometimes that background does impact and change the way we read the text. Sometimes it should impact and change the way we read the text. As I've already suggested, often literary historical difficulties are emphasized that others have used to challenge the Bible's value. Perhaps the poster child for this kind of approach to the Scripture today is Bart Ehrman, professor of New Testament studies at University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill, who's written a series of books trying to do this in a variety of ways, including the most recent one called Jesus Interrupted, about the historical Jesus and how that material comes to us. Now, the fact is that because you've been to seminary, people who haven't been to seminary will expect you to know a little something about this. So they will come to you with the questions about the history of Christianity that they see on television. So this is an area you will get approached about. In fact, I think I may have mentioned this to you already. I'll just mention it again. When I was a student in college, one of my close friends came to the Lord a year after I did in college. He was at another school, Rice University, decided to take a religion class at Rice University because he had just become a Christian. He wanted to know about the Bible. Managed to take an Old Testament introduction class, got introduced to all kinds of theories about the creation of where the Old Testament came from, and just sensed that something wasn't quite jiving between what he was hearing in church and what he was hearing in the classroom. So, what does he do? He calls his expert year-old Christian friend. Okay, that's me. I was at the University of Texas. He was at Rice. And begins to ask me these questions about what he's getting in class. Well, I'd never taken an Old Testament introduction class in my life. Okay, I knew Genesis was in the Old Testament. And I knew it ended with Malachi. I knew Psalms was in there somewhere along with Proverbs. That was about it. So I couldn't help him. So we got a bright idea. Our bright idea was to go to our college and career minister at our church. Have I told you this story? Yep. And the only thing he could brandish at the questions that we asked was the L word. Liberal. That was all he could tell us. And one book, his textbook at seminary, and that was it. My hope is that as a result of what we do in the next few weeks, you'll at least know a little bit more than that in terms of thinking about the New Testament side of this. People will expect you to know this and to give them help. And some people, when that's the only answer that's provided for them, will come to the view that you don't have a response. So we want you to understand why and how people raise the questions about the Bible that they do, and some of the questions are very good questions. They're very fair questions. We want you to be able to interact with those who question or have questions about the Scripture. Sometimes they're not malicious. They're just straightforward questions about what people see in the text. We want you to think about ways to develop how to reply, and we want you to appreciate what we know, what we don't know, and why. Because when you're dealing with ancient materials, sometimes you're asking a question you don't have enough information to answer. This is a picture of the Theologicum at the University of Tübingen. This is another German school. This is located in, whereas Marburg's located in the central part of Germany, Tübingen's located in the southwestern part of Germany. And we're going to be talking about several professors who come out of Tübingen across several centuries whose work has impacted the study of the New Testament in significant ways. And that is one of the older buildings that are a part of the Theologicum complex at the University of Tübingen. Well, the information that we're going to talk about, as I've suggested, often does impact interpretation because it can surface cultural scripts that are directly relevant to the meaning of the text. The information and sources serve vividly for illustration of the ancient world and for the world of the text. Sometimes being able to get access to this material, knowing what to do with it, will actually help you communicate and visualize and make vivid what's going on in the text because you understand the world of the text better in what's being said. And we have many sources for first century life. We've actually looked at several of them in the first part of the course. We've talked about Josephus in his 4 writings. There's Philo, who writes from Alexandria in Egypt. His material is important. A little later, there's the Mishnah, which is the written codification of the oral tradition as it existed, some of which existed in the first century. There's the apocryphal and pseudepigraphical works that discuss the religious thought world of that period. All of this is important. And this involves various views that you're going to meet. As I've said, these issues are on television 24/7 and have been taught in universities for generations. That means that if you're teaching college and career or high school kids, it's either where they're headed or where they are if they decide to take a religion course in a university context. This does provide context to access various views because the issues raised by criticism are both positive and negative. I'm going to say that a lot. It's not all negative. It's not all positive. It's a mixed bag. We hopefully will give you some up-to-date answers to some of the questions that are debated. And it does raise issues that talk about the Bible's veracity because it raises the issue of the relationship between the doctrine of the Bible and the phenomena that we have in the Scripture that the Spirit is responsible for putting there. So these things go together. Let me give you an example of a simple example of how an issue of background can help you with a problem. If you brought a Bible with you, pull it out and turn to Mark chapter 1. You have it on your computer, call it up. Okay, Mark chapter 1, verses 2 to 4. I need a blessed reader. We haven't had a scriptural reading in this course yet. It's not church, but at least once during the semester, we ought to, since we're introducing the New Testament, read a portion of the New Testament. So can I have a blessed reader, and please let us know which version you're reading from. Okay? Someone volunteer? Okay, what version?
New American Standard.
New American Standard. May my heart be true blue. Go ahead.
As it is written in Isaiah the prophet, behold, I send my messenger ahead of you, who will prepare your way. The voice of one crying in the wilderness, make ready the way of the Lord, make his path straight. Following verse 4. John the Baptist appeared in the wilderness, preaching a baptism of repentance for the forgiveness of sins.
Okay? Now, if you're really careful, and if you have a Bible that notes these things, this text, part of this text will be in italics or in bold or something like that to indicate that it is a citation from the Old Testament. Okay? The introductory formula says this text comes from where? Isaiah. Do any of you have marginal notes to this text that indicate Old Testament text and where this comes from. Okay? What texts are named in the margin? Malachi and Isaiah. This is actually a fused text. Part of it comes from Malachi chapter 3, and part of it comes from Isaiah 40. Now, some people read that and they go, the introductory formula to the entrance to this text is wrong. Mark didn't realize that this material is coming from both Isaiah and Malachi. This is a famous problem, and it's been raised for decades at least in terms of Mark. Now, what's the cultural script that helps us with this? The cultural script that helps us with this is a process called Gezerah Shavah. Gezerah Shavah is the idea that you can tie two texts together by linking them together because they share a common word. Okay? And if you look at the Isaiah text and the Malachi text, you will see they share terminology. Now, this is much clearer in Greek than it might be in English. But just take a look at the two parts of the citation and ask yourself, what word do the two parts of the citation share? Way. Okay, so that's why those two texts are put together. Even more interesting is that oftentimes in Jewish exposition, when you get a Gezerah Shavah, what follows it is an exposition that draws on the wording of one or both of the texts that have been cited. And if you pay attention to the following verse, you'll find such a linkage. Okay, what word in the exposition or in the comments coming after the verse link up with the citation? Can you find it? Desert. Okay, good. Now, which part of the passage, the Isaiah part or the Malachi part, does the exposition link up with?
Isaiah.
The Isaiah part. Okay, now why is that helpful? That's helpful to us because if you understand Gezerah Shavah, you understand that the exposition of the point that Mark is making about John the Baptist comes out of the Isaianic portion of the coupled citation. Okay? That's an example of how appreciating background can help you unpack, if you will, how a passage is working and what's going on with the author when he cites and highlights one part of a coupled verse and then handles that one author in the exposition that follows, and it's all done on the basis of a literary convention that operates in the first century. It's an illustration of the kind of thing that we're talking about. To ignore criticism is to be unprepared for engagement on the Bible. And so our hope is to take you through an introductory overview that gives you a little bit of orientation to this kind of an area. All right, now what I want to do is I want to show you a little bit about how criticism can work. And let me go to this and then we'll be ready. This is from the PBS special, From Jesus to Christ, which is the first Christians, the premise of which is that there was a distinction between Jesus of Nazareth and his ministry and what the early church came to believe about Jesus Christ. And the way in which the Gospels are described here and the way orality works in the Gospels is one of the steps that's used to kind of create this distinction and to push it.
The movement that originated around Jesus must have suffered a traumatic setback with his death. Not so much that a Messiah couldn't die, but that nothing happened. the kingdom didn't arrive immediately as they might have expected.
The effect that the crucifixion had on Jesus' followers was the desired effect from the Roman perspective. That is, that people who were associated with Jesus were terrified. I mean, before the Easter proclamation, there must have been some kind of Easter panic, you see, that folks were hiding out as they should have, because now they were accomplices of an executed criminal.
The followers of Jesus, who don't go away as they're supposed to when Pilate does this, have to deal with that fundamental question. You know, what does this mean? That the one that we had all of these expectations about has been crucified. How do we deal with this, not merely the end of this life, but the shameful end of this life?
The only place they can go eventually is into the Hebrew Scriptures, into their tradition, and find out, is it possible that the elect one, the Messiah, the righteous one, the holy one, any title they use of Jesus, is it possible that such a one could be oppressed, persecuted, and executed? They go into the Hebrew Scriptures, and of course what they find is that it's almost like a job description of being God's righteous one, to be persecuted and even executed.
And the amazing thing is they said, hey, Pilate's right. He was the king of the Jews. And moreover, God has vindicated this claim that he is the king of the Jews by raising him from the dead.
An angel of the Lord, descending from heaven, came and rolled back the stone. He said to the women, Jesus, who was crucified, he has been raised. Come, see the place where he lay.
The stories about the resurrection in the Gospels make two very clear points. First of all, that Jesus really, really was dead. And secondly, that his disciples really and with absolute conviction saw him again afterwards. The Gospels are equally clear that it's not a ghost. Even though the raised Jesus walks through a shut door in one of the Gospels or suddenly materializes in the middle of a conference his disciples are having, he's at pains to assure them, touch me, feel me, it's bones and flesh. In Luke, he eats a piece of fish. Ghosts can't eat fish. As an historian, this doesn't tell me anything about whether Jesus himself was actually raised. But what it does give me an amazing insight into is his followers, and therefore indirectly into the leader who had forged these people into such a committed community.
According to the book of Acts, Christianity began at a single place, at a single moment in time.
All right. What that clip shows is the handling of theology by the early church. And it might not have been obvious, except perhaps in the last remark made by Paula Fredrickson. But basically what was being argued is that the understanding of the significance of Jesus' death was something that the early church came up with and determined, and doesn't really go back to what Jesus himself taught. The idea that there would be a suffering Messiah who would die a shameful death is something that the early church figured out and taught about Jesus. It's not something that has roots in anything Jesus did and said himself. Now, this approach to criticism, this approach that says that there are no roots in what Jesus did or said for the subsequent message of the early church, drawing a significant wedge between the Jesus of history and the Christ of faith, is one of the major features of criticism that introduces all kinds of discussion and all kinds of problems. The obvious part of the citation that came through was her remark that says that the reaction of the disciples says nothing to her as a historian about whether the resurrection took place or not. All it speaks to is to the experience that the disciples claim to have of the resurrection. This is another important division in thinking about history. It's driven by the idea that historians are not able, as historians, to make a judgment about the presence of supernatural events. And this is often the way history is handled in university contexts. History is defined in such a way that it is limited to the activity of human beings between human beings, and all we can do is talk about their perceptions of their experience with the supernatural. But as historians, we cannot make judgments about what it is that they have actually experienced. Now, this is a real problem. Okay? Take your question in a second. This is a problem because, in fact, history does have difficulty dealing with divinely rooted claims. It's one thing to say Jesus died on a cross on a spring afternoon in Jerusalem. It's another thing to say Jesus died for sin on a cross in an afternoon, on a spring afternoon in Jerusalem. One thing I can walk up and see even if I'm there. I can walk up to the cross, I can see him hanging there, I can say Jesus is being crucified. But I challenge you to be able to show me that that particular death is for sin by what you are able to see. Understand the difference? And so the question becomes, how do you deal with claims for activities or for associations that you cannot demonstrate in the same kind of way that you can demonstrate Jesus is dying on a cross? Now, there actually is a way the Scripture handles this. The trouble is the historian's hesitation to know what to do with this kind of thing. The way the Scripture does it is, I will show you what you cannot see by doing something you can see. It's a little bit like the scene involving the paralytic when Jesus performs a miracle, which is always another problem. But nonetheless, this is the way the Scripture handles it. Jesus comes in and he's got the paralytic's sitting there. He says, your sins are forgiven. He asks the question, what is easier, to declare your sins are forgiven or get up and walk? It's a trick question. It's an interesting question. And of course, when he offers the idea of that you might know that the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins, I say to you, get up and walk. When that guy walks, he links something that you can see, the miracle of healing a paralytic, to a claim that you can't see, the right to forgive sins. The same thing happens with the resurrection. Before Jesus is crucified, he says to the Jewish leadership, when he's asked if he's the Messiah, are you the Messiah, the Son of the Blessed One? And he answers in Mark, I am, and you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of the power, coming on the clouds of heaven. And what he is saying is that God is going to vindicate him. If you want to know if his claims that you cannot see are true, then look for the vindication that will come. And the empty tomb and the resurrection are the vindication of things that can't be seen by things that are able to be observed, and the effects of which are able to be observed. That's how the Scripture handles this problem. Historians, generally speaking, who work with an Enlightenment-rooted definition of history, will say that history can only deal with those things that I can empirically get my hands around. And I cannot empirically get my hands around the claim of a resurrection. So as a historian, I cannot make a statement about the resurrection being a historical event. All I can say is that the disciples believed that a resurrection took place. Okay? And that's the basis behind Paula Fredrickson's statement at the end of that clip. Yeah, Rob, you had a question?
Well, I mean, it seems, though, that that's the nature of history. That it's not just some liberal maneuvering, but that, in fact, humans are limited in terms of what we can reconstruct historically. Because, for instance, Josephus can give us an account of an event, may have his spin on it, whereas someone could give us, another person could give us an account of the same event. And then it's the historian's task of trying to, because we can't get there in time, and because we weren't there, we can describe what they described and how they believe they saw it. But to make the jump to invest that event either with validity or with meaning in a way that it would seem that what she's talking about is basic to the nature of doing history as such. As Christians, though, we're looking at the text in a different way. But, I mean, is it...
Well, my point would be, I think that what history does and what it should be open to is what we might call the same kind of spiral as you get in hermeneutics. Okay? So what do you do with theological claims made within the movement of history? By the way, this is not just a Christian problem, it's a Jewish problem, it's an Islamic problem, etc. So, and my take would be, yes, as a historian, this is naturally where you start. You deal with the way in which humans are responding to their environment. You're describing human reactions to things. But then you come to a scene like the resurrection and you go, what produces the kinds of changes that you see in the disciples? What produces their willingness to die? What produces a change like you see in the Apostle Paul and all those kinds of things? Now, what some people will do is they'll say this. They'll say, theologically, I will explain that as an acceptance of what it is the disciples are claiming. And I can speak theologically about that, embrace it, believe it, build a worldview around it, but history is this hermetically sealed territory into which that claim cannot walk. Okay? That's one way people will do it. And as long as they're, in one sense, as long as they're open to God's activity in being able to go there, I don't have much of a problem with that. Okay? But my own preference is to say that if that really formulates a resulting worldview, if a worldview comes out of that that says God is here, He acts, He speaks, etc., He makes Himself known. The idea that we hermetically seal history off from that possibility and don't enter into the hermeneutical spiral of what that might mean for historical understanding actually risks cutting ourselves off from some of these texts if we're not careful in what they might be claiming and what they might be showing. And that's really all that I'm arguing for. Okay? All right. We'll come back later on the semester and we'll talk about how that view that I've just shown you falls into the way the Gospels are seen and the way orality works. But for now, I want to go to another topic. I want to introduce another topic that will be our topic pretty much for the rest of the week. And that is what I'm going to label as 7 key issues that drive criticism in one way or another. These are discussions about the way criticism works and its history that we're going to look at. And some of them we've already covered to a certain degree. Some of them we'll be introducing for the first time. Here's the definition of New Testament criticism. The process of investigating and evaluating available evidence in order to make informed decisions about the historical, textual, and literary aspects of the written text. Okay, so we're evaluating what we have in the text as a matter of what it says historically, how we get it textually, and the literary aspects. It is not, in one sense, in its most technical sense, criticizing the Bible. It is designed to evaluate the Bible. At least that's the way it's theoretically set up. It doesn't always happen that way. It's studying the Scripture in its historical context to explain how we got what we have and the nature of our sources. That's why it's called historical criticism. So it deals with both the content of the given books of the New Testament, on the one hand, putting them in an historical setting, as well as understanding how did we get these books? Where did they come from? Who wrote them? That kind of thing. It treats the human side of inspiration, since God gave the Scripture through men within the context of space-time history. And it is impacted in its various expressions by presuppositions. This is part of what we were just surfacing in the discussion we just had. For example, the whole issue of having an open versus a closed view of God's activity is important in how you view what's taking place in the text. A man named Ernst Troeltsch, very famous German theologian, you see his dates there, 1865, 1923, wrote a very important essay on the historical critical method in 1899, in which he laid out 3 principles of historical criticism, one of which was the idea of basically a closed universe. Defining historical criticism in the way that we've just talked about, in which we cannot talk about divine activity and use the word history at the same time. The 3 categories that he talked about as he was defining the historical critical method, I think I said 1899, that slide has 1900. I think it's 1899. But anyway, as is the principle of criticism or methodological doubt, we've got to examine our sources. The idea of analogy, that present experience guides the past, and present experience tells us miracles don't happen, to which I have in the parentheses, this is thought of in very much Western materialistic terms. And then thirdly, correlation. The change in one phenomena leads to the change in its effect in a closed continuum. That's simply the idea that history is a study of cause and effect. Okay? 2 of these principles are actually pretty valuable. The idea of we've got to examine our sources to see if they're trustworthy. That's a perfectly appropriate thing to do, to be able to sort out that which is authentic from that which isn't, as well as the principle of correlation. It's the category of analogy where the problems have come in. Criticism often surfaces, as I've said, issues and textual details that can reveal some of the more fascinating subtleties of the text. So from that sense, it can be helpful. Well, there's Professor Troeltsch again. Now, there are 2 types of New Testament criticism. What's called lower criticism. This terminology is old. You don't see it that much very often, but in older works you'll see it, so you need to be familiar with it. Lower criticism is textual criticism, and textual criticism is the study of the manuscript tradition behind the Bible that helps us to understand why we have the wording in the text that we do. This is what Dan Wallace spends a lot of his time doing. This is what he's doing this sabbatical as he's running around the world taking pictures of manuscripts so we can see what their actual wording is, that kind of thing. And it's a very important part of criticism to establish the text that we have in the Bible. We have a lot of manuscript representation of the New Testament. In fact, it's the most well-attested ancient document that we have. And so textual criticism is a key part of New Testament criticism. But we, in the curriculum, we cover this in 103 in detail. So I'm not responsible for doing it in this class. Let me just say this much about textual criticism, and I've already told you a little bit of it, and that is the Bible is by far the best attested ancient text that we have. We have over 5,700 Greek manuscripts of the New Testament. Now, many of those come from the late medieval period. So the number, in one sense, sounds better than it is. But even if we were to consider the first 5-6 centuries, we still would have multiple manuscripts, Greek manuscripts of the New Testament, and this is far better than we have for most ancient works. For most ancient works, we have, if it's a good collection of manuscripts, maybe a dozen or 24 manuscripts that are part or whole of a work. For the New Testament, we have multiple times that number. Thus, our ability to establish the wording of the New Testament is something that is not that much in doubt. We have virtual certainty, I would say, in about 99% of our text. There's 1% that gets discussed and debated, and when you pick up a critical New Testament Greek text, the apparatus at the bottom is designed to show you the differences in wording that appear there. In many cases, those differences have to do with some element of nuance of the wording, as opposed to being something that substantively changes the meaning. But there are a handful of cases, and some famous ones included, where something significant is going on. 2 years ago, Dan Wallace and I were at Southeastern Baptist at an international conference on the meaning of the long ending of Mark. Mark 9, verses 9 to 20. If you pick up a Bible today and you look at Mark 16, verses 9 to 20, you'll see that that section is usually bracketed off with an explanation about it, talking about this section of Mark not being in the earliest manuscripts, nor is it in much of the early testimony we get from the fathers about the ending of Mark. Another important sliver of the New Testament that comes into this kind of a situation is the section called the Pericope Adulterae in the Gospel of John. This is 753 to 811. It also oftentimes will show up with a bracket indicating that it isn't in our earliest manuscripts in this location in the Gospel of John. So we do have a few texts that about which there is discussion as to their either original locality or their original placement in terms of where they fit. The longer ending of Mark is generally regarded as being a composite of the other endings in the other Gospels. Because if you end Mark at 16:8, all you get is the resurrection and the women fearing at the end. So the sense was that for some people that was seen as an inadequate ending, and so this longer ending was supplied later on by collecting the endings of the other Gospels and weaving them together. The Pericope Adulterae is an interesting one because even though its position in John is debated, most people looking at this piece of tradition say it certainly fits with the kind of thing that Jesus often did, and so they believe it to be an authentic story about Jesus that happens to have ended up being placed in this particular slot in the Gospel of Mark. So there are some text-critical locations and issues that are important and that are significant.
Would you say also that it's valid to say that because of the promiscuity in the early church that they could have taken that out temporarily for maybe a couple generations and then put it back in?
I think that's unlikely. That part of the reason why you think the Pericope Adulterae is inserted where it is in John is because if you pull it out, the actual movement from the latter part of chapter 7 into the middle part of chapter 8 fits together quite nicely at a literary level. So when you look at what you get when you pull it out, you get a coherent scene. So that's one reason why there's some hesitation about how to view that, its placement in the Gospel of John and what to do with it. So my point here is that there are some examples that are significant that come up in textual criticism, and textual critics sort that out and explain. If you pick up any careful commentary on Mark or on John, you will see this explained and laid out in terms of how we got to where we are and what we have in the text.
Have there been any significant discoveries since the Dead Sea class?
Well, the Dead Sea Scrolls really haven't helped us with regard to the makeup of the New Testament text. The Dead Sea Scrolls help us with regard to understanding the first century world. There are all kinds of, if I can say it, little discoveries happening all the time. There are new papyri that are discovered, slivers of the New Testament that give us another manuscript evidencing a particular locale in the New Testament. That's happening all the time. But we don't have anything of the magnitude of the Dead Sea Scrolls or anything of the magnitude, say, of the Nag Hammadi texts, which gave us insight particularly into the Gnostic Gospels and that kind of thing. But there hasn't been anything of huge significance to that level since the 1940s. Okay, the other type of criticism is called higher criticism. It's historical or literary criticism. It is rooted in the epistemological revolution that was a part of the Enlightenment. It's rooted in a pursuit of historical study. Part of what happened as we moved into the pre-Renaissance period, then into the Renaissance period, and then into the Reformation. So we're talking here in the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries, was a rediscovery of classic texts from the Greek and Roman world. But alongside of that came a study of determining whether or not texts that claim to be ancient were actually ancient or not. And there developed a discipline of sorting out which texts authentically went back to an ancient period and which texts did not. And so this kind of critical sifting of the sources is something that emerged during the Renaissance Reformation period, in which the return to the classics was a key theme. And this actually was helpful because it helped us sort out texts that really were ancient from those that were not, but that claimed to be, that were spurious. There also was during this time an effort to break away from the dogmatics of the church, the idea that the church, and here we have in mind in particular the influence of the Roman Catholic Church, which has kind of become an empire unto itself in Europe. There was a reaction to this, part of which launched the Protestant Reformation, and part of which was just a reaction in light of other kinds of scientific developments, which challenged the authority of the church. And part of what came into that challenge was the way in which the Bible was viewed. And again, this is a mixed history. Some of it was valuable. Some of it deserved to be challenged. Despite its roots and its checkered history, criticism, properly applied and with limitations appreciated, can be valuable because it honors Scripture as a historically, culturally expressed document. It helps us to see how God performed inspiration versus thinking theoretically about how we think it works. It places the phenomena of Scripture alongside the bibliological doctrine by actually looking at what the Spirit has actually done. Hermeneutically, it often yields insight into the setting and scope of text. I've already said this. And the limitations is that we have access to limited evidence. It involves historical reconstruction, subject to change from finds, and is influenced by every critic's perspective. So all those things weigh in. It's an inherently reconstructive discipline that involves a lot of judgment with limited resources. And so that's what kind of keeps it in suspended animation as you talk about it in terms of the judgments that it makes. Now what I want to start to do today and finish on Thursday, is to take you directly through 7 key issues that historical criticism, generally speaking, has tried to deal with, or that has presented up for discussion in one way or another. It either deals with these issues or introduces these kinds of questions. The first of which is the idea of what we might call the canon within the canon. This is the idea of separating the notion of God's Word from Scripture, to suggest that there is within Scripture God's Word, but not all of Scripture is God's Word. Or, in a variation, to elevate the role of certain writings in terms of their authority and value over the value and authority of other writings within the Scripture. Now, there's a sense in which if we're not careful, all of us do this. Many of us implicitly have a canon in which Paul has a primary role and kind of is the lens through which we define everything else that we see in the New Testament. So that when we run into James, sometimes we've got a problem. Perhaps the most illustrious example of this collision is Martin Luther, who, because of the way he viewed the gospel and the way he viewed salvation by faith in the context of grace, had trouble with what James said about the role of works. And so always wrestled with the position of James in relationship to the canon. And in fact, how Luther handled that question was a catalyst, in one sense, for some of this way of thinking about the Bible. J.S. Semler, in the 18th century, began to distinguish between the Word of God and Scripture, or the Bible, that the Word of God was contained within the Scripture, but not all that was in the Bible was the Word of God. And he was the father of historical criticism. He argued that history comes first and operates in a position, using reason, over theology and in antithesis to theology. The whole of the Bible is something less than the Word of God, and the Bible is to be treated like any other book. You hear this all the time. We should treat the Bible like we do any other book. The problem is, and this is where history runs up against its limits. What do you do with a book that claims to be the unique revelation of God? How do you handle that? You can treat it like any other book, but it doesn't claim to be like any other book. So how do you deal with that collision?
Can you comment maybe on how, like, what was the outcome of the lives of guys like Semler or like Bultmann, who kind of like tore apart Scripture or classified it along with other books? Like, what was just the practical outcome of their lives?
I'm trying to think if I even have time to begin to get into it. I think I'll say this, that what you see across the variety of characters that you see is a range, okay? Some of the people who drove the Enlightenment, if you ask what the product of their practical life was, you will see that they had a very, how to say this, suspect moral life. There's a book that Paul Johnson wrote on the Enlightenment and on the characters of the Enlightenment, which he goes through and traces the character of many of these people and the lack of morality that existed in their lives. But then there are some, it's not automatic. There are some who lived very, what you would consider to be very moral kinds of lives. They just make a distinction in the way they view Scripture. Now, what this means, what Semler's work meant is that there were two types of uses of the Word of God. And there was a distinction being made between the Word of God being equated with the Bible and the Word of God being contained in portions of the Bible, within the Bible. And you also began to see the injection of an issue that is going to be another one on the list, and that is playing the portions of the Bible to some degree against one another. So Paul over James, or Jesus over Paul, or Paul over the Gospels, as a way of getting at this. What this issue actually touches is the issue of the various angles at which theology is dealt with within the New Testament. And we'll talk more about that when we get to the issue of the diversity of within the New Testament. So that's one issue, canon within a canon. A second issue has to do with the literary relationships between the Gospels themselves. What was the order and relationship of the Gospels? For a long time, people were content with simply saying God inspired them, They're 4 different works, and we don't need to contend ourselves or worry about the interrelationship between the two, whether one gospel writer had access to or used another gospel or not. And they tended to be viewed as 4 independent pieces of material. That changed as a result of criticism. First thing that happened is the synoptics were separated out from John, basically for 2 reasons. John has a lot of unique material. It has more unique material in it than any of the other Gospels. About 88% of John is unique to his Gospel. So that meant that when you're talking about the relationship between the Gospels, because so much of John was unique, it didn't come into the discussion. The second reason John was separated out from the synoptics was because John was a much clearer Gospel in the way it presented Jesus from the synoptics. And so it was seen to have a different thrust and emphasis that made it distinct. In this period, harmonization came to be rejected. You didn't just try and combine and figure out what the relationship was between them at a theological level. You tended to treat the books independently of one another. And there was a debate over the order of the Gospels in the 19th century, which began to question the order that had emerged from the early church, which was known as the Augustinian order, and that was the order of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, which is the order of the synoptic Gospels that you have in your canon, in your Bible. One of the options was what was called the Griesbach hypothesis, or the 2 gospel hypothesis, the order of which was Matthew was the first gospel, then came Luke using Matthew, and then Mark summarized what Matthew and Luke presented. That's the Griesbach or 2 gospel hypothesis. We'll talk a little more about this later on in the classes that come up. And then the second popular option that emerged was what was called Markan priority. Mark is the first gospel written, and Matthew and Luke were written subsequently, and most versions of Markan priority go on to argue that Luke and Matthew did not use one another, but they shared access to a tradition that has been labeled Q. And we'll talk, as I said, more about that later on when we actually work through source criticism. Markan priority is the dominant view of order that is held today by New Testament scholars, and that's true both of conservatives and liberals. It doesn't have anything to do with the conservative-liberal divide. Here's a picture of Johann Salomo Semler, the father of historical criticism. The third issue that we want to look at today is the issue of the 3 quests of the historical Jesus. And these are 3 very distinct ways of handling Jesus that have been a part of the discussion of Jesus really from the 18th century to the present. Most of what we are looking at in criticism is a product of a reflection that has gone on since the Enlightenment began. And this area is no exception. The first quest runs from Reimarus, and you can see his dates there, 1694 to 1768, to Albert Schweitzer in 1906. And the effort of the first quest was to argue that there was a difference between the historical Jesus and the Christ of faith. And you're going to hear this combination regularly. The Christ of faith is Jesus as he is presented in the Gospels. The historical Jesus is the reconstructed figure of history, variously applied, and distinct from the portrait that you get in the Gospels. The argument is that the church reflected on, built into, and in many cases enhanced the picture of Jesus, the picture of the historical Jesus, and that what we have in the Gospels is kind of Jesus plus. Jesus plus the layering of doctrine that goes on top of Jesus that the church added to the understanding of him as they reflected upon him and as they wrote about him over time. And so the original goal of the historical Jesus was to separate the real Jesus, the historical Jesus, from dogmatics, and those dogmatics were viewed very much through a naturalistic lens, through a closed universe worldview. So that anywhere where you had Jesus working miracles or anything like that, an alternative explanation had to come up for what was going on in the text. And in fact, down the road, Lessing in 1777 argued that there's a ditch between these two portraits. This is known as Lessing's ditch. You should think of the ditch as kind of a Grand Canyon between the historical Jesus and the dogmatic Christ. This idea, at least portraying that the portrait of Christ that we see here is very different from the original Jesus that we had, is still with us today. The video, one of the videos that I've been showing you is entitled From Jesus to Christ. And it is an emphasis on this move between the historical Jesus and the Christ of faith. The Jesus Seminar, which we'll be talking about later on in the semester, one of its 7 great pillars of interpretation is this difference between the historical Jesus and the Christ of faith. Now, it is true that there is reflection going on in the Gospels about who Jesus is, that it gives evidence of some reflection on what he did and what he said. In places in the Gospel of John, we're told that certain things that Jesus did, the significance of certain things that Jesus did, was not appreciated by the disciples until after he was resurrected. So there is some of this movement going on between the portrait in the Gospels and the understanding of Jesus that took place at the time in which he was ministering. But having said that, this idea that the two are so disconnected that there's this huge gap between them is where the problem is in the model. And there is, for example, in this video From Jesus to Christ, and we saw a little bit of this in the excerpt I played for you last class period, the idea that Jesus was either a teacher of wisdom or a teacher of the kingdom of God, but he himself was not at the center of that message. So there's an effort to distinguish the program that Jesus preached from his personal role in that program. And then the idea is that the early church came along and chiseled a Christ of faith out of that and made Jesus' person a central part of the program. But that's really the work of the early church. That's not the work of the historical Jesus. Now, the problem with the model is this, that you've got to be able to figure out how you get from Jesus teaching what he taught to a church that not only has a Christ of faith, but is worshiping that Christ, and pretty quickly on. If Jesus simply came along and announced the promised kingdom of God, whether that be in what's called an apocalyptic form, that is, that God's going to come in and deliver his people and bring shalom to the world, or whether that's in a wisdom form, this is how you live before God. If that's all Jesus taught, then what is the impetus to make him central to the arrival of that program after he's crucified? You don't have to go there. If what he really taught was only God's bringing the kingdom, and it's just a matter of time when he brings it, and you need to be ready. Or God's bringing the kingdom, and this is how you're supposed to live in the midst of it, in terms of what he's bringing. There's no inherent reason or motivation to get to an exalted Christ. And yet what we see in the Gospels, in all the Gospels, is a presentation where Jesus' person is as important to the program as the program itself. And so this is one of the problems that the model has, but in one way or another, oftentimes what the model will do is to say, Jesus preached a program, but the church preached his person. And the preaching of the person is the product and a reflection of the Christ of faith and not a reflection of the historical Jesus. This is one of the quick ways that you can tell how good a job the historical Jesus, the reconstructed historical Jesus in any model is. And that is, does it have a bridge coming from Jesus' preaching to understand how we get the Jesus, the portrait of Jesus that we have in the Gospels? Is there enough there about his person on this end to be a clean bridge over the ditch, if you will? And if there's not a clean bridge, if the idea is Jesus simply preached a program or Jesus simply taught wisdom, but the church exalted him, if there's no way to get across that bridge, then that tells you there's too much of a disjunction between what's going on. Question?
With the simple resurrection, if somebody who's presenting a historical Jesus believed in the resurrection and presented the resurrection, would that be an adequate bridge? Depends.
Usually what you'll hear is that they believe that the disciples, and you saw this in the clip that we ran last time, the disciples had a conviction that there was a resurrection. The way you normally see it, I think, this risks being a little bit of an oversimplification, but I think it generally works, is whether or not the person believes that Jesus presented himself as a messianic figure. Because if Jesus presents himself as a messianic figure, he is saying, in effect, I'm a unique element in this program as a messianic figure. Now, you can get in all kinds of discussions about what kind of Messiah Jesus presented himself to be, particularly with the suffering element. But if Jesus is presenting himself as more than a prophet, he's presenting himself in some sense as being the chosen one of God who brings this program, that's usually an indication that more careful historical Jesus work is being done. And you've got enough of a bridge to be able to get from here to here.
Is that your point in the book that you made when you said it's uncontested about him being king of the Jews? The sign.
Say again, I missed the first one.
Is that what you just talked about, your point that you made in the book, where you said it's uncontested pretty much that he was said to have been king of the Jews? But that's
well, the point is that you've got to be able to explain when you get to the end of the story in the Gospels, and something historically everybody agrees with, is that Pilate crucified Jesus for being king of the Jews. You have to be able to get there. Now, again, there are two ways for how this is seen. One is to say that this was the charge that Rome was responsible for, in some cases the Jewish leadership with Rome, and that this was a deduction that Pilate made to accuse Jesus of sedition because that's what you crucify people for. Okay? And then the church came around and basically said, in fact, I think this may have been in the clip I showed last time. If it isn't, it's going to be in the clip I'm going to show. In which the idea is, well, the church basically decided that Pilate had it right. That they didn't think about him as Messiah, but when he was crucified and they saw him up there on the cross, Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews, the church went, yeah, that's who he is. That's who we've been following. And actually some people who argue that, okay, that our greatest theologian of the New Testament in terms of the person of Jesus is Pontius Pilate. Okay? The other way to say it is, no, the reason why he was crucified for being the king of the Jews is because he did, in one sense or another, present himself as a messianic figure. And so, whether you think about the triumphal entry and what that represents, or what it means for him to go into the temple and cleanse it in the way that he does, whether you think about what he said at the Last Supper, okay, all these things indicate that he sees himself central to the program and this messianic figure, and Messiah is going to translate into king. So yes, what I'm suggesting is that when I'm saying this king of the Jews category is key, it's because when Jesus is crucified, the charge that he is labeled as being executed for is the claim to be king of the Jews. And the argument is Pilate got that from somewhere. That's not something that he concocted in his head. And so that's the historical bridge. Romaris argued that Jesus was a political revolutionary and that the disciples stole the body and created the doctrine of resurrection. Now remember, you're dealing with someone who thinks that miracles don't happen, so resurrection didn't happen, so how do we get to the story? You've got to be able to come up with an alternative model. And this placing Jesus in a political sphere primarily, now listen to this carefully, placing Jesus in a political sphere primarily is a key way the historical Jesus discussion has gone. And there is, again, with a lot of this stuff, there is a certain amount of truthfulness to what is being said. It's not so much that what is being said is often wrong as what is being left out. It's true that Jesus preached a Jewish apocalyptic approach to the kingdom of God. God was coming in and he was going to, in a program, rescue his people. That's apocalyptic. Jesus preached that when he preached the kingdom of God, and the kingdom of God is near. It's true that Jesus taught about wisdom and that he talked about how people should live before God. It's true that Jesus operated and taught in many ways like the Old Testament prophets. That's all true. But the question is, what isn't said in that model? You know, is the person at the center of this program? Is Jesus' primary emphasis political, although it has political consequences, when you start to bring people together from a variety of ethnic backgrounds and basically give them all value and worth, okay, that's going to have social and political ramifications for people. That's true, but is that all Jesus is doing? Is he merely a political revolutionary? Is he challenging Rome? If he's really challenging Rome, why is he never in Sepphoris or Tiberias in the Gospels, which are the two major cities in the region that have to do with Rome? Questions like that can be raised if you make the alternative model the key way of seeing Jesus. But there are elements there that are a part of the picture. Gerhard Lessing in 1777 argued that the proofs of history cannot establish the truths of faith. This is one of the ways of building this ditch. And of course, again, remember, history is being defined as that which happens, and we haven't invoked yet, although this is going to happen, we haven't invoked yet the category of myth to talk about Jesus. That comes later. Paulus, 1761-1851, tried to naturalize all the miracles. And David Strauss, writing in the early part of the 19th century, is the first one to say, we're reading these Gospels wrong by reading them as history. What we should be reading the Gospels as is as a literary category known as myth or legend, in which a figure has been exalted because of what they represent. The Gospels are more about a symbolic representation of reality than a real representation of reality. Or as John Dominic Crossan likes to say today, given the choice between reading the Gospels literally and reading them symbolically, I'm going to opt for reading them more symbolically in terms of what they represent rather than worrying about whether this literally happened or not. So that goes back to Strauss, who wrote a life of Jesus in the early 19th century. Yeah, Rob?
Is it an accurate understanding of Lessing then to suppose that he simply understood or thought that the limits of the historical enterprise were such that they couldn't validate or invalidate?
No, he's saying more than that. He is saying that the nature of reality in history is such that there are not such events. In other words, it isn't merely that he's saying history can only go so far. Okay? He's saying more than that. All right? He's saying those things don't happen. And so whatever is going on here has to be something else. Let me give you the example. It's a good time to raise it. In the feeding of the 5,000, okay, remember the miracle? Okay, at least the way the Gospels portray it. Okay, right? We have a crowd. We have limited resources. Okay, it's kind of like the Great Recession. Okay, we have a lot of demand and not too much supply. All right, and so out of this little amount of fish and bread, we end up being able to feed everybody miraculously. Well, the naturalistic explanation of that miracle goes something like this: that Jesus preached to the crowds one day, and when they initially went to feed them, they had this small supply, but everyone was so moved by Jesus' message of love and care, etc., that everyone pulled out their brown bags, okay, of food that they had brought with them, and eventually shared with one another in such a way that everyone had more than enough to eat, and that became the miracle of the 5,000. By the way, lest you think that's unusual, about 7 years ago, we had an elder in our church who spent their vacation in New England and decided to go to church on Sunday, just at the first local church they could walk into, walked into the church service and heard a message that basically was what I just said. Came back and told me about it, and I smiled and said, that sermon was preached a long time ago. It goes way, way back. Now, as we move towards the end of the first quest, we come to a fellow named William Wrede. Wrede argued that the Gospels were primarily theological constructs. They were not historical. And he discussed and raised as a category for the Gospel of Mark, the category of the Messianic secret. The Messianic secret is the argument that, well, first it deals with the reality that you do see in the Synoptic Gospels, and the reality in the Synoptic Gospels is when the disciples confessed that Jesus is the Messiah, I've already mentioned this, Jesus didn't tell them to go out and tell everybody. Jesus told them not to tell everybody initially. Wrede's take on this is that in the early church, well, let's say it this way, Wrede's initial take on this was that in the early church, that in Jesus' ministry, he did not present himself as the Messiah. Nowhere did he do so. The idea that Jesus was the Messiah was a product of the early church. But to solve that problem, Mark concocts the Messianic secret so that the disciples confess him as Messiah during his ministry, but don't preach or present him as Messiah during his ministry because Jesus told them not to. And that is a theological construct of Mark that then floats its way through the Synoptic Gospels. Okay, that was Wrede's view. And this is where this model began to solidify of, I've got Jesus of Nazareth in his ministry, but I've got the Christ for the early church. Now what's interesting about this is that before Wrede died, most people don't know this. Before Wrede died, he wrote one of the theological greats of the latter part of the 19th and early part of the 20th century, Adolf von Harnack, a letter in which he basically argued that the position that he took on the Messianic secret couldn't work. Again, the reason why is it can't get you to this. There has to be some impetus coming here from Jesus to get you in a position to elevate Jesus. And it needs to be rooted and located in his ministry, or else there's no reason to go there. And so, towards the end of his life, he stepped back from this view, even though this view has influenced a lot of New Testament study through the 20th century. Wrede did this work in 1901. Now, alongside Wrede was another key figure, a man named Johannes Weiss. You see his dates, 1863 to 1914. He argued that in order to understand Jesus, you've got to put him in his Jewish context, you've got to put him in his Jewish apocalyptic context, and that there is a tension in his teaching, in Jesus' teaching, that was a part of what he taught, between preaching the kingdom as present and preaching the kingdom as coming in the future. This is what you have heard about in some of your classes as already not yet. What you hear about in those classes is it already not yet goes back to the middle part of the 20th century. That's not right. It's much older than that. It goes back to the idea of setting Jesus in his historical Jewish context. And Johannes Weiss is one of the first people to put his finger on this issue of sometimes Jesus is saying the kingdom is near, and sometimes Jesus saying the kingdom is here. And that he taught both strands. There's some of it which is coming now, there's more of it which is coming later. Now, the first quest closed when a man named Albert Schweitzer wrote a dissertation on the historical Jesus. The English title of his work was called The Quest for the Historical Jesus. The German work had a subtitle in it, From Romaris to Vrede. And what he argued was that the first quest was basically a failure. That the idea of being able to reconstruct the historical Jesus based upon naturalistic suppositions had failed because of the many different portraits of Jesus that had emerged over time. And that there was no good, solid result out of it. And then at the end of the work, Schweitzer argued a couple of things. First, the only way to make sense out of Jesus is to put him in his Jewish apocalyptic context. That is important because that has come to guide this historical Jesus discussion since. And the second thing that Schweitzer believed was that Jesus argued as an apocalyptic prophet, thought that the kingdom would come in his lifetime, during his ministry decided it would come shortly after his lifetime, and that Jesus was wrong about that. But that Jesus should be understood in his Jewish background in order to get back to the historical Jesus. That work is probably the most influential work on the historical Jesus in the early part of the 20th century. So we've got a thoroughly Jewish Jesus. We've got a Jesus who wrongly expected an apocalyptic end in his lifetime. The historical quests, he argued, are largely a failure. Constructing Jesus in its own contemporary image, he argued each author kind of gets the Jesus he wants. And so the first quest is regarded as a failure. And then the quest kind of goes on a 50-year, I wouldn't say hiatus, but the quest as a quest doesn't become so central. There are a lot of books about Jesus. There are a lot of efforts to explain who he is, but it doesn't have the same fervor that it had up to the time of Vrede for about 50 years. And this has been called, probably exaggeratedly, the no quest period. There actually is a lot of examination of Jesus going on, but it's not forming any kind of coherent story in terms of the way it's being done. Just a lot of disparate studies going on. Thought I saw a question in the back. Mm-hmm.
What was the name of Schweitzer's work?
Schweitzer's book in English is entitled The Quest for the Historical Jesus. And that's where the language, the quest for the historical Jesus, comes from the title, English title of that book. This is David Strauss. William Vrede. And that's Albert Schweitzer, who died as a very well-known missionary in Africa. Did a lot of work in Africa in terms of setting up hospitals and ministering in Africa. So I've talked about the no quest period from 1906 to 1953. As I said, the name is probably exaggerated. There was work continuing, but fewer major lives of Jesus were written that had impact. During this time, Rudolf Bultmann dominated New Testament studies from Marburg in Germany. Remember the castle that I showed you last time in Marburg? That's where the University of Marburg actually has some of their classes. That's where the theology department has their location there. Anyway, Bultmann argued that we know next to nothing about the real Jesus. In fact, in a theology of the New Testament that's over 600 pages long, he covers Jesus in 31 pages. In 1953, one of Bultmann's students, a man named Ernst Käsemann, you'll see a picture of him in a second. In 1953, there was a reaction by Bultmann's students to the extent of his skepticism. As I mentioned, only 32 pages of his 600-page New Testament theology deal with Jesus. Käsemann said, we can get back to the historical Jesus and peel away the layers that the early churches added by looking at where the Hellenistic influences are in the story of Jesus. Anything that reflects Hellenism reflects a later period because Jesus came out of a Jewish background. That's the argument. And so we peel away the Hellenistic layers out of the Jesus story, we can get back to the real Jesus. And what became known as the New Quest started in 1953. This later became named the Second Quest once the Third Quest came on the scene. Okay, because you can't have a second quest until you have a third quest. It's like calculus. So the Second Quest starts with Käsemann, who reopens the question of the historical Jesus in 1953. In 1956, another student of Bultmann, Bornkamm, came around and wrote that there was a tighter relationship between Jesus and the early church's theology than previous quests had argued for. And this was something also that Bultmann had divorced in his own theology, that the early church's theology has next to nothing to do with the historical Jesus, which reflects the way that discussion had gone up until the 1950s. He did this work in relationship to the Gospel of Matthew. Another student of Bultmann's, Konzelmann, did a similar thing for Luke. And Willy Marxen, yet another German New Testament scholar, did the same thing for Mark in 1956. Now, what the Second Quest tends to do is the following. The Second Quest tends to isolate and focus on how to handle the titles and sayings of Jesus in isolation from his actions. That's going to become important to us later. It sees the New Testament as heavily influenced by Hellenistic categories which we can determine and which we can label as late. And third, it draws on form, redaction, and tradition criticism. Criticisms we'll be taking a closer look at later, including what are called the criteria of authenticity. How do I determine if Jesus actually said what he's claimed to say what he claims to say, or what the Gospels claim he said? How do we authenticate that? What kind of corroboration? What kind of gives evidence of corroboration of that? And different criteria, dissimilarity, multiple attestation, and coherence, being the main three, were used to determine this. Dissimilarity argues if it's unlike Judaism and it's unlike the early church, it's something unique to Jesus, it likely goes back to him because it doesn't come out of his background, nor does a projection of the early church back onto what Jesus taught. The second criteria, multiple attestation, argues the more different layers of the early gospel tradition a concept appears in, the more likely it is to go back to Jesus. This isn't merely counting how many times a story appears, because Matthew and Luke can simply be using Mark, for example. But it is the idea of, I look at the strands of the tradition, and normally this is Mark, Q, the unique material to Matthew, and the unique material to Luke. And the more I see an idea spread across those traditions, multiply attested, the more likely it is to go back to Jesus, or a variation of it is the variety of different forms, miracle stories, pronouncement stories, that kind of thing. The more widely distributed a concept is across those various forms, the more likely it is to go back to Jesus. The argument is the more widely distributed a certain kind of teaching is across the tradition, the more likely it is to be old and go back to Jesus. That's the premise. And the last one, coherence. Anything that matches things that get through the first two categories can go into the mix. That's tradition criticism. We'll talk more about that later. Now, the second quest was influenced by perspectives like Vreda's. This is where the Jesus Seminar fits. They are basically a reflection of the second quest. Most of the background work that they do, when you look to see how they make their arguments, is rooted in looking for Hellenistic background issues. And the Jesus Seminar argued that about 50% of Jesus' sayings don't have any tie to him at all. Remember, the Jesus Seminar was this group in the 90s that voted on whether Jesus actually said and did the things that he's claimed to have said and done. And particularly with the sayings, they had a ranking system. A red bead meant this is exactly what Jesus said. A pink vote meant that Jesus said something very much like this. A gray vote meant this is the evangelist's words, but it may go back to something Jesus said. And then a black vote meant Jesus didn't say this at all. This is completely the creation of the gospel writer. And fully 50% of the material in the Gospels related to Jesus' sayings were rated as black by the Jesus Seminar. Very skeptical take on the life of Jesus. There is our picture of Rudolf Bultmann, and you can see that this picture was taken at a party in his honor. Ernst Käsemann, responsible for launching the Second Quest. Now, since the 1980s, late 1970s, the roots of this go back earlier, but really as an organized effort, is the Third Quest. The Third Quest involves placing Jesus in his Jewish context, which is the correct starting point for trying to understand Jesus historically. To work out the Jewish roots of Christianity, what has become a discussion of the parting of the ways, to begin to tell the story how it is that an originally Jewish movement involving Jesus, who was a Jew, and 12 disciples who were Jews, and preaching that originally would go to the synagogues in order to present the message as a reflection that God had completed his promise, how that movement ended up splitting in such a way that you ended up with two distinct world religions. Christianity on the one hand and Judaism on the other, a discussion that in New Testament studies is often simply labeled as the parting of the ways. And the Third Quest is an effort to explain the Jesus part of that split, that splintering, which took place in the midst of the first century, and by the middle of the second century is pretty much a done deal. The impact of the Dead Sea Scrolls also is significant in establishing the Third Quest. Let me explain to you why. The Dead Sea Scrolls, if you'll remember, were discovered in the 1940s, in the middle of the 1940s. The greatest archaeological find related to the New Testament and the Bible of the last century. Before the Dead Sea Scrolls, the argument went something like this. Motifs such as light and darkness, the dualism of light and darkness, are Hellenistic motifs. Therefore, anything that reflects light and darkness contrasts must be laid and layered onto the tradition of Jesus. So, for example, the light-darkness emphasis that you see running through the Johannine materials shows that the Johannine materials are Hellenistic in their orientation and light. That's an example. But when they dug up the Dead Sea Scrolls, and this community was a separatist, Jewish, anti-Hellenistic community, all that's important, they found works dedicated to describing a worldview in which there's a contrast between light and darkness. They're the sons of light and the sons of darkness in one of the texts. Okay, this is a separatist, Jewish, anti-Hellenistic community using supposedly Hellenistic motifs. And what they discovered was, and this ended up being argued in a dissertation by Martin Hingel, what they discovered is that the basis for trying to separate out Hellenism from Judaism didn't work. Because the influence of Hellenism into Judaism and into the Jewish worldview and into the Jewish expressions was so deep and so old that it predated the first century, and you couldn't do the kind of layer peeling that that kind of model suggested. And so the premise, it's Hellenistic. so it must be non-Jewish, and it must be late. That formula was destroyed by the Dead Sea Scrolls. This led to the third quest, which was an attempt to place Jesus in his historical setting, the Jewish roots of Jesus. Now, in fact, there was a lot of pre-work that had already gone on before we get here. Works like Strauch-Billerbeck, which is a 6-volume summary of Jewish backgrounds related to themes that we see in the New Testament, running from Matthew to Revelation, dealing with the Jewish extra-biblical teachings on these themes with which the New Testament overlaps. Unfortunately, that work is entirely in German and has never been translated. I tell doctoral students it's worth learning German just to be able to use those materials. Or the work of Adolf Schlatter, who consistently argued that Jesus had to be rooted in his Jewish backgrounds, and if you understood Jesus in his Jewish backgrounds and studied Josephus carefully, you could come to understand that background. This was before the Dead Sea Scrolls that he wrote. Then you'd get a pretty good glimpse of what Jesus was about. Or Joachim Jeremias, who tried to reconstruct, actually retroject some of the Greek that we get in the New Testament back into Aramaic to see what were the common ways that Jesus might have expressed himself originally in Aramaic. This is picking up the Jewish cultural backdrop and the observations of Weiss and Schweitzer that in order to understand Jesus, you've got to put him in his Jewish setting. And these strong roots continued to run through the no-quest period. And when the Dead Sea Scrolls came out, this work was there to work with, alongside the Dead Sea Scrolls, to begin this kind of third quest with this new starting point. It also came along and argued that there is another worldview model that goes alongside the work with historical Jesus, and that worldview model is called critical realism. Critical realism argues that there is a real world out there to investigate, and that the expressions that we see and the things that we interact with are not merely the product of human construction and human perception and artificial, but there's a real world to investigate, and one needs to be at the same time self-reflective about one's perceptions. The critical part of critical realism has to do with being critical about the one doing the investigating. And so you combine these two things and you get the third quest. And there are a whole slew of people doing work in third quest studies. I've mentioned Martin Hingel, Otto Betts, Bruce Chilton, who teaches up in New York. E.P. Sanders, who's written a very famous book called Jesus and Judaism, is a third quester. Craig Evans, graduate of Western Theological Seminary, teaches in Canada. Tom Wright, a name you've probably heard. Ben Witherington, who teaches at Asbury. John Meyer, Catholic University. Ben Meyer, who used to teach up in Toronto in Canada. He's the one who's responsible for linking the third quest methodology to critical realism. Scott McKnight, who's at North Park. Several people work in this area. This emphasizes careful historical philological work in the Jewish context and argues that the Jesus movement originally was very Jewish. And you need to understand it in that light. Let me get all the way through the slide and I'll take the question. And there have been tons of specific studies emerging from the 1980s. Now, not all of this. This is a much more conservative quest. It's a much more conservative quest as a rule. Many of the people working in the third quest see Jesus presenting himself in one way or another as a messianic figure at the center of God's program. Or if they don't see that, they see Jesus doing enough that the disciples could believe that's who he was out of the elements of his ministry. So there's a spectrum in the third quest, conservative and non-conservative, but generally speaking, it's more conservative than the first and second quests. Many evangelicals are doing work here, and in fact, later this year, there will be published a 10-year-long project by the Institute for Biblical Research Jesus Group, which is a group made up of people who believe in either inerrancy or infallibility. These are all evangelicals. And And they are going to isolate 12 events. 12 events that they think they can defend on historical critical grounds as being, you can bring evidence to corroborate that they happen, and then you can take those 12 events and build a skeleton of what Jesus' life and mission was about. The summary of that work is currently being broadcast on the Day of Discovery. The Day of Discovery, which is on at 7:30 in the morning on Sundays, but it's also streamed live on the net at dod.org, has 8 shows dedicated to the work of this group. And the technical book will be published at the end of the year, and then there'll be a popular version that will come off of it probably a year or so later. It'll be published out of Germany in a technical New Testament series. It's going to be a long book, 700-800 pages long. Eerdmans will publish it in a paperback version that anyone can afford a year later, and then there'll be the popular version. But this is an example of a third quest approach to the historical Jesus in which many conservatives have participated. This will be an interesting piece because normally when historical Jesus work is done, it deconstructs Jesus. This is an attempt to get a construction of Jesus out of historical Jesus work. As I mentioned, it's the least skeptical of the quests. It argues that the last week of Jesus' life is particularly important in understanding what he was about. And it looks at discussing Jesus kind of from the earth up, which means that you start with categories in which Jesus, understand what he's doing, and you gradually come to see by what he's doing all that he claimed to be. It works up to Christology rather than top down. It tends to concentrate on the synoptic gospels as a result, in contrast to starting off with John, because John tends to be a top-down gospel. You can just look at how the Gospel of John begins. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. This is CNN. So it works with that model. Yeah, Rob, you had a question.
Where would Jimmy Dunn fit in?
Yes, Jimmy Dunn is very much in the middle of the third quest.
What about Dale Allison's intertech?
Dale Allison is very much in the third quest. They're all the key to identifying a third quester is how much do they work with Jewish backgrounds? Yeah.
Does this work? Is it at all preemptive of what the Jesus Project is going to try to put out?
It's not preemptive of the Jesus Project. Jesus Project is nothing but another rebirth of a more radical form of the Jesus Seminar. The Jesus Project is claiming that the Jesus Seminar was too conservative, which just shows you how wide the scale can be. So it's not preemptive of that at all. The IBR Jesus group came along in part to deal with issues that the Jesus Seminar was raising, but also to show that there's a way to engage in historical Jesus studies without, in the process, completely deconstructing the relationship between Jesus and his ministry and the theology of the early church. And that is the presentation of the three quests. Now, for the last 4 issues, I'm going to move more quickly because we're going to come back to some of these issues. The next, however, is very, very important. The fourth issue related to criticism is the issue of unity and diversity and struggle in the early church. There is an old model, an old alternative model from the way you're used to thinking about the early church's history that goes back to a man named F.C. Bauer. You see his date, 1792 to 1860, who taught in Tübingen in the early 19th century. And he basically argued that there were 2 kinds of Christianity in the first century. There was a Jewish Christianity represented by Peter, James, Matthew. There was a Gentile Christianity represented by Paul and Luke, to a certain extent Mark. These were 2 very different Christianities. In the Jewish Christianity, Gentiles had to become Jews in order to become Christians. So there was support of circumcision, keeping the law, keeping kosher eating habits, etc. A fully Jewish Christian orientation, with Jesus simply being the Messiah. In Gentile Christianity, those Jewish practices no longer applied. And these two groups, and it's a thesis-antithesis, Hegelian model, thesis-antithesis, and then synthesis at the end. These two groups were actually opponents to one another. They didn't work in concert with one another. They struggled with one another. And then later on, there was a synthesis that came out of that, reflected particularly in the Gospel of Luke, in the portrait of Acts, which is a much later projection back of the emerging peace between these groups that didn't reflect the earlier period that is the base of our New Testament. Bauer argued that this discussion and debate went on until the middle part of the 2nd century because he dated a lot of New Testament works into the 2nd century, into the middle part of the 2nd century, and that was the model. Jewish Christianity, Hellenistic Christianity, eventually synthesis. That synthesis retrojected back onto the understanding of the New Testament. We still live with this model today. In the video that I've been showing you, From Jesus to Christ, in this video, that's basically the argument. The battle period has been compressed down to the end of the 1st century. But the argument is there was a Jewish Christianity. Jewish Christians believed you had to follow the law without exception, Jews and Gentiles. Paul came along, freed that up. He was kind of on the fringe, wasn't initially accepted, but you had these two models, and eventually they came together down the road as Christianity separated itself more and more from Judaism. With the larger parting of the ways from Judaism, Pauline Christianity became more popular. It became orthodoxy later in the 2nd century. And in that synthesis, then, you have what then sprung through Irenaeus into Nicaea, into what became Orthodox Christianity. And Orthodox Christianity has some distance from what Christianity originally was in the 1st century. That's the model. And the way they work with this is the key part of it, the way they work with this is to basically argue that there is significant diversity within the New Testament. No one debates, listen to this is important. No one debates that within the New Testament there are some diverse emphases. Okay? Just read Paul and read James. Okay? There's some diversity in the New Testament. There is in Acts evidence of the fact that people who believed in Christ in the earliest period in Jerusalem went to the temple and continued to practice elements of Judaism as a part of their Christianity. In contrast to other parts of the New Testament, where particularly with Gentiles, Gentiles are never forced to become Jews in order to become Christians. Okay? So there is some evidence of this diversity within the New Testament. The discussion is, how diverse is it, and does it represent distinct parties? Now please hear this, because this is really important. In Galatians, where Paul discusses these tensions directly, Paul makes it very clear in his confrontation with Peter that in the midst of all the tension that came from some who were from James, James and Peter extended the right hand of fellowship to Paul. Now that's important because it shows that the portrait that we're dealing with two completely disparate forms of Christianity in the early period is not true according to the testimony of the sources. Even sources that everyone acknowledges goes back to one of the protagonists, Paul. So this unity and diversity category is a big one. And what normally happens, as I said, is Peter and James versus Paul is usually put together. The synthesis at the bottom of the triangle that I described to you is often called early Catholicism. It's not early Roman Catholicism, but early universalism. The term Catholic means universal. And it's a product of the 2nd century, according to this model. The New Testament books reflect a tendency or a bias of one of these subgroups of Christianity. This was the dominant 19th century academic approach to Christianity. It's still with us today. The basic perspective is still influential in many circles, although they've tightened down the time frame. They've had to, because, for example, we've discovered manuscript materials of the Gospel of John from 125 that shoves John, the likely date for John, back to the end of the 1st century. And in the Bauer model, John was written in the middle of the 2nd century. You can see the influence of this view by how the book of Acts is read. And it tends to see Paul as the creator of what Christianity eventually became. But it argues that Paul was not the dominant view in the earliest period of Christianity. Much of Bauer's work was undercut by the work of two British scholars in the latter part of the 19th and the early part of the 20th century, Westcott and Lightfoot, who used the church fathers in a careful way to show that Bauer's model couldn't work. And so this school was less influential in Britain and in the U.S. than it was, generally speaking, on the European continent. It now lives, however, in a revived literary historical appeal to classical history, where the claim is that the New Testament where parts of the New Testament are more about literary symbol and romance and novel and legend, including the book of Acts, than about real history. This means that the unity of the church that put together the New Testament, or that is seen in the collection of New Testament documents reflecting the scope of that early church, is argued to be artificial and rhetorically constructed. That is the gravestone of F.C. Bauer in Tübingen. It's located across the street from the Theological Library in Tübingen. I have a different picture of this that's taken in the winter with in ice. And my joke is that when I look at that picture, I go, this is what Bauer discovered. Hell has frozen over. Anyway, I thought I saw a question.
I was going to ask, I think you kind of answered that with the last point, but what do they do with Paul's Jewish nature, especially like him going back to Jerusalem to complete the Nazarite vow?
Yeah, they argue, generally speaking, that what they'll do is they'll argue that the portrait of Paul in Acts is not historical and doesn't connect to the real Paul. So some of this evidence of Paul trying to work with and bridge with this other group is what they will call an idealized portrait of the church that didn't reflect the early reality. So they have to dismiss some of the source work to get there. Mm-hmm.
Sir, could you restate what you told us is so important about Galatians with Paul and Peter?
The reason the Galatians testimony is important is that Paul, who supposedly is on the other side of this discussion, argues that his gospel was accepted by Peter and James when they talks about them extending the right hand of fellowship to him. And this has to do with the exchange in this very time frame in which he's supposedly fighting Peter and James. Okay? Paul recognizes there's disagreement in practice for a time. And then in fact he confronted Peter on it. That's in the material. Okay? But the outworking of that is a recognition that each had their ministries, and their ministries could both be recognized as valid explanations and valid approaches, valid practices in relationship to what Christianity is. Yes?
I seem to remember in the Barnett book about him talking about how Paul receiving a chilly reception when he comes back to Jerusalem.
That's correct. Yeah, and he's alluding to this tension. Remember that when Paul comes back to Jerusalem, James asks him to go to the temple and offer some sacrifices as a way of showing respect to the law, okay, in Jerusalem, which Paul does. And in fact, in doing so, it gets Paul arrested, okay, and that ends up being the basis for why he's taken on to Rome. That's the situation that we're talking about. Well, in this more radical model, the argument is Paul never would have done that. The Paul that we read about in Galatians never would have done that. He wouldn't have compromised his values in that way. And so that really never happened. Mm-hmm.
Maybe let me ask, what do you think? Do you think he had such a close relationship as Barnett also describes? Like James wouldn't
I think it's fair to say that Paul had with some elements of the school of James, had problems with some of the elements of the school of James, some of the more radical elements of the school of James. If you've ever worked with Messianics, okay, which I do, if you ever work with Messianics who come out of a really deep Jewish tradition and you see how they absolutely continue to practice the law while being Christians, you will, and they imply, certainly, that this is something that at least Jewish believers should do. Okay, they may not apply it to Gentiles, but they'll certainly apply it to Jewish believers, and they welcome Gentiles who do this as well. It includes keeping kosher in the whole shooting match. You will see elements of the tensions that introduces into the community. Okay? And this is some of what Paul was reacting against. But the other half of the equation is that in the early church materials, we see evidence that where communities are particularly concerned to reach out to Jewish people who have a high regard for the law, there's supposed to be sensitivity towards aspects of the law. Think about the Jerusalem Council decision and the restrictions that are put at the end of it. Okay? You know, if you're a good, hard-nosed Protestant, your question is going to be, why in the world would you put those restrictions there? Okay? And yet the early church, for contextual reasons, they explain, because Moses is read in the synagogues every Sabbath. Those are there. So there's an attempt to be contextually sensitive in sharing the gospel in the early church. Well, some of this produced tension as to where to draw those lines. And there were certainly meetings that took place, the Jerusalem Council being one of them, about where to draw those lines. So on the one hand, there's an element of tension and debate within the community about how to exactly work all this out, while at the same time there's a recognition that the group as a whole basically is reflective of Christianity. The only time Paul drew a line was when the insistence became, you have to do this in order to be saved. Then Paul said, nope, that's a violation of the gospel. That's another gospel. Anyone who teaches that, let them be an anathema. If an angel teaches that, let them be an anathema. Yeah?
Like, how did people that held this two-version view of Christianity kind of in competition, how do they deal with Jesus' apparent willingness to interact with Gentiles in a very positive way?
Well, actually, what they will highlight is the fact that Jesus' ministry didn't engage the Gentiles consciously or very directly. It was very much Jewish focused. That was the exception rather than the rule. And everything that we see about Jesus in his ministry, for the most part, reflects someone who honors a lot of Jewish practice, which helps to explain why, when we get to the early chapters of Acts, the church is still hanging out at the temple doing Jewish kinds of things. It also explains why, before Peter meets with Cornelius, he's got to have a vision. And what's the content of that vision? Okay, it's about food. Okay, why is it about food? Because God cares about, Subway sandwiches? No, it's about food because you're dealing with Jewish practices. And generally speaking, much of the church was still very much living in a Jewish kind of way. Part of what makes these debates, what puts them there, is that there are elements in the conversation that are there. Okay, it isn't a case of they're completely wrong. That's part of what I want you to see. Mm-hmm.
I was going to say along the lines of that, is it naive for me to expect that if you took a Gallup poll at this time that you're not going to have unanimous agreement? There might be both. There might be people. Like, I know certain people will be like, I don't like that. When you talk to the next Protestant who has the same beliefs, and they're like, they're okay.
Well, yeah, if you look at any big group that is emerging, you're going to see some elements of sociological tension in it about how you put the package together and where the emphases are. But it's one thing to say, I'll use a good illustration in our context, okay? The good old Presbyterians, okay, who've come out of a Reformed background, all right? Reformed people on this campus get a little bit of the short end of the shrift, get the short end of the stick, okay? If I go to Reformed Orlando or Reformed in Jackson, okay, dispensationalists get the short end of the stick. But if I ask you, are Reformed people saved? After a minute of prayer and fasting, you'll say yes. Okay? And if I ask Reformed people if dispensationalists are saved, after a moment of prayer and fasting, they'll say yes. Okay? Internal tensions about differences of emphases, but a recognition that the umbrella is slightly bigger than their own particular subgroup. Another model, and really the history of religion's approach to all this is a variation and an outgrowth of the Bauer model, is what's called the history of religion schools, the cultural religious backdrop that feeds into this. The first school, again, was highly skeptical, goes back to Bossuet, again, his dates, 1865 to 1920. And this was an appeal to Near Eastern and Hellenistic religious background as being influential for New Testament categories, which emerged after Jesus' ministry, so that the idea that Jesus is Lord is a reflection of a Hellenistic title of deification, which the Hellenistic church created around Jesus, elevating him to a divine status on Hellenistic analogy. In other words, let me say it another way, the influences that you see into Orthodox theology are not the product of internal dynamics within the ministry of Jesus, but are the product of cultural dynamics on the early church coming out of Hellenism. And so early church theology is largely a product of Hellenistic backgrounds. You see this on websites today. You can go to websites that will say, all the basic doctrines of Christianity come out of the Hellenistic mystery religions. The ideas of resurrection, the idea of Son of God, this is all a product of Hellenistic reflection on Jesus coming later after his ministry, imposed on top of what Jesus was really was about. That's a reflection of the history of religion school of the first school. Again, various writers here are important. Reitzenstein, 1861-1931, argued that Paul was basically a Hellenistic mystic. Bultmann, who became a detailed form critic, I've mentioned his name several times, 1884-1976, argued that Jesus was inaccessible to the historian, that the Gospels are in fact a reflection of church theology, very much dressed in a Hellenistic garb, especially in his construction of what he called the Gnostic Redeemer divine man myth that got attached to Jesus. And that's all an early church formulation. Martin Debelius, 1883-1947, argued that the preaching was very much shaped by the changing needs of the church, and what we see in the New Testament is more reflective of what was going on in the time that those documents were written, rather than being reflective of what was going on in the ministry of Jesus, particularly with regard to the Gospels. And then the big, more recent names are Helmut Kuster and James Robinson, teaching at Harvard and at Claremont, respectively, East and West Coasts, who argued for an alternative Christianity's model and who make much use of non-canonical material, for example, the Gospel of Thomas. And they argue that in the early church there was a non-bodily resurrection hope, and that there was one school of early Christians who emphasized wisdom and Jewish reform. Jesus basically came to teach wisdom and to call people back to faithfulness to Judaism. That's what Jesus was really about. And that only with Hellenism and the use of rhetoric was there a transformation of Jesus by the early church into this more elevated status. And some of Bart Ehrman's work that's done in relationship to the Gospels has affinities with this alternative Christianity's model by Kester and Robinson, that argue that in the beginning there were varieties of Christianities. In fact, in this video that I've talked about that aired on PBS, From Jesus to Christ, the argument is each one of the four Gospels represents different communities with different theologies and different emphases about Jesus, rather than representing one faith that is accepted for related portraits to Jesus. There's Martin Debelius. There's Helmut Kuster. You're going to see him later on in some of the clips that I'm going to use as we work our way through some of these areas. Now there is a second history of religion school, and with this will be done today, So I haven't gotten all the way through what I want to cover. But anyway, there's a second history of religion school. This is known as the New Tübingen School. Martin Hengel is the name that's attached to this view. He's still alive. And the emphasis here is, again, to place Jesus in his Jewish context. That many events and titles can be understood against a Jewish background. And one of the emphases that comes out of this study of Jesus is you've got to not only understand what Jesus says and teaches, which is where the concentration of discussion about Jesus was until the 80s. You've got to understand what Jesus is doing against a Jewish backdrop. If you put what he's doing against a Jewish backdrop, you'll get as good or better a reading of what he's doing than by looking only at what he says. Because what he does and what he says belong together. They mutually reaffirm one another. So that, for example, when Jesus goes in and he cleanses the temple or acts against the temple, that is a protest against the way the temple is being run, but it also operates against the background and the belief that when the end times do come, Messiah is going to purge the nation and turn the nation in a righteous direction. And we see that from the Psalms of Solomon. We see that in the 18 benedictions, the prayer that Jews used to pray on a daily basis, where benediction 14 puts the rising up and the return of the Davidic dynasty next to the cleansing and reclaiming of Jerusalem, passages like that. They also wrestle with the idea in Judaism that's beginning to emerge of what's called a second power in heaven. Someone operating in very close relationship with the God of Israel to make the end times happen and to participate in the end time judgment, including a figure known as the Son of Man that shows up in a work known as First Enoch. And that helps to begin to break the ice in terms of being able to think about Jesus as someone who can sit at the right hand of the Father. This explains the impact of the Dead Sea Scrolls and the new interest in Jewish sources, and there are a lot of people who work in this model. Martin Hengel, Larry Hurtado, who teaches at Edinburgh, Christopher Rowland at Oxford, John Collins at Harvard, Lauren Stuckenbrook, who's just moved from Durham to Princeton, Alan Segal, a Jewish scholar, Columbia, Jimmy Dunn, who was asked about earlier. These studies are now being produced. They show a range of approach. They aren't all very conservative. Some are conservative, some are not. But they're trying to work faithfully and historically with the core data that puts us in a better position to understand where Jesus fits historically. All right, we have been marching our way through steadily 7 issues related to criticism that are a part of the ongoing discussion related to the New Testament in one way or another. And up to this point, we've covered the idea of a canon within a canon, variously formed, the attempt by some to separate the Word of God from the contents of the New Testament. We've talked about the relationship that exists between the Gospels. We talked about Lessing's ditch, the difference between the Jesus of history and the Christ of faith, and the idea that Lessing had that there was really an uncrossable gap between those two that couldn't be completely connected, and that the hunt for the historical Jesus was an exercise fraught with all kinds of difficulty and obstacles to overcome. This led us into the discussion of the 3 quests, culminating in the 3rd quest, which roots Jesus in his Jewish background, which is probably the best way to go about placing Jesus and making sense out of him. And then we discussed the unity and diversity of the New Testament, highlighting the way in which some people set up the New Testament where there is an emphasis on the diversity that's within it than the inherent unity, so that Paul is usually pitted against Matthew and Peter and James. And then we went to the history of religion school. We talked about it briefly. Two periods and 2 schools, 2 different approaches to the history of religions. One, an earlier approach that emphasizes this diversity. The key name under this idea was a combination of F.C. Bauer and people drawing on the general backgrounds and the general culture to explain the religious ideas of the New Testament. People like Reichenstein and figures like that. And then the second history of religion school, which was more rooted again in Jewish backgrounds and in Jewish orientation to make sense out of what's going on. And this is tied in particular to the name Martin Hengel and is a more recent development in the history of religion's approach. It's at this point we're going to pick up the story with the British reaction. And the British reaction literally covers all of this. Most everything that we've been talking about, running from the canon, within the canon, all the way down to the history of religions, has largely been generated from scholarship done out of Germany. Well, the British were quite aware of what was going on in Germany, and yet at the same time were reacting to some of the things that were going on and assessing it in a slightly different way. And their reaction is important in understanding kind of the dynamics of the way scholarship, particularly coming out of Europe and Germany and Britain, have interacted with each other since the 19th century. Generally speaking, the British have exercised a much more moderate use of criticism and have critiqued the more radical elements of German criticism pretty consistently for almost 2 centuries. Perhaps the three people most responsible for this were a combination of scholars in the 19th century: Westcott, Hort, and Lightfoot. And I've got at least pictures of 2 of them. I couldn't find a photo of Lightfoot. But Brooke Foss Westcott, you see his dates there, 1825 to 1901. Not exactly the friendliest looking picture I've seen of someone. I'm not sure if he just had a student fail an exam miserably or something, but anyway. And then Fenton John Anthony Hort, establishing the nice, wonderful British tradition of having more than one middle name. 1828 to 1982 were 2 of what were known as the Cambridge Three. Lightfoot is the third of these, and they seriously challenged the Bauer School model of the Pauline-Petrine conflict, that the early church had 2 conflicting or competing views. They recognized the difference in the emphases. They recognized the fact that there was a little bit of diversity in the approach, but they said at the core, these were not distinct ways of handling the material. And the way they did this was to go through 2nd century materials and show that the unity of the church was much more broad-scaled and spanned the variety of supposed points of origin. And this was a very effective check on the Bauer School, at least as far as its influence in Britain and for a while in its influence in many parts of the States. So this was, the Cambridge Three are important. And in fact, if you can get commentaries written by Lightfoot and Westcott, they are still quite valuable. Westcott has still a very good commentary on the Gospel of John. Lightfoot's done some great work in the Pauline epistles, well worth having. The Westcott one on John isn't so technical. The Lightfoot one on the Paulines is. So if you have Greek, you'll be able to interact with Lightfoot. But anyway, the Cambridge Three were important in checking the influence of the history of religions movement coming out of Germany that was represented by F.C. Bauer. Another example of a British scholar who had influence, at least for a time, was William Ramsay, who actually was an archaeologist who started out as a liberal, went to Turkey and began to do archaeological work, and the more archaeological work he did, the more conservative he became. He came to realize that the archaeological work that he was doing was showing that particularly the portrait of the way things were in Acts actually made sense, made cultural sense. Others who belong in the British discussion are B.H. Streeter. Streeter is responsible for really solidifying the view that Mark is the first gospel to have been written. He's the chief proponent of it. And the idea of how Q is structured and works goes back primarily to Streeter, or at least he formed the argument that ended up becoming persuasive. C.H. Dodd, who emphasized the idea that the church preached both a future eschatology and a realized eschatology. Dodd emphasized the realized side more, almost to the expense of the future, but he's one of the people who highlighted the idea, along with Johannes Weiss, who we mentioned earlier, that there was an already aspect to the proclamation of the kingdom as well as a not yet aspect to that proclamation. And he also highlighted the fact that the church had a basic kerygma that it preached, and that you could see this kerygma in the book of Acts. If you work through the speeches in Acts, you can see the core teaching of the early church and laid out what that was. He also worked on the idea that that the church had certain Old Testament promises that on the one hand it had learned from Jesus, and certain key sections of the Old Testament to which it regularly appealed. This would involve certain Psalms, particularly Psalm 110, Daniel 7 with its picture of the Son of Man, portions of Zechariah 9 to 13, the book of Joel with its emphasis on the distribution of the Spirit. And so he argued that there was kind of a testimonium of Old Testament passages to which the early church regularly appealed. Vincent Taylor argued that form criticism, we're going to talk about this later, was better seen as a literary rather than a historical tool. The Germans wanted to use it as both. And he said it works well as a literary tool. It's lousy as a historical tool. So this produced some moderation on form criticism as it was applied to New Testament studies. And he had moderate views about the book of Mark and how trustworthy it could be in a time when the Germans were arguing that Mark was a complete theological construction that really doesn't put us in touch with Jesus. C.E.B. Cranfield, who some of you are familiar with from the commentary on the book of Romans, also wrote a commentary on Mark, and he was even more conservative than Vincent Taylor when it came to his estimate on the Gospel of Mark and in the regard that one could have for the tradition that Mark was presenting about Jesus. And then A.M. Hunter, who taught at Aberdeen in the 60s in Scotland, also highlighted this idea of inaugurated eschatology, like that from C.H. Dodd, only Hunter's view was a little more balanced between what was going on and what was said to be fulfilled in the present versus what was going to happen in the future. In the midst of all this, there are two very significant evangelicals whose names you'll often hear. One is F.F. Bruce, who actually was a Griffith Thomas lecturer here in the 80s, taught at Manchester, and really was the outstanding British evangelical from the 60s, really up into and through the 80s in Britain. And then following him, Howard Marshall, who taught at Aberdeen, he's now retired, who really was the outstanding British evangelical in a university setting from the 70s until his retirement just recently. So both of these men are responsible for training many American evangelicals whose writings you regularly come across. This runs all the way from Gary Burge, who teaches at Wheaton, Gene Green, who's at Wheaton, as well as Grant Osborne, who's at Trinity. Many of the people who are trained by Ward Gask, who's written on Acts, many of the people who are trained here in the States were trained either under Bruce or Marshall. Now, why does inerrancy matter and work in all this? And I think that it's important to understand that inerrancy's role in this, and the trustworthiness of the Scripture, talks about the core trustworthiness of the key sources that undergird the faith. But inerrancy itself does not answer all the hows of how the text came to us. That's part of historical study. So on the one hand, inerrancy talks about the character of the text, but it doesn't talk about the history of the development of the text per se. It has to do with the product and not the process. One other key element that conservatives tend to contend for is a respect for the oral tradition process in Judaism. This is important in thinking through what happened to the Jesus tradition in the period before it was being formally written down in any kind of organized way in Gospels. And conservatives will, generally speaking, talk about the quality of that oral tradition and the process, the careful process that Judaism had to oversee such an oral process until you get materials written down. This happens both in Rabbinic Judaism with its traditions as well as in the New Testament. And the apostolic structure that we see in the New Testament that requires that people who be apostles actually ministered with Jesus or actually encountered him directly is a reflection of this care of the oral tradition and about the oral tradition. Now, for a long time, the role of criticism has been debated among conservatives and among evangelicals. You'll hear a lot of negative stuff about criticism, and some of it is deserved in light of some of its history to deconstruct the Bible. But there are other people who argue that using historical criticism is not only possible, but it's beneficial, and it's particularly beneficial if one keeps an open world view in mind in dealing with the idea that God can work. This idea goes back to George Ladd, who wrote an important work in the late 50s, early 60s entitled The New Testament and Criticism, in which he walked through the extant criticisms and tried to show their value, their strengths, and their limitations. In fact, the book that we have you read for this course, which I did, The Study of the Historical Jesus, is kind of a variation and an update, really, of what Ladd was doing. Evangelicals in the world of criticism, evangelicals ask, how we should engage it, and on the one hand, it needs to be understood and interacted with because it's all around. I've already suggested this in terms of what's on television, what's on history channels, and that kind of thing. The kinds of DVDs that are produced that we've tried to show in class to give you a little flavor of what that's about. The fact that this is taught in many university contexts. And as I've said, some of it's beneficial and some of it is problematic. So you've got to kind of keep an eye on what's going on here. Not only that, but about every Christmas and every Easter, although this Easter's been pretty quiet. Generally speaking, every Christmas and every Easter, there's usually something that comes up related to Christianity, another new twist or something like that that people will ask you about because it's in the news. It's in Time or Newsweek or on television. Understanding criticism's history helps you to also understand the perspective of the resources and the approaches they are using. So here we're talking about the commentary series that you pick up, the dictionaries that you look at, the lexical tools that you use. This is more important for students who are training to use the languages more directly. But even in some popular commentary series, some of these issues are being raised and discussed and treated. So it's important to be aware of how criticism is being used in that kind of context. It is important to stress that all criticism is reconstruction. Everybody is connecting dots and putting pieces together. And the issue is how well that reconstruction is being done, and whether or not the biblical text is being respected, or whether, as is sometimes the case, the biblical text is being dismissed or rejected, or in some cases being played excessively against one another. Separate and useful questions. Separate, when you handle criticism, useful questions and methods from skeptical presuppositions and poor judgments. Sometimes the critic is asking a very good question about the text, but he's giving a poor answer. And you shouldn't hesitate to dive into the kind of question that's being asked, even if your suspicion is that the answer that you're getting isn't quite on target. The goal in all of this is to always try and understand the canonical text better, to make better sense of what it is that you are encountering. So as we have suggested, and just kind of an overview to wrap up this section of the material, criticism introduces issues of unity and diversity in the New Testament. And there is diversity in the New Testament. As I've said, all you have to do is pick up Paul and James and you know that there's some diversity. All you have to do is look at how Jewish Christians, early Jewish Christians, responded to Jesus and what was going on as Gentiles were coming into the church, and you'll see some of those differences. There is diversity, and question and debate involves how the diversity works and whether it destroys the inherent unity of the text. You know, if the people involved in the early generations of Christianity were really, how I say this, at each other's throats as much as some critics suggest, then the question becomes how later generations could feel comfortable combining those supposedly threateningly competing groups together into a canon. It's much more plausible to believe that these are internal, intramural family kinds of discussions that are going on that eventually work themselves out over time than to think that the diversity is so great that Peter and Paul, for example, didn't get along and function alongside one another in ministry, etc. And you've got to ignore pieces of material from Paul himself that communicate respect for a figure like Peter, or material out of the Petrine materials communicating respect for Paul in order to get there. A key indicator is how someone is treating the Bible is whether passages are played against each other or whether they're seen in relationship to each other. And whether or not they view all differences as errors or theological contradictions rather than nuancing of theological emphases, whether it's a matter of looking at things at different angles versus simply being in contradiction to one another, both in terms of theology and in terms of passage details. Let me give you a good example of this. A lot of people will say that James and Paul are completely at odds with one another because of the way they handle faith and works. This is the most famous one. This is one that Luther talked about. But I think it's important to recognize that Paul is asking a different question than James is. Paul is asking the question, what does salvation look like at its entry point? He's basically saying it comes in the context of grace and it happens by faith in Jesus alone. James is asking the question on a completely different temporal spectrum. He is looking back at someone's claim of faith, not in terms of how someone enters, but what it looks like on the other end. And his point on the other end is to say that faith that is really in place, as he says, is completed by works or is perfected by works. And his point is that a faith that really trusts God has a product. And it isn't that those works save, but it is that those works are a product of faith. And they're there. And they counter the mere claim or the mere utterance that someone believes versus really believing. So the point here is that these two are not so much in opposition with one another, fighting each other's throats, as it is that one is asking one kind of a question from one angle, the other is answering a slightly different question from another angle, and the two views very much complement one another, as opposed to being opposed to one another. The Jewish roots of Jesus are a given today for study of Jesus, and this has definitely turned things in relationship to Jesus in a more conservative direction by and large. Another discussion are how old are the four Gospels versus the extra biblical texts that we meet, texts like Thomas, etc. We'll talk a little bit about that down the road, as well as asking questions about where did the Gospels come from and whether they're primarily a reflection of tradition or creative theologizing. And when we talked about the Messianic Secret and William Vrede, we made the point about how some see creative theologizing going on that isn't really connected to anything Jesus taught. That's the way some critics will handle this material. There also is a debate over what's called alternative Christianities. That is, that there was no orthodoxy in the first century. What you had were a variety of Christianities. This is how F.C. Bauer has come through, and another name that I haven't mentioned, but that I should, and that name is Walter Bauer. There are two Bauers spelled differently. Walter Bauer argued that there was no such thing as orthodoxy in the first century, and depending on what region of early Christianity you were in, you would meet these different Christianities, these alternative Christianities, and Gospels, extra-biblical Gospels testify to this variety, and they reflect this variety, and that the Orthodox view emerged somewhere between the late 2nd century and the mid 4th century, after Constantine had come to accept Christianity in the early part of the 4th century, and then that orthodoxy was projected back onto the early history of the church. But it wasn't a reflection of what was really going on. And in many university contexts, this is what is taught in classes on in the history of early Christianity. Bart Ehrman has written a textbook on the introduction of the New Testament that is the text in many university classes that uses this model. And then the last thing related to criticism is the proper use of background. It's wrestling with, given all this extra biblical material that we have access to that helps us get access to the culture, helps us get access to the cultural scripts, how do you actually make proper use of this material? And in the exegetical classes that you'll have, at least some of you will, we discuss this and how this works.